transport.
Colonel!
Well, I had an idea you'd show up.
Well, when I heard you was back, I just busted right in.
That'd have been so if you hadn't. Come on, sit down. Where was it last time, Manila?
Oh, Colonel, you forgot. China, the Yancey Patrol.
Right. Well, you know transport, I wasn't on the river long.
Yeah, I know. And me and the rest of the old gang could hardly believe it when we heard you quit the Marines.
Well, I felt bad about that, but I had to do it that way. I can talk about it now. You know where I went?
We heard you were sick and went back to the States, but that didn't seem like you.
Must have been a couple of Army guys.
Where did you go, Colonel?
I joined the Chinese Army.
Are you kidding, sir?
And not even the Chinese Marines.
What for?
Well, I could see this war with Japan coming. You didn't have to look far for that. I realized that our first line of defense would be China. So I decided to find out just what her war potential was, just how long she could hold out. I joined the Chinese 8th Route Army. Remember that march they made during the Civil War, 6,000 miles clear across the country?
Was they Chinese in the Civil War? I thought there was General Sherman marching along the... Oh, forgive me, sir. I wasn't trying to make no crack, honest. It's just that I don't read the papers past the funny page. Will you excuse me, sir?
Never mind transport. Anyway, that's all over. All the Chinese are united now against the Japs. I've been hearing marvelous things about the guerrilla tactics of the 8th Army. This is right after Shanghai. I made up my mind to find out about them. I couldn't go in uniform, so I went without.
Plenty of fighting, huh, sir?
Transport, you never saw anything like it. Just look at those half-armed, ill-fed peasants. They outmarched, outfought, outmaneuvered the Japs at every turn because they believed in what they were fighting for. Because every man had only one desire, to do his duty. Well, I learned a lot of things that are not in textbooks, and I came back to the States to tell about them. Then, Pearl Harbor, and here we go again.
I don't ask for nothing better, sir.
Transport, we're going to try out something new. Headquarters giving me a free hand. You'll see some fun before we're through.
I hope them Japs have got a sense of humor. They're going to need it.
I want you for my personal...
Hey, attention! Sir, the battalion is formed.
Take your post.
At ease. Sit down, boys, and make yourselves comfortable. The smoking lamp is lit. Boys, this is our first get-together, but it won't be our last. You probably wonder what this is all about. Well, I can't tell you now. You'll learn as you go along. But I can say this. You are to receive a course of training unique in the history of the Marine Corps. If you justify the effort to be spent on you, you may be able to point the way in which this tremendously difficult war in the Pacific can be won. Briefly, it can be won by teamwork, by trained men fighting together with the precision of a machine. But it's more than that. It must be a harmonious machine. Now you start with the fundamentals. And at the bottom of everything is self-discipline. You must start by casting out all prejudices. Racial, religious, every other kind. I want you to feel free to ask questions, even embarrassing ones. Come to me with suggestions. We're going to be more than officers and men in this. We're going to be comrades. What I eat, you will eat. Where I sleep, you will sleep. I will take you into my confidence whenever it's possible before going into battle. We'll have a meeting in which I'll explain our plans and objectives so that each of you can make a more intelligent contribution to the result. Afterward, we'll have another meeting to criticize the way in which the operation was conducted. We'll fight and endure and win together. Ahead of you lies a hard road. You'll often have bad food and very little of that. Many times your bed will be a muddy ditch. You'll march until you think you're exhausted and then be called on to start out again. To carry you through the rough spots before you, teamwork is needed. You'll have to help each other. The Chinese have a word for it. It is gung-ho. Gung to work, ho harmony. I propose it as our motto. Gung-ho. Come on, now give it to me.
Pearl Harbor is history now by 2 months. From 15,000 volunteers, the colonel has accepted about...
Big crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, set up here, over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
You're with Russia, Iran, Brazil instead of EU, traditional American allies.
Yeah, rather than the bankers in London or in Wall Street who are trying to plunge us into poverty, who are trying to hold on to their system rather than trying to build up our economy and economies around the world, making people poorer, degrowing society. We want to stand with the countries of the world that want to build economies.
We need a government of action to fight for working families.
If he could come and set a peace treaty with Israel and Gaza, they can stop massacring and genocide the Palestinian people, I will call him the greatest president in history.
I think that Donald Trump is the man to bridge the gap between China and North Korea and Russia and the U.S.
I hope he is. I mean, when he was in office the first time, he did an amazing thing by visiting North Korea. That was awesome. However, I really didn't like what he did when he murdered Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian leader. I thought that was a huge blunder. It almost brought us to the brink of World War III. And so I'm concerned. I hear a lot of good things coming out of Donald Trump right now. And the fact that the TikTok founder is at the inauguration right now, the fact that he brought peace. Biden was always saying he wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't able to make it happen. Biden was weak, but Trump was able to force Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal.
But I'd love to see, production happen in America again. I'd love to see, solid jobs, right, that aren't these sort of like financial information things, but it's really a stable, solid thing.
Because we want to hire the China Railroad Company to build high-speed rail across America. We want to work with Russia. We want to build railroads from Alaska across the Bering Sea, etc. Because there's nothing for us to gain in trying to prevent these countries from joining with the world economy.
And I think it should be a partnership. We should hire American workers. We should hire American companies, and it should be a joint operation. For example, nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power, right? If we're going to get off in fossil fuels, we're not going to get off it with windmills and solar panels. We need to go to something higher, and China is leading the world in fusion energy research right now. That's why China just got helium-3 from the moon, is because they want to do fusion energy research.
It would be good for Americans to be able to trade with them. And if we want the situation in those countries to get better, we should want to trade with them, because there's nothing for us to influence them by trying to beat them down and tell them that they're doing things wrong. We've seen that doesn't work.
Kamala wasn't a good choice, you know what I'm saying? And then they play the identity politics too much. That's really getting played out in 2025. Identity politics, trying to play the white and black game, divide and conquer. We live in the internet state. That's played out. That's very played out.
We need a more stable economy and society that's good for families, right? That's good for business, and not one that is just totally chaotic.
We need to be joining the BRICS economy, not trying to keep them in poverty. Keeping them in poverty keeps Americans in poverty. We need to be building the economy of the world.
This idea that smaller is better, and that it's better if we have less, and we just we just got to go back to nature and all that. That's pessimistic, horrific Malthusian thinking. Growth is the answer. Human beings are always inventing and reinventing our way we've interacted with our environment. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way. But just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. Human beings are amazing. We have creative power that is amazing. And now is not the time to be pessimistic. We need to believe in growth.
So you're not concerned about climate change or anything like that?
I think climate change is certainly a concern, but the answer is to go higher, right? If fossil fuels aren't working out, we need to get something better than fossil fuels. The answer is not to go backward. Human beings never go backward.
Should we let Iran get the nuke?
Iran has said several times that they do not want nuclear bombs. Do I think that they should be allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy? Absolutely, and they've been completely compliant with nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Unlike some of our allies like Israel.
They're trying to arrest Donald Trump, all the fake charges, indictments on him, the attempt assassination. I think all that plays with the common people. The common people ain't stupid. And then, we love to turn fake news. I never heard a president describe the news like that.
The overwhelming majority of the American people do not want a new war. Yet the criminals like Biden and the neocons, etc., have been trying to push for wars around the world to hold on to their dying system. Only peace will make America great again.
People are not fooled. They got fooled with Obama. Most of my people say, oh, you fooled me with Obama. You won't fool me again.
It's like when they interview Kamala and she goes, what are you going to do different from Biden? And she says, nothing. Like a total softball. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to change anything. So people are like, yeah, no.
Who will help to dismantle the deep state that is oppressing not only Americans, but the people of the world. We need to be developing our economy, not tearing it down with degrowth and destruction. Only peace will make America great again.
If we were still burning wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet many, many times over. But we don't. Now we start burning coal, now we burn fossil fuels. We're reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the nature of humanity.
The neocons who are in opposition to Trump, the John Boltons, etc., they have said that, if Trump comes into office, that'll be the end of NATO. Well, I think that would be a great thing. What do we have to gain by arming countries in Europe, continuing to fund their militaries so that they can have free healthcare and our citizens can go and die on the steps of a hospital? It's completely unfair and stupid.
Donald Trump, he can't be president again because there's only 2 terms allowed in the Constitution. However, he wants to be remembered as a great leader. That's what Donald Trump wants to be remembered as. So to be a great leader, he needs to stand up to Wall Street, he needs to stand up to the war makers, he needs to fight for working families here in America.
What would you say to the people who call Trump a fascist, say that we're in danger of losing our democracy?
I think they just don't have any historical perspective to know what they're saying. I mean, that's just factually untrue.
Do you think Donald Trump can bring peace to Korea? Can he bring peace to Korea? Do you support the banner? You like it?
Hope that President Trump can contribute to denuclearize North Korea and talk to Kim Jong-un and have some the conversation and then bring the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, you're happy to see this?
Yeah.
The masses of the people in their millions are the makers of history, not the elites on Wall Street, not the Bidens of the world, the neocons who want to keep you poor so that they can stay rich. Only peace will make America great again.
We have to really salute Caleb Martin and the Center for Political Innovation. Yes. I mean, you've seen him all around the world, all around the world, saying so, right? So you see him in Russia standing up, bringing us to the world stage. So we talking about them elephants stomping. Right? And the people coming in support, that's Caleb Martin and the Center for Political Innovation.
It's humbling to be in this room with so many lifelong fighters against imperialism. It's really an honor to be here. And I'll be brief, but I just want to say this. I'm an Irish American, I'm a Protestant Christian, but on my finger you will find an Islamic Akek ring. The reason that I wear that is because when I visited the Islamic Republic of Iran in 2015, I learned the origin of this, and that apparently the temple at Mecca before it was conquered by Islam, was full of idols. And so the Prophet Muhammad, his followers smashed the idols. And he wore a piece of one of the idols on his finger to commemorate the victory of the one true God over falsity and idolatry. And when I heard that story, I was forced to think of what I read in the work of Thomas Carlyle, the Scottish philosopher.
Yep.
About why it was that so many of the great prophets, Jeremiah, Moses, and so many of them smashed idols. And he said, we don't really believe that ancient people were stupid and they thought they could just carve a piece of wood in their backyard and it would be God. No, originally these idols stood for real truths. But generations went by, generation after generation, and those real truths were forgotten. So the prophets returned to earth to smash those idols, to connect people with the truths that those idols once stood for, with the truths and the principles that they once stood for. And so I've always worn this ring since I visited Iran, and I've always looked up to people who I see as idol smashers, as returners to truth, and that's Chairman Obama. Chairman Obama, because I must say that the Democrat Party is an idol. The white left is an idol. And I am high time ready to celebrate and stand up for those who smash the idols that hold us back in the struggle to defeat colonialism.
It is an honor now to be joined by our comrade Belinda Parker Brown.
Wow, it feels good up in here!
My wife and I went to go see the Best Christmas Pageant Ever, the movie that came out recently, the children's movie. And I was particularly excited to see the film because I was familiar with the short story that was published. I remember reading the book as a kid, reading it in school. It's a classic children's text. I believe it was originally published in 1972. Tells the story of a Christmas pageant in a small town that becomes taken over by a group of juvenile delinquents, troublemaker kids, and in the process, the town learns something about the true meaning of Christmas, Christian love, acceptance, that kind of thing. Set in the past, in the 1960s, and it is very much a story of small town gossip and rumor, children bullying each other, the judgment that is poured down on people, and how all of this plays out and culminates in a very interesting Christmas pageant in a small town. The short story itself was already a very, very religious story centered around the Christian story of Christmas and the birth of Jesus Christ. However, what I noticed about the film was that they amped up the religious aspects even more than the original short story did. They really seemed to emphasize not only the religious aspects and Christian acceptance, but also the notion of a community and how important it is to be in a community, how the needs of these juvenile delinquent children could be fulfilled by joining the local church, how the local church could be an accepting place and how it should learn to be accepting of them. Now, this comes as Netflix is obsessed with the notion of a cult, authoritarianism, dictators, illiberalism, and we're constantly being inoculated against any notion of an illiberal movement, a movement that pushes collectivism, could push to reinvent U.S. society beyond the irrationality of the market and the irrationality of the liberal order. It's certainly no secret that our society is becoming less religious than before. Church attendance is dramatically low across America, especially since the pandemic. Americans are just not involved in religious communities as they once were. And yet, it seems that at this point, Hollywood is churning out a number of films that are not simply aimed at Christian viewers, but almost kind of advertisements saying, get involved in a religious community. Unlike the book version of The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, in the film version, the children, the juvenile delinquents, end up joining the church, and it emphasizes that they needed a community. This reminded me of the film Jesus Revolution that came out a few years ago that seemed to have a similar vibe to it. It was not simply telling a story, and it was not simply entertaining people that were already primed to appreciate the message. It was almost a go-to-church advertisement, get involved in a religious community advertisement. Now, my feeling about what's going on here is this. I think across America, there are a number of people that are very dissatisfied with their conditions, also very upset and unhappy about the economy and the state of affairs, and also feeling very isolated from other people. They want to be part of an organization, and that there is a fear on the part of big sections of the U.S. foreign policy establishment that they might join some kind of illiberal movement. We saw what happened with January 6th and QAnon. We see how negatively they're reacting to the re-election of Donald Trump. And I feel like these films that all have a kind of join a religious community, join a mainstream church message to them, these films are more or less saying this is a safe outlet for your anti-establishment sentiments. If you're feeling alienated from society, if you're feeling angry at the government, if you're looking for a community to belong to, the safe thing to do is to join a mainstream church, a mainstream religious community. Ultimately, what millions of Americans, especially those living in small Rust Belt towns who are angry with the political establishment and seeing their living conditions go down, need is a mass movement of anti-imperialists. They need to join the Center for Political Innovation. They need to join the movement we are creating to mobilize Americans to reinvent the country as part of the emerging economic order that is in opposition to the decaying Atlanticist, imperialist economic system. We need a new America with a government of action that fights for working families. And I don't think liberal churches are going to fulfill the deep frustration, needs, and desires of so many Americans. But that seems to be what the establishment is currently trying to do. And a wave of films that are pointing Americans toward the liberal churches, the mainstream churches that they have largely turned away from in recent years, seem to be coming out from Hollywood. This enjoyable children's film was yet the latest example. When Jesus was healing people on the Sabbath, the local Jewish leaders confronted Jesus about it, and they said, "How dare you heal people on the Sabbath? One of the most important rules of Judaism is to observe the Sabbath and never work on the Sabbath. So healing people on the Sabbath is unacceptable." And Jesus told the Hebrew scholars, he said, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. In addition to that, at one point, Jesus was confronted by the local Jewish leaders, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important. He said, the most important commandments are to love your God with all your heart and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the essence of what the prophets of Judaism were saying. And it seems like the solid difference between the movement that was started by Jesus and the traditional religion of Judaism that existed in his day was that one was concerned about details. One was concerned about, observing the Sabbath, circumcision, which of the letters of the law you followed, the law of Leviticus, the law of the Old Testament. Whereas the message of Jesus was to love one's neighbor as oneself and to honor and obey God, and that he was focused on the primary message, the essence of the teaching of the Hebrew prophets, while the Pharisees and the others of his time, they were focused on the details, and they had forgotten the actual principles. They did not love their neighbors as themselves. They were not honoring God, and instead they were focused on the details, but they had lost the essence. Well, that's the Marxist movement of today. For me, being a Marxist or a socialist or a communist, for me, it always meant opposing the global system of imperialism, where big banks and corporations dominate the world and make themselves rich by keeping the world poor. In addition to that, Marxism, to me, always meant that we should have a rationally organized economy so that human growth and creativity could be unleashed to even higher levels, and we could reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world of vast abundance, the higher stage of communism. Now, I still believe in those things, but I no longer call myself a communist because communists overwhelmingly do not believe in these things. They have lost the essence of Marxism. They stand with the US government against Russia and China. They don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in a planned economy. But they claim that because they quote Marx, because they march around with red flags or whatever, that they are the real communists. And we, who are doing what is in the revolutionary essence of Marxism, opposing imperialism.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China is not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina.
They claim that we are not the real communists. Well, you know, after a while, the followers of Jesus Christ eventually decided to stop fighting to say that they were the true Jews and to just call themselves a new movement. They called themselves Christians. In order to preserve what the Hebrew prophets had stood for, they had to break with this legalistic, phony movement that spoke in their name. And that's where we're at, right? In order to oppose imperialism and build the movement that is desperately needed to oppose imperialism here in the United States, and in order to unleash human creative power and raise living standards so we can reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, we have to stop associating with communists. Because communists no longer believe in that, and if you do believe in that, they will persecute you. The so-called communists of this world that are propped up by the old order, just like the Jewish leaders that persecuted Jesus were propped up by the Roman Empire, they will persecute you, right? There's a reason that the Communist Party USA has been set up, and that's to persecute people who believe in the genuine revolutionary essence of communism. There is a reason that certain people have come to dominate social media, and that is to persecute people who believe in the revolutionary essence of communism. So in order to build the movement that this country needs, to really oppose imperialism and to really unleash human growth and creativity, we must break with communism. Because what we believe, which is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, they no longer believe, and they control and dominate the aesthetics of Marxism. They control all the communist spaces. They control and fight to own the communist aesthetic. We have no interest in owning spaces or aesthetics. We want to build a movement to do what needs to be done. So we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists, and we're holding on to the revolutionary essence of Marxism. If you look at the Chinese flag, you will see that there is a big yellow star, and then there are 4 smaller stars surrounding it. Well, those 4 smaller stars represent the block of 4 classes. And what happened in the Chinese Revolution is that China had been kept poor by the domination of British and American corporations and the domination of big bankers and corporations from other countries. So the Communist Party, represented by the big star, built a block of 4 classes. That was the workers, the peasants, the urban capitalists, and the national capitalists, the national bourgeoisie. They built a block of 4 classes to defeat the imperialists. And they were quite successful, right? If you look at what China is today, it's the 2nd largest economy in the world, 800 million people lifted out of poverty, by building an anti-monopoly coalition, uniting different people from across Chinese society to defeat the rule of the big bankers and foreign corporations that were keeping China poor. Well, I think we need the same thing right here in America. I think we need an anti-monopoly coalition. In fact, that's what William Z. Foster, the great leader of the working class here in the United States, advocated in the final years of his life, an anti-monopoly coalition to oppose the emerging police state and fascism, to oppose the drive toward war, empower American people against the big monopolies that are leading our country in a bad direction. And that's what I'm dedicated to building. I want to build an anti-monopoly coalition to defeat the power of the imperialist bankers and the big monopolies that are marching us toward a new world war and a low-wage police state. And that's what we aim to create, an anti-monopoly coalition to fight for the working class, to fight for small business owners against the power of the ultra-monopolies and their drive to impoverish the world so they can stay at the top. Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets, and a couple of years later they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do, and we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that they, you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
One of the reasons why I'm excited that your book has kind of caught on is for exactly this reason. It's not just about Kamala Harris. It's about a much deeper analysis of politics and the class forces behind and all those interests. But I did just want to ask you in general about anti-imperialism. Why has anti-imperialism historically been such a core component of class politics? And what is the difference between being anti-war and being anti-imperialist?
Well, my understanding is that imperialism refers to a system. Capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And it's very interesting because that is the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, right? Lenin talks about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And what really defines imperialism is holding back economic development. It's preventing countries from being able to take control of their own economy and resources, and instead having what he calls the export of capital, where instead of, it used to be we exported tires or we exported cars. Now we export the corporation, right? McDonald's is spread all over the world. We don't export French fries, we export McDonald's, right? And it's about the export of capital and preventing countries from developing their own industries and keeping countries in poverty, holding back economic development. Now, that was the understanding that the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union had. And that's why right after the Bolsheviks took power, they gave military support to the Emir of Afghanistan. And he was a conservative monarchist, but he was fighting the British Empire. And they said, that works for us. And they convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. And they said, hey, if you're going to fight the British Empire, we're with you because imperialism is the enemy. And when you talk about being a component of class politics, you can even go back to Marx, right? In Marx's day, Ireland was fighting for its independence. And Karl Marx, he wrote a very important letter where he said the duty of working class radicals and Marxists and socialists in Britain is to support the Irish freedom struggle everywhere and to get the English workers to see the victory of the Irish people against the British Empire, not as a question of abstract justice, but as a matter of their own liberation, right? I think A.J. Musty, who was a kind of a Christian socialist pacifist, he would say our real enemy is at home. And that is what anti-imperialism is. It's the understanding that these countries around the world that are struggling against the domination of big banks and corporations from the West are our allies in the struggle against the big corporations here. Right. And that ultimately, we don't have an interest in helping, ExxonMobil, BP and Bank of America take over the world. And in fact, we're getting screwed by Bank of America and ExxonMobil right here. And so we have a common interest with people around the world that are struggling against them. Now, that was the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, but I've been to Iran where they are definitely not Marxists. They are very religious. But, they studied Lenin in Iran and they studied the economics of imperialism. And, Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, he talked about American economic imperialism. And the Bolivarian countries, they are socialists, but they incorporate Roman Catholicism, indigenous ideology. They have this understanding. And, you go around the world today, the classic Soviet-style Marxism is not really in fashion anymore. But this understanding of what imperialism is and that it's a system, that is very much the global understanding. And I do maintain that understanding. I'm at the point where, it's funny, I wrote this book 4 years ago. I don't call myself a communist as much now because, I know what I believe. My beliefs haven't changed. But if you say communist now, people think you're woke. And I'm not. I'm not woke. And I've been to communist countries. They are not woke. But if it used to be in America, if I told people I was a communist, they would say, how could you be that? And I could say, well, let me tell you all about it. Nowadays, if I tell people I'm a communist, they go, oh, I know what you are. You're 17, you have purple hair, and you think all Republicans are Nazis, and you're obsessed with the trans thing. That ain't me. That's not what I believe. And it ain't what they believe in Venezuela. It's not what they believe in Vietnam. It's not what they believe in China. It's not what the countries around the world struggling against imperialism believe. So the term that I've started to use to describe myself, I say that I am an innovationist. Because if you look at the world, right, the underlying question, and this is what that last 10 pages that you didn't get to, Russell, are about, is that human beings...
That's what I said, the reveal.
Yeah, human beings are creative creatures. We are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. And human technology, we're constantly moving to a higher plane. Ants have been building their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, to iPhones, to artificial intelligence. We constantly reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature to make it serve us in a more efficient way, to expand our population, to increase our life expectancy, to make life more comfortable. That is the nature of what it means to be a human being, as we're constantly trying to expand. And right now we are in a crisis because human brilliance has outstripped the narrow horizons, the narrow limits of production organized for profit. And what we need is a rationally organized economy so we can keep inventing, keep expanding, keep having our life expectancy grow, keep expanding our population. Well, taking it back to that Eastern establishment, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the British Empire, they say that the solution right now is that we have to degrow. We have to reduce consumption because the problem is that there's too many people. They are not Marxists. They are Malthusians. right? They blame the economic crisis that we're in the world on overpopulation. And that their solution to save the global economic system and conveniently let them stay at the top of it is to prevent growth around the world. And they see anti-imperialist countries that have broken out of their system, as the main target, because what are they doing? They're growing. That's what they do. When countries break out of Western domination and imperialism, they start growing and building and electrifying and wiping out illiteracy and bringing their people up. And that is seen as a threat to the environment. And Biden openly said so when he was running for president. If you read his essay, America Must Lead Again, he said, we're going to stop China from building power plants in Africa, right? That's what they want. To save their system, they want degrowth. And that is what fascism is. And that is what fascism has always been. Fascism is not an aesthetic. Fascism is not being racist. People have been racist before. People have been militaristic and authoritarian before. Fascism is when, in a long-term economic crisis, the government kind of locks down society and forcibly degrows, right? They created a slave labor underclass in Nazi Germany. They forced women out of the workforce to get rid of unemployment. They rebooted the economy by creating, lots of military spending. Fascist economics is trying to save the capitalist system with forcible, heavy-handed degrowth. And I must say, I agree with a lot of what Trumper folks say, but they seem to think that this Malthusianism from the World Economic Forum and all of that is Marxism and communism. And I have the painful and difficult task of saying, well, actually, it's not. And if you go to any Marxist or communist country, that's clearly not the case. But that is what the woke people believe. And a lot of them think they're Marxists. So I can understand why you're confused, right? And I can understand why it's confusing. And also, let me add that socialism in our time and anti-imperialism, a really big part of it nowadays is small business owners, right? Vietnam, the way they've had their economic miracle is with their enabling people to start their own businesses. They call it a socialist-oriented market economy. Nicaragua, I've been there. I was an elections monitor there. They have what they call a micro entrepreneurship program where the government loans money to people to start their own businesses, worker cooperatives, and that is the strength of their socialist economy in Nicaragua. And the 21st century socialism is all about enabling people to start their own business and be creative and all of that, and subsidizing them in doing so in coordination with an overall planned economy. So the state is kind of making sure there's constantly growth. And then what is the ultimate goal? Is a world with so much growth and so much wealth that the need for a government can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people work to entertain themselves, to get joy from being creative, not because it's a necessity. A society where there's so much wealth and abundance that there's really no need for anyone to hoard anything, and everyone's pretty much equal because there's enough for everybody. That's the ultimate goal. And Marx talked about the higher stage of communism. He's talking of a world of vast wealth and vast abundance, right? And so I tell people I'm an innovationist because I believe innovation is the essence of what I'm for. I believe in human beings and our creative power. And I believe that we can revolutionize our relationship with the environment and get to a higher plane. And, I think that's what it means to be a socialist or a communist in our time, but that's not what it means to most people. So I now, my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm saying I'm an innovationist. All of this, the Russians fighting for the peoples of Donbass, the Syrian people suffering in the aftermath of the overthrow of their anti-imperialist government. All of this points to how important it is to build a revolutionary organization in the United States. And building a revolutionary organization in these times, building an organization of people that are willing to fight for a government of action, that will fight for working families, building an organization that will oppose the danger of a new world war and oppose the emerging low-wage police state is not an easy thing to do. It's very difficult, but we do it. And we have a growing organization right now. CPI is growing. We have 3 functioning locals. We've got people joining us. I hope that you will become a member right now. If you join, your first month of membership is free. After that, we will begin charging you $15 a month. Not much. But I hope you will sign up and become a member. And building a revolutionary movement is not just difficult on the mass scale. It is also difficult on the individual and personal scale for reasons that we're going to talk about tonight. Tonight, we're going to have a conversation about how to stay on the revolutionary road. So here we go. How to stay on the revolutionary road. How are humans different from animals? What is it that separates human beings from animals? Well, according to Frederick Engels, all planned action of animals has never succeeded in impressing the stamp of their will upon the earth. That was left for man. In short, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his end and masters it. And this is the final distinction between man and other animals. And once again, it is labor that brings about this distinction. Human beings force our will onto the world around us. We are creative. We are innovators. We take the world around us and we force it to serve us. And we don't simply interact with it like animals interact with their ecosystem. We force the world around to change. We improve the world around us. We are creative. We are a creative species. That's what defines us. And that is why we are innovationists. We celebrate this beautiful aspect of the human species. And that we understand that the whole history of human civilization is human beings reinventing how it is they force the environment to serve them, reinventing their relationship with nature, and doing so in a more efficient way to increase the population, to increase living standards, to make life more comfortable, to increase the life expectancy. And that first we were hunter-gatherers. Then from there, we moved toward domesticating animals, and we had slavery. Then from there, we had feudalism. And then from there, we had capitalism. And then capitalism moved into the stage of imperialism, globalism, or the monopolistic system that we live under now. And that ultimately, to overturn and defeat globalism, imperialism, we need to give birth to innovationism, a system where with a planned economy, with a government of action, we can unleash human growth to even higher levels. By getting rid of the irrationality of profits in command, we can allow human growth and creativity and innovation to soar to even greater heights and eventually build a world with wealth and abundance for all, in which poverty is eradicated, in which people can live a comfortable life and live and just do what they feel like doing, from each according to their own ability to each according to their needs. A society where there is so much abundance of wealth and there is so much technological advancement that people only really have to work because they feel like it. A society where there's really no inequality because there's enough for everybody. A society in which there's really no need for a government because there's no need for coercion. We want to unleash human creative power to reach a higher plane. And that ultimate higher plane is innovationism. And the ideology that understands this trajectory is called innovationism. And we at the Center for Political Innovation, we are innovationists. Now, the system that we currently live under is called imperialism, globalism. And there are three ways to understand this system. The first is when Henry Charles Carey, he wrote about the American system versus the English system. And he described the monopolistic practices of the British Empire that were holding back development and impoverishing people around the world in order to enrich the London Stock Exchange. And he argued that the American Revolution, the theories of Alexander Hamilton and others that favored economic development, were the opposite. And Henry Charles Carey wrote about the English system versus the American system. Later, Vladimir Lenin talked about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and talked about how bankers were becoming dominant over industrialists. He talked about how the export of capital was becoming primary and how there was an international financial oligarchy that was emerging, and it was keeping countries impoverished and holding back development around the world. They were carving up the world, carving out the world with what they call territorial partition. And that as a result of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, that Africa, Asia, and Latin America were being impoverished, and that war was breaking out as a way of redividing the world among the imperialists, etc. So Lenin had his concept of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Now, increasingly around the world, there's talk of geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about how geography and the nature of the land and our relationship with geographic formations affects our politics. And in Russia, Alexander Dugin, who is a geopolitical thinker, has talked about the history of Atlanticism, or civilizations of the sea, and Eurasianism, civilizations of the land, and how civilizations of the sea build up mighty militaries and navies, and they seek to control trade routes, and they build highly individualistic and highly militaristic societies. They hold back development, and they plunder, loot, and they concentrate it in one mighty city. The Roman Empire was a great example of this, and the British Empire and the modern Western imperialist financial system are Atlanticism, civilization of the sea. Whereas civilizations of the land, empires and societies that are formed on great land masses, develop in a different way. And the history of Chinese civilization, which is mostly on the land, is different because you have different regions that are connected, and the way they are held together is through developing together. And that's why China invented the world's first civil service examination. And that's why, China developed a language to connect the peoples of all the different regions, Mandarin. And you can talk about in Russia, the history of Russia. Watch the movie Ivan the Terrible, and you'll learn about a czar who unified all the peoples of the Russian Empire, and as a result was able to increase their living standards and raise the people up. And you can talk about this with the history of the Persian Empire, that there are many examples of civilization of the sea and civilization of the land, and that civilizations of the land tend to have a more collectivist way of being, and they tend to encourage development as a way of holding great regions and nationalities and tribes and religious groups together. They must find common economic interest in order to stay together, whereas Atlanticism is about might makes right and rule by sheer force. And that these two trends, Atlanticism and Eurasianism, civilization of the sea, civilization of the land, they very much exist throughout history. All three of those approaches, the American system versus the English system of Henry Charles Carey, Lenin's theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and the geopolitical approach of Alexander Dugin, Atlanticism and Eurasianism, all three of those approaches point to the same thing, which is that the global economy that we currently live under, which is centered around Wall Street and London, the Atlanticist, imperialist, English system, British Empire, global order, this rule of the world by big banks and monopolies based in Western countries is in a state of decay. And in revolt against it around the world, you have the Eurasian superpowers, Russia and China, that are rising up in alliance with Iran, in alliance with Venezuela and Cuba and Nicaragua and many other countries that have broken out of the domination of the Western system. And as the Atlanticist system is collapsing, I argued, and it was actually me, this is my concept that I put forward first in this book, We Are City Builders, which was the first textbook of the Center for Political Innovation. We Are City Builders. I put forward the notion of the Atlanticist pathology. And the Atlanticist pathology is mental illness as a mechanism of social control. And we're going to be talking about the Atlanticist pathology tonight, because in order to stay on the revolutionary road, you must combat the Atlanticist pathology in yourself and in others. And there is an individual, psychological, personal, spiritual journey that all of us have to embark on if we wish to stay on the revolutionary road. And that means actively combating the Atlanticist pathology, because we live in a society where mental illness is being cultivated as a mechanism of social control. And the mental illness that is being cultivated is the Atlanticist pathology. So let's talk about this. 1888. Something happened that had never happened before in history. Right? We've always had murderers in history, right? It's in the Bible, the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not murder. People get mad at other people and kill them, right? Husband finds out the wife is cheating on him, goes and kills her, goes and kills the man she's cheating with. Somebody feels that somebody else stole from them, so they go and kill them. Somebody wants to rob somebody, so they go kill them and rob from them. Murder happens. It's one of the unfortunate aspects of human civilization. Crime, murder. However, in 1888, there was a type of murder that had never been seen anywhere in the world, and it happened in Whitechapel, which is a district in London. And it was crimes that I believe they have finally identified the individual who did it, but there's still debate. But for a long time, these murders were widely unsolved. And they were the murders of Jack the Ripper. Now, Jack the Ripper was not his real name. We don't really know who he was. There's some people who say we do at this point. I think they have an individual picked out. They say it was definitely him, but there's still debate. And Jack the Ripper was the nickname that the press and the media and the police gave to this murderer in Whitechapel. Whitechapel was a district in London where there were a lot of prostitutes. And there was a wealthy man, he was quite wealthy, named Jack the Ripper. And he would go to Whitechapel and he would hire prostitutes. And instead of just having sex with them, he would cut them into pieces. He would violently murder them. Sorry to pick International Women's Day to talk about a horrendous crime against women, but here we go. Jack the Ripper was the world's first serial killer. And that kind of murder had never happened before in history. Have people murdered people before? Sure. Have people murdered women before? But Jack the Ripper was an individual who was sexually perverted to the point that the way he got himself off was killing women. And he would hire women as prostitutes, and he would mutilate their bodies, and he would cut them up, and apparently he was a surgeon, because he knew a lot about human anatomy. Based on what the police were able to deduce. I don't want to get into detail about this. It's a little R-rated. May not be the ideal stream to watch with your kids, but we'll get past this. The rest of this isn't as gross and violent. But Jack the Ripper, he was a serial killer who murdered women for sexual gratification. That had never happened before. And the whole world was like, what in the world? What in the world is going on in London? So the police of London immediately said that they wanted anyone who knew any information about Jack the Ripper to send them a letter. So the London Times, the Times of London, received thousands and thousands and thousands of letters from individuals claiming to be Jack the Ripper. Now, that was even weirder than the murder itself. It was weird enough. No one had ever committed horrendous crimes like this before. But then thousands of people sent letters to the Times of London saying that they were Jack the Ripper and describing how they had carried out the murders in lurid detail. And that showed that while there was, at this point, only one Jack the Ripper, there were thousands and thousands of people in Britain who were sexually turned on by what Jack the Ripper had done and fantasized about engaging in horrendous crimes against women this way. And that was certainly shocking. So Jack the Ripper, whoever he was, realized there were thousands and thousands of people stealing his thunder. So Jack the Ripper sent body parts from one of the women he murdered in the infamous From Hell letter. He signed the letter From Hell, Jack the Ripper, and he sent the body parts of women that were confirmed to actually be from the bodies that he killed. And so there was the infamous From Hell letter from actually Jack the Ripper. Now, Jack the Ripper was the first one in 1888, but pretty soon there were more. And starting in the 1880s and the 1890s, all over the world, we started to see serial killers. Now, there had never been serial killers before. But yet, for most of the 20th century, this was a very common occurrence. You have, Ted Bundy. You have Jeffrey Dahmer. You have these people who are turned on by murdering other people, usually women, and they commit these horrendous crimes. Now, in recent years, there's actually been a downturn in serial killers. We don't see it as much anymore. But what caused this kind of insanity, this kind of violent criminal insanity that had never existed before? Well, the British Empire at the time was very much cultivating the population to be good imperialists. And they were actively changing their culture to make people effective imperialists. And one of the things that they were doing was they were urging parents not to hug their children and not to give their children affection. The belief was that, especially for men, if you hugged little boys, if you gave little boys presents on their birthdays, if you were kind to little boys, they would be weaklings. And so it was necessary to be cold with your children. That was the belief at the time. Furthermore, there was the introduction of violence in everyday life. Children were trained, especially boys, were trained to be military and were trained to think about war and killing constantly. There were violent punishments that were enacted that became kind of, ritualized. In addition to that, there was a huge amount of sexual repression. Now, sexual repression is something that, traditional society generally does, but Victorian England was obsessive in the idea that if you masturbated, you would become crazy. They would cover up the feet of pianos with curtains because they thought the feet of pianos looked like human feet and people might be sexually turned on by the legs of pianos. The word leg, which is just a word for part of the human anatomy, was considered an obscene word because you might be turned on by the word leg. So you were never supposed to say leg. You were supposed to say limb, right? And there was just a huge effort to crack down on anything sexual in society. Just a huge, huge amount of sexual repression. So if you combine the lack of affection that you're giving children with the constant obsession with war and violence, with ritual punishment being enacted. On top of that, if you have a huge amount of sexual repression, you're going to get people like Jack the Ripper. And Victorian Atlanticist society produced a form of insanity that had never been seen before. And that was the rise of Jack the Ripper. And all through the 20th century, up into the 80s and 90s, serial killers were a thing. Serial killers are not a thing anymore. It happens occasionally, but it's very rare. Now we have mass shootings. Mass shootings have replaced serial killers as the new form of violent mental illness from Atlanticist society. And mass shootings had also never really happened before. There was an incident where a school was bombed in the 1920s. The school was dynamited and a number of children were killed. But largely, you did not have this phenomenon of young men going to their school or going to a public place and taking out a gun and killing as many people as they possibly can with their gun. That had never happened before. So now we live in the age of we don't have serial killers, but we have mass shooters. And mass shooters, when they first started happening, were something that had never been seen before. And it originated in Western civilization. Just like the British Empire gave us serial killers, the United States has given the world mass shooters. Well, all of this is rooted in Atlanticism. And let's just talk about that briefly, right? The Jack the Ripper serial killer types, these are men that to some degree or other are insecure in their masculinity. They feel that they have something to prove, and they feel that in order to prove their manhood or whatever, it is necessary to murder women. And to some degree or other, they are out of touch with their own sexuality. Their sexuality has become perverted in a way that they and the way that they feel sexual is to commit horrendous crimes against women. It's a really, really horrendous thing. Mass shooters, on the other hand, there's no evidence that mass shooters are sexualizing their crime, but mass shooters are also like serial killers. They are very, very much obsessed with violence, right? The catharsis or the thrill of violence, right? Serial killers are sexualizing it. Mass shooters, maybe they're not sexualizing it, but they're very obsessed with violence. They're obsessed with violence, and they also are very insecure. Serial killers are generally insecure about their own manhood. In many cases, serial killers have been shown to have erectile dysfunction, and they feel they need to prove their masculinity by murdering. And mass shooters are generally people that are insecure, men that are insecure in their masculinity, and they feel they need to prove their masculinity by engaging in mass shootings. Now, this kind of behavior, serial killers and now mass shooters, this is insanity, dangerous, violent insanity on a level that humanity has not really seen before, but it is tied in very much with the ideology that is espoused by the Atlanticist, globalist, imperialist system. So what does the Atlanticist, global imperialist system believe in? Well, the ideology of globalism, imperialism is called liberalism. And I'm not talking about liberals and conservatives, Democrats and Republicans. I'm talking about liberalism, the school of thought that came out of the struggle to overturn feudalism. The fight for individual rights, the ideology that celebrates the rights of the individual. This is called liberalism. And in our society in the West, everybody believes in liberalism. The so-called left emphasizes individual and personal liberalism, social liberalism, your right to be gay if you want to be gay, your right to use drugs if you want to use drugs, your right to not live according to a defined gender role, your right to be who you want to be without any obligation to society, etc. Whereas the right emphasizes economic liberalism. The government must stay out of the economy. You shouldn't have to pay any taxes. Corporations shouldn't have to abide by any regulations. You're on your own. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, every man for himself. Liberalism, individualism in opposition to collectivism, is the defining ideology of the so-called collective West. The NATO countries, the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, we believe in liberalism. We believe in individualism. Now, on top of that, the British Empire in particular started believing in Malthusianism and the concept of overpopulation. And just as much as we believe in obsessing with the individual and individual rights in the West, Malthusianism is also becoming part of the ruling ideology in the West. Children in school are starting to have climate anxiety because they're being told that, oh my gosh, we're all going to die from global warming unless we reduce consumption. We are constantly being told that there's too many people on the planet. There's too much CO2. We're using up too many resources. We're a cancer on the planet, etc. So in addition to the radical individualism and liberalism, we're being told that the problems of the world are due to overpopulation and that there are too many people in the world. Now, in addition to that, the economics of the West is this belief that, again, the government shouldn't be involved in the economy. And it's this belief that the market will naturally solve things. Adam Smith called it the invisible hand. The invisible hand, right? The idea that the market will just naturally lead to the right conclusion. And then that combines with what's called social Darwinism, which is an economic and political interpretation of Charles Darwin's theories of biology. Survival of the fittest. Now, many people have pointed out that Charles Darwin's idea of what is fittest is just, having children. But regardless, social Darwinists generally argued that America and Britain and France were the richest countries because we're just the best. We're just superior. We're the fittest. And the poor countries, they're poor because they're inferior. and it was the invisible hand, and it was social Darwinism, it was survival of the fittest. Rich people good, poor people bad. Poor people are just naturally inferior, so you shouldn't try to do anything to correct poverty. Rich people are just naturally superior. The invisible hand, survival of the fittest, might makes right, etc., etc. Right? And then that combines with Alfred Mahan and his concept of sea power. Right? Alfred Mahan was the military theorist who argued that the way to dominate the world was to have a mighty navy. The first book of geopolitics that was ever written. So we have a gigantic navy to dominate the world. From there, you get Friedrich Nietzsche and his notion of the blonde beast and the idea that there is no real truth and that the only way to be heroic is to engage in deconstruction. This is philosophical irrationalism. Nietzsche is celebrating that Europe is becoming less Christian as it becomes a colonial power, and it's becoming much more beast-like. The blonde beast, might makes right. We're just brutally colonizing the people of Africa and Asia. And then from there, you get Leo Strauss and Irving Kristol, the founders of neoconservatism, who believe that there are some people that are just naturally superior. They're called the philosopher kings, and that they must control the inferior ones, and so that they can rule. And if the inferior ones get together, that's dangerous. And that the philosopher kings, the superior ones that are smart enough to understand things, they need to rule. This is neoconservatism, neocon thought. So if you combine all of that, you get the ideology of the Western world. Individualism above all else, anti-collectivism, belief that there's just too many people in the world, we're breeding too much, belief that some people are just naturally superior to others, and the invisible hand and survival of the fittest leads to the rich just ruling over everybody else. Sea power and the belief you need to have a mighty military to dominate the whole world in order to have a strong society. The belief that morality, right and wrong, is for suckers, and that we should become more animalistic, and might makes right, become the blonde beast. Philosophical irrationalism, the belief of the philosopher kings. There are some people that are just superior to others. All of this is an ideology that basically says the majority of humanity are dangerous animals, and they must be kept asleep. Right? That if the majority of humanity starts asserting its will, starts getting politically active, that this is a threat, right? That they'll take away the sacred individualism, they'll create some kind of collectivism, they'll start breeding and overpopulating, they'll screw up the natural order and want the poor people who are not the fittest and are not, the invisible hand to start having justice. They'll destroy our mighty navy. They'll try to force a moral and ethical system on us and get rid of philosophical irrationalism. They won't let the philosopher kings just rule over us. The Atlanticist ideology, whether it's liberalism, Malthusianism, invisible hand, Adam Smith economics, social Darwinism, the sea power, philosophical irrationalism, neoconservatism, all of the Atlanticist ideology leads to the conclusion that human beings are dangerous animals and everything must be done to keep human beings asleep. They must be kept asleep because we are dangerous animals. This is an anti-human ideology. The Atlanticist worldview, the worldview of the imperialists and the globalists, is an anti-human worldview. So, how do they want us to exist? They want us living biologically. Now, what does living biologically mean? Well, plants and animals are technically alive in the biological sense. They are definitely alive. If you've got roses and they haven't died and they're bright red, that means that they are alive. If you have a puppy, your puppy, unless it's dead, it's alive, right? Mice, rats, squirrels, monkeys, tulips, plants and animals are alive. They are not dead. And, in biology, there is an understanding of who is alive and who is dead. Plants and animals are alive, but they are only alive in the biological sense. They are not alive in the human sense because, as I said at the beginning of the stream, other species only interact with their environment. But human beings press their will onto the environment and master the environment. And your tulips don't do that. And your roses don't do that. And your dog doesn't do that. And a squirrel doesn't do that. And a monkey doesn't do that. And a rat and a gnat and an insect doesn't do that. They are alive, but they are not creative. They are not innovating. They are not impressing their will onto nature. So they are alive, but they are not alive in the human sense. They are not alive as humans are. They are alive only as animals, only interacting with the surrounding ecosystem. They are not creative, and they do not impress their will onto nature. Rats, monkeys, tulips, weeds, dandelions, grass, you name it, plants and animals, they respond to stimulus. They avoid pain, they seek pleasure, and they have no willpower, and they have no creativity. Globalism, imperialism seeks to create a humanity that is living biologically. That is what they want for humanity. They want us to be plants and animals. They want us to go through life, and if they introduce pain, we run away from it. If they give us a reward, give us pleasure, we run toward it. Not having any willpower, not having any consciousness, never stopping and saying, why are we doing this? How are we doing this? Not having new ideas, not having new innovations, just living the same way that your dog lives, the same way that a rat lives, the same way that a weed in the garden lives. They want you to be alive biologically, but they want you to be asleep in the human sense. This is very, very important. They want you living only biologically, whereas those of us who are revolutionaries, what do we seek to do? We seek to awaken people. We want you to wake up. We don't want you to only live biologically. We want you to ask big questions. We want you to see the world around you and try to change it for the better. We want you to engage in building an organization with your fellow human beings. We want you to understand how the world around you exists and struggle to make it better. We want you to be an innovator. That's what we want. We want you to awaken. And they want you to be asleep. We want you to be alive in the human philosophical sense, and they want you to be only living biologically. And this is really important because I'm sure you all know people, you walk by them every day, people that are only living biologically. They're alive. They are absolutely alive. They are not dead. They have feelings. They have emotions. They've got wives and kids and husbands and houses and apartments, but they are only living biologically. They are going through life on autopilot. They are avoiding pain. They are seeking pleasure, and they don't ask big questions, and they don't engage in creative thought, and they don't seek to make the world around them better. They are going through life on autopilot, seeking pleasure, avoiding pain, like rats in a maze, right? And we all know people. Most of humanity has been subdued to the state of living biologically. And our job as revolutionaries is to wake people up. We are giving people pamphlets and books because we want them to wake up. We are out in the streets yelling about the danger of New World War because we want to wake people up. We are not brainwashing people. Humanity is already brainwashed, and we are trying to unbrainwash people. We are trying to awaken them from their slumber, and that is what we are doing. We are struggling to teach people to think, to use their minds and wrangle with the big questions around them, to think and to assert their humanity and to press their will onto the environment. We are struggling to prevent people from living biologically and get people to start living as humans are meant to live. However, the Atlanticist system works very, very, very hard to keep humanity in a state of living biologically because they view humanity in such a negative way. It fits their ideology. They view humans as very dangerous. And if we all wake up and if we all start asserting our will and if we all start demanding our rights, that screws up their natural order. Right? The Atlanticist, globalist, imperialist worldview says we need to be asleep. We need to be living biologically. Whereas our worldview says we need to be awake and that human creativity and human brilliance, this is what makes humanity great, and that we want to awaken humanity. Next. So that brings us to Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud, I'll just tell you straight up, I don't think Sigmund Freud was a good person. Sigmund Freud was very much a predator. Sigmund Freud was very much a charlatan. Sigmund Freud did believe that human beings are animals. However, Sigmund Freud was the first person to really examine, to spend his life examining how human beings think. And even though he wasn't a good dude, and even though his worldview, which is very much a materialist and biological determinist, human beings as animals worldview, even though he had all that, Sigmund Freud spent his entire life, he was a doctor, a medical doctor, and he spent his entire life interviewing people, asking them about their problems, taking notes. And after decades of doing this, he developed a system for understanding how people think. And so this is what Sigmund Freud taught us about how human beings think. And I think he's right about a lot. He's very, very much correct in how human beings think. He may interpret it differently, but he understands how your brain works. According to Sigmund Freud, your brain has three parts: the id, the ego, and the superego. Your id is your bodily desires. If you're hungry, if part of you is hungry and wants to eat, that's your id. If you are horny and you want to have sex, that's your id. If you have to go take a shit, that's your id. If you're tired after a long day's work, that's your id, right? Your id is your bodily, biological desires to eat, to sleep, to shit, to have sex, whatever, right? You know, your id is your purely animal function. In addition to your id, you have your ego, and your ego is your conscious mind. And that's your thoughts, right? You know, if you're thinking, hey, you know, I think I might do this. Hey, I think I might do that. The thoughts that you have that are your conscious thoughts where you think, you know, I think blank. I liked this movie. I didn't like this book. I want to go fishing. I want to go to college. I want to be a biologist. I am interested in Pokemon. Those thoughts in your mind, that's called your ego. Now, in addition to your ego, you have your superego. And your superego is your conscience. It is the voice of someone you look up to. It is the voice of your parents. It is the voice of your teacher. It is the voice of somebody who you view as superior to you, someone who you want to impress, someone you want to be proud of you. That's your superego. It's not you. It's somebody that is judging you, right? And your superego is the part of your brain that is pressuring you to do what is right, what you believe is right. It's your conscience, right? It's that voice in your head that says, don't steal the cookie. Don't steal the cookie. Don't cheat on that test. Oh my gosh, you could have worked out so many times this week, Caleb. You could have gone to the gym and exercised, but you didn't. You're letting us all down. Your superego is the conscience, the judging part of your mind, right? It's not your regular thoughts. It's that conscience, that parental voice, that superior voice in your head. And these are the three parts of your brain. When you are thinking, you have an id that is thinking, you have an ego that is thinking, and you have a superego that is thinking. Now, in addition to your conscious mind, you have what is called your subconscious mind. And those are all the things that you are feeling and thinking and remembering that you're not aware of. At this very moment, you are remembering something, but you're not aware of it. At this very moment, you have a desire that you don't know you have. At this very moment, you're angry about something that you don't know you're angry about. In addition to the thoughts that actually enter your mind, right? When you're hungry, you think, I'm hungry. You're conscious of your hunger. When you are bored, you're consciously of the fact that you're bored. When you are, making a decision, you're conscious of that decision. But in addition to that, you have your subconscious mind. There are all kinds of feelings and desires and memories and drives that you have that you're not aware of because you just can't handle it, right? It's a memory that you've tucked back into your mind. You've repressed it. It's a feeling that you have that you don't really feel good about. You feel like you shouldn't want it, so you suppress it. It's an anger that you have at somebody that is just too dangerous to deal with. I mean, imagine, say you have a coworker and you really hate them. Well, if you're going to be able to be successful at your job, you can't be thinking all day about, I hate my coworker, I hate my coworker. So what you will do is you will repress that anger. You will just put that anger aside, and it's still there. You still hate your coworker, but all day long, you don't sit there at your cubicle going, I hate my coworker, I hate my coworker. No, you repress it, and it's still there in the back of your mind, but you've repressed it. It's in your subconscious. You're not consciously thinking, I hate my coworker, I hate my coworker. That's your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind is full of all kinds of things. You remember everything from the moment you were born, even before you were born. You have subconscious memory of everything that has ever happened to you. Even when you were in your mother's womb, you have subconscious data of that. There is memories of before you were born in your mind. Everything is there, but you don't draw it up. You can't draw it up all the time because it's in your subconscious. So in addition to your conscious memories and your conscious thoughts, you have a subconscious mind. That's very, very important. Now, Sigmund Freud goes on to point out that as a result of the traditional family, we all have subconscious impulses and drives that naturally occur. If you grow up in a traditional family with a mom and a dad and brothers and sisters, if you grow up in our society, which is, things are changing. There's a lot of single parents out there. There's all kinds of different things. But for the most part, everyone who grows up in our society, there are certain feelings that you will have over the course of your life. And they are natural, and they all serve a normal purpose. One is called libido, and that's excitement about aggression and sex. We human beings, we love to fight, even though many of us are very afraid of fighting, even though many of us do everything we can to avoid fighting. We're excited by violence. It's just a reality. That's why we go to movies that are full of violence. That's why we watch sporting events where the two teams fight each other. Human beings are aroused and excited by violence and aggression. That's just the reality, right? We enjoy a good fight. Sometimes we enjoy just watching it. Sometimes we enjoy participating in it. Violence, in addition to being something many of us are very afraid of and traumatized of, we are aroused by it. In addition to that, sex, right? It's one of the most basic natural desires is to have sex. People have sex. The drive to be aggressive and the excitement about aggression and the sex drive are called libido. And it's a good thing we have libido because if we didn't have libido, no one would reproduce. If we didn't have libido, people wouldn't go out and defend their family and communities. If we didn't have libido, you wouldn't be able to go and enjoy a good movie, right? A good movie involves conflict, right? Involves people fighting each other. And you wouldn't be able to enjoy that movie. You wouldn't be able to sit in that movie theater and eat the popcorn and enjoy, watching the Avengers fight, Thor fight, Mega Man or whatever his name is. You wouldn't enjoy it if you didn't have libido, right? So libido isn't bad. It's natural, right? If people didn't have sex, we'd have no children. If people didn't have aggression to some degree or other, life wouldn't be normal. There's nothing inherently wrong with libido, but it exists, and that sex drive and violence are connected. In addition to that, you have your Oedipal feelings. When you are a teenager, you want to kill your parents, right? When you're a teenager, you want to be independent. You want to show that you're not a child anymore. When you're a child, you're okay with being a child. But when you get to be a teenager, you really want to assert your independence. And generally, you tend to have resentment and anger at the parent of the same gender. If you're a young man, you don't like your dad. If you're a young woman, you don't like your mother. And that part of you wants to kill your mother or kill your father to show that you are independent, to assert that you are not a child, you are not their property. You want to kill your parents, and that's just natural. And it's good that teenagers feel that way because that's what inspires them to go out and start their own jobs and their own careers and move out and assert their independence, right? You can't be a child forever. And so the Oedipal feelings are you just naturally, your body, your mind is saying, I need to be out on my own. I need to assert my independence. I need to show that I'm not just the property of my parents, that I have my own ideas, my own person, etc. Right? And again, the Oedipal feelings are natural, right? However, in addition to your Oedipal feelings, you have what's called parental transference. A child would die without its parents, right? If a baby is born and somebody's not feeding that baby, it dies, right? And that every child deep down has the desire to be cared for. And they want their caregiver, their parent who's caring for them, to be all powerful and to love them with no conditions, completely unconditionally. And they want to be loved and cared for by an all powerful figure. And they want that, right? And that even as you become a teenager, even as you become an adult, all of us deep down have parental transference. We want to be loved by an all-powerful figure. We long to be taken care of, to be guided. And that is a drive that you also have. You have your libido, you have your Oedipal feelings, you have your parental transference. All of these impulses serve their own purpose, right? And they all have a need, right? If a child didn't long for their parents, they wouldn't seek out the parental protection and care that every child needs. If the Oedipal complex didn't exist, teenagers would never grow up into adults, right? If libido didn't exist, we wouldn't reproduce. These are all natural things, and they all serve a purpose. And it's good that we have all of these. However, they can get out of whack if something goes wrong, right? And that's where all of this develops, right? And that's what we're going to get into tonight. If your libido, your Oedipal feelings, your parental transference feelings, if they get out of whack, that's where things go wrong. And nobody is perfect. And generally, everyone is what Sigmund Freud called neurotic, right? That Sigmund Freud argued that there were two types of mental illness. There is neurosis and psychosis. Neurotic people are people that keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. You ever hear that? They say, oh, the definition of insanity is making the same mistake over and over and over again. Well, that's what neurosis is that you keep making a mistake in your life and you're not aware that you keep making this mistake. And the reason you make the mistake is probably because of the fact that there are subconscious feelings motivating your behavior. You don't know why you're doing what you're doing. And that to some degree or other, your libido, your Oedipal drive, your parental transference, whatever, for whatever reason, you keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. And it's because there are probably subconscious desires that you have that you're not aware of. And that's called neurosis. And everyone is neurotic to some degree or other. Nobody is perfect, right? We all have feelings that we're unaware of. We all have motivations and desires that are subconscious that we're not aware of. None of us have a perfect libido, a perfect Oedipal feeling, a perfect parental transference. None of us are totally in touch with everything. So everyone's neurotic to some degree or other. And neurosis is simply the inability to notice patterns because we're not aware of our subconscious desires. However, in addition to neurosis, which everyone is, some people are much more neurotic than others. Addiction is a really common form of neurosis, right? Addicted people want to stop using drugs, but they keep doing it, right? And they're making the mistake over and over and over again, right? They don't want to use drugs, but they are using them against their will because they're neurotic. There's a pattern. And usually addiction is rooted in trauma. They have trauma that they're unaware of, that they've suppressed, and they're trying to medicate or take care of themselves, right? Addiction is probably the most common form of neurosis, right? Is that the addict has a drive to keep using drugs or keep doing the addictive behavior because of desires, traumas, pains, motivations that they're not aware of, right? That's neurosis. Everyone's neurotic to some degree or other. And there's many different kinds of neurosis: depression, paranoia, compulsive behavior, addictive behavior. There's a million types of neurosis, and everyone is a little bit neurotic, right? And this is personality types, right? They talk about personality types. Basically, it's how you're neurotic, right? If you're a really controlling person, that's one type of neurosis, right? If you're a really creative and messy person, that's another type of neurosis, right? And then all the personality types is basically just measuring how neurotic you are, how your neurosis manifests itself, right? However, in addition to neurosis, there's what's called psychosis. And psychosis is very, very different than neurosis. Psychotic people are people that are in so much pain that they lose touch with reality. They start seeing things that are not there. and their ability to process information is gone. They are hearing things that are not there. They're seeing things that are not there. They believe things that are not true. They hear sounds. I mean, they're out of touch with reality, and that basically they're so stressed out by whatever has them upset, whatever conscious or subconscious impulse they have, that they check out of reality. Suddenly they start hearing things and seeing things, and generally psychosis is generally manifest in the form of what's called schizophrenia. And schizophrenic people, they don't make eye contact when you see them, and they don't interact with the environment around them at all, because they're in their own psychotic world. They have kind of withdrawn from reality. They don't hear things the way normal people do. Great example of psychosis is, I interview people on the street for my job. I go out and I do what's called vox pops, where I interview random people on the street. I try my hardest to never interview homeless people, because homeless people tend to be psychotic and they can't answer your questions. And many times I've asked a homeless person, what do you think of Donald Trump and his policies? And then I point the microphone at them and they say, in China, the trains have a lot of urine on the floor, and that's why we need motorcycles to go really fast. And I say, I'm sorry, but what do you think of Donald Trump and his policies? And then they get upset and they say, I told you, in China, the trains go really fast and there's urine on the floor, and that's why we need motorcycles. And you're just like, okay, they're not communicating with you. When I asked them about what do you think of Donald Trump and his policies, they didn't hear that. They heard something else. And then they said to me, the trains go really fast in China and there's urine on the floor and motorcycles go really fast. And to them, that makes perfect sense. They're not processing information correctly. They are psychotic, right? And people that are schizophrenic, psychotic, they can't communicate with you, right? They're in their own universe where words don't mean the same thing, where they're withdrawn. They've kind of in response to an extreme amount of stress and pain, they've completely retreated into their own world, and they can't talk to you. And it's sad. It's sad. That's what psychosis is. So this is Sigmund Freud's understanding of how the human mind works. And so here we go. So what is leftism? What is leftism? Leftism is a political movement that started at the time of the French Revolution. During the French Revolution, those who were, they overthrew the king, and those who were loyal to the king sat on the right, and those who were loyal to the Jacobins and the Girondists and the revolutionaries, they sat on the left. And leftism was the ideology of revolution, of social progress, etc. And it really had no real meaning other than if you were for the old world, you sat on the right. If you were excited about the new world, the birth of the modern world, you sat on the left. But what was the French Revolution? The French Revolution was very much an explosion of libido, right? It was that in feudalism, sex is very carefully controlled. Who you can have sex with is very heavily controlled. If you have sex outside of marriage, you can be burned at the stake. You can be killed, right? And that sex is very controlled. And if people are in charge of you, they can abuse you and mistreat you, and you just have to take it, right? If you're a peasant, you cannot look a landlord or a noble in the face. And if he verbally abuses you or kicks you around, you just have to take it. You're not allowed to have any anger or display any aggression if you are a peasant or most of society, and you can only have sex under certain circumstances. Everyone's sexual desires and everyone's aggression and anger is heavily packed in. And if you have sex in a way they say you can't, they kill you. And if you talk back to the landlord or, disrespect the king, they kill you. And it's this very, very heavily controlled way of existing. Well, as capitalism was coming along, as the emergent mercantile classes came along, and they wanted to overthrow feudalism. So what did they do? They said, let it out. Let out your anger. Let out your sexual desires. And the French Revolution was an explosion of sexual freedom and vengeance. Now, the peasantry of France, they were humiliated in many different ways. They were degraded. In fact, one thing that existed in France was called prima nocta. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but Frederick Engels mentions this in Socialism, Utopian, and Scientific. One of the ways that the nobility in France would humiliate the peasants was that if you were a peasant, right, you had a landlord or a noble who lived over you. And before you got to have sex with your wife, the noble before any peasant man, when he got married on his wedding night, before he got to have sex with his wife, the local noble did to humiliate him, right? And that was a thing that happened. Imagine how degrading, right? Sex is already so controlled. You're not allowed to have sex until you get married. Well, finally, you as a peasant man are able to have sex, and then before you get to have sex, the noble rapes your wife. That's how degraded the peasants were. And they were constantly humiliated. They couldn't look a landowner in the face. They couldn't express their sexual desires. They could not speak up. If they felt mistreated, they couldn't say so, right? And so the French Revolution comes along and says, let your anger out, let your rage out, right? And let your sexual desires out. So much so that people forget that one of the main agitators of the French Revolution was a guy named the Marquis de Sade. Marquis de Sade was a noble in France who was a sexual predator, and he would abuse women, sexually assault women, torture people. He was a pretty awful dude who wrote pornographic stories about how, and usually the pornographic stories consisted of some woman going through France getting raped and abused by people that are supposed to be good people, like priests and mayors and upstanding citizens, all while they lecture her about how there's no such thing as right and wrong. And that Marquis de Sade was an atheist, and Marquis de Sade was an advocate of sexual passion, and he was also a sexual predator. And at the time of the French Revolution, Marquis de Sade and his pornography was everywhere, and he was considered one of the main thinkers of the French Revolution. And the Marquis de Sade even suggested that to keep the French Revolution going, they should have theaters where there'd be women on display with their naked bodies, so that would inspire people to go out. The French Revolution was taking a very conservative society and unleashing everyone's sexual passion. And the symbol of the French Revolution was the red cap, right? The peasants wore red caps, and eventually the red flag, which became a symbol of the left, the red flag became the symbol of the French Revolution. And red is what? It's the color of blood. It is the color of anger, and it is the color of sexual passion. And so red and leftism became very much a movement about unleashing people's sexual passion, unleashing people's anger, etc. Now, what happened in the French Revolution? They killed the king, and the king is the father of the nation. So you could say it was also Oedipal, right? That he's the father of the country, and they killed him. Interesting story, the March to Versailles. The French Revolution, during the French Revolution, one of the big events was called the March to Versailles. The King of France lived in Versailles, which is a very big palace. And the peasants of Paris, the very poor people of Paris, the peasants from all over the country piled into Paris because there were crop failures. There wasn't enough food, and they were all piled into Paris, and they were hungry. And so the revolutionaries, the Jacobins or whatever, they assembled a mob of people, and they all marched from Paris to Versailles. Now, the peasants, they all loved the king because the king was known to protect them from the nobles. The king was the big boss at the top who was always saying that the nobles should treat the peasants better. And the king, that was his job, as he was the guy who could tell the nobles what to do. So generally, the peasants loved the king. They didn't quite like their local noble because he was the guy oppressing them. But they liked the king, and the king would go out and he would tell the nobles, be nice to your peasants. And the king was seen as this kind father of the nation who would protect the peasants occasionally from the nobles. That was the role of the king. So when the March to Versailles began, all the peasants thought they were going out there to get the king to give them food. And they thought the king was a great guy. He was the father of the country. They were going to go to Versailles, and he was going to see all the crowds of hungry people, and he'd be so moved he would give them food. So they were going out there with a sense of parental transference, right? They marched from Paris to Versailles with the feeling that we're going to get out there and the king, who is our father, who's the leader of the country, is going to give us food. Well, what happened, right? They marched to Versailles, and in the process of marching to Versailles, their parental transference transformed into Oedipal feelings. And eventually, when they got to Versailles, they did not beg the king to give them food. They arrested the king, and eventually the king got his head cut off. They beheaded the king. So their parental transference was transformed into an Oedipal feeling, and the king was executed. And the French Revolution was followed by the Reign of Terror, where they just executed nobles in mass. They just started exterminating the nobles. Anyone who'd been from the nobility class got their head cut off, But the French Revolution did not create an egalitarian society. It created capitalism, and there were factory owners and factory workers, and there were hungry people. And even though they'd promised liberté, égalité, fraternité, they did not create an egalitarian society. They created the French Republic. They created the government of Napoleon. They created the French Empire. They created a society which was full of injustice, which was, even though there were no kings and even though the rights of man had been declared, there was still injustice. So there were a number of people in Europe who were inspired by the French Revolution, and they called themselves the left, and they wanted another revolution to make things more fair and free. And all across Europe in 1848, they had what was called the Spring of Nations. In almost every European country, there was a revolt. And there was a revolt in England. There was a revolt in France. There was the German Revolution of 1848. There were multiple uprisings in Italy. There were over 200 revolutions or uprisings in 1848. They called it the Spring of Nations. Communism as a political movement originated in 1848. In 1848, there was a guy living in Germany named Karl Marx, and he was part of the 1848 German Revolution. And his group was called the Communist League. And the Communist League was a group of people in Germany that were part of the 1848 Revolution. And in 1848, the people that were rising up all across Europe that wanted to keep the spirit of the French Revolution alive, that wanted to actually create liberté, égalité, fraternité, the French Revolution hadn't created. They were kind of keeping the passion of the French Revolution going. They were called the Red Republicans. Red Republicans, meaning that they waved the red flag and they were fighting against monarchy and against feudalism. They were fighting for a republic. Interesting fact, the Republican Party of the United States got its name from the Republicans, the Republican uprisings of 1848. And a few years after the Spring of Nations in 1848, in the 1850s, they formed a new political party in America that was against slavery and was for freedom and justice for all. It was called the Republican Party, and it had small farmers in it, and it had labor unionists. And Karl Marx was a big supporter of the Republican Party. He even wrote for the New York Tribune, which was the Republican Party newspaper of New York City. And the Republican Party was part of the left. It was part of the revolutionary movement that wanted to carry out and make the ideals of the French Revolution real. It wanted to kill the kings. It wanted to create liberty and justice for all, liberty, égalité, fraternity. Leftism is largely based on libidinal and Oedipal feelings. And that's not bad, right? Look, if you want to overthrow feudalism, sucks. Feudalism absolutely sucks. Peasants have no rights. You can't think for yourself. You can't, have your own religion. If you speak up against the Pope, if you think a thought about religion that goes against what the Pope says, they burn you at the stake. Peasants have no rights. The king rules with absolute authority. They don't have a very high level of technological development. Feudalism sucks. So ripping apart feudalism was a good thing. And in order to rip it apart, you had to really tap into people's teenage desire to kill their parents, right? Kill the king. He's the father of the nation and he sucks. We're going to cut his head off. And you have to let people unleash their rage, right? I'm a peasant. I've been oppressed. I've been exploited. I'm going to let my anger out and I'm going to kill the nobles, right? And you have to let people unleash their sexual desires. I've been holding it in and I want to have sex. And so it makes sense that in order to topple feudalism, you would have to unleash libidinal and Oedipal feelings on a massive scale. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Now, in response to the left in France, you had what were called monarchists. And monarchists were people who wanted to bring the monarchy back. And in France, the monarchists, they were called the Party of Order because they saw the left as being a movement of disorder and chaos and revenge. And the conservatives, they were the Party of Order, and they wanted to bring back the king who was the father. So parental transference became associated with the right, because they want a king, they want stability and order, they want a kind, caring parent there who will provide them, will love the nation and provide them with safety and security. They're all powerful and all of that. And the left, they want to unleash libido, they want to unleash their Oedipal impulses. Well, the right is appealing to parental transference. And the right also tends to be associated with nationalism. What do people generally call the country? Russia is Mother Russia. It's the motherland. And what is Germany? Germany is the fatherland, right? And the nation is, it's our country is like a parental figure. Nationalism plays into parental transference, right? Uncle Sam, the image of America, is a fatherly figure. He's an old guy with a red, white, and blue hat and a beard. He's a fatherly figure. And the Statue of Liberty, right? That's Columbia, right? Early in American history, the icon of America, you had Uncle Sam, who was like a fatherly figure, but you also had Columbia, the gem of the ocean, right? And it was this goddess-like motherly figure, right? And what is the Statue of Liberty? She's a woman, a caring woman, and she says, "Give me, you're tired, you're poor. Come, I will take care of you." She's the mother, right? That's what the Statue of Liberty is. She's your mother, right? And that nationalism and patriotism are associated with parental transference, as is the Party of Order, as is conservatism. So conservatism is pushing parental transference. The left is pushing Oedipal feelings and libidinal feelings. This is all very, very important, right? And this is how politics develops, right? So that then brings us to the Russian Revolution, right? The first communist revolution to ever be successful is you have the Russian Revolution. And the Russian Revolution is the Tsar is overthrown by the provisional government. The provisional government is then overthrown by the Bolsheviks. And the Tsar is brought down, and the Bolshevik party comes to power in Russia. And the Bolsheviks are technically a leftist movement, right? They're social democrats, Marxists. They study the French Revolution. They're part of the revolutionary movement, the left, that is spread across Europe. But even before the Russian Revolution, everybody notices that there's something about the Bolsheviks that just doesn't seem normal for leftists. They're a little bit out of touch with leftists. For example, the Bolsheviks build a party of new type, only for people who give the whole of their lives. Now, generally, revolutionary organizations in Europe are debating societies, where as long as you agree with 3 or 4 main principles, you can sign up and join. And there's fierce internal debate, and it's constant debate and all of that. They're debating societies, and they're very loose. Everyone can think whatever they want, etc. Well, Lenin says, no, we're going to be a party of new type for those who give the whole of their lives. And the Bolshevik party is very much modeled on the secret societies that exist in Russian history. The Old Believers, the Decembrists, and in Russia, there's a whole history of secret societies existing, of people that want to change Russia, taking oaths and forming very disciplined secret societies. So that's not very leftist, right? Leftists want total freedom and individualism and all of that, but the Bolsheviks are saying, no, we're going to have a very disciplined organization only for those who give the whole of their lives, etc. In addition to that, the Bolsheviks, they're very much considered to be a weird cult by European Marxism. People say that they're much like a monastic order of monks. People say they're a religious cult, and that's one way they're described, as a religious cult. And the European Marxists hate them, and they hate the European Marxists. And when World War I breaks out, Lenin is so angry that he declares that they shouldn't even call themselves social democrats anymore. They should use the word communist to describe themselves, so that nobody thinks that they're the same. Lenin absolutely hates the Second International, the Social Democrats who sold out and supported World War I. And he says, we're doing something completely new. We have this theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. We support nationalism, right? Whereas leftists were against nationalism. They said, workers of the world unite. Lenin says, well, no, we support nationalism. Lenin even writes an essay about why they support great Russian patriotism. And then he says, we're going to call ourselves the communists so that no one thinks that we're like those social democrats in Europe. So Lenin is a completely different thing than European social democracy. There's already a break. It's already much more Eastern with their party of new type, with their theory of imperialism. So then after the Russian Revolution, Lenin dies, and there's a fight between Stalin and Trotsky. Trotsky was born in Ukraine, but he spent most of his life in exile. He's lived in France and Germany and in New York City and in Vienna. And Trotsky is very much in love with European Marxism, and he hates Russia. He's very much a self-hating Russian. He was a victim of anti-Semitism at the hands of the Russian population. He was Jewish, and they didn't like Jews in Russia at this time. And so he really thinks the Russian people, and particularly the Russian peasantry, are a bunch of backward, ignorant, racist people. He doesn't like them. And he says that the only mission of the Soviet government is to spread revolution to the West. Permanent revolution. That's his theory. The theory of permanent revolution. Stalin, on the other hand, Stalin is the opposite of Trotsky. Stalin spent barely any time outside of Russia. He's from Georgia, which is part of the Russian Empire, and he spent his whole life in Azerbaijan and in Russia, and he's an organizer from Russia. He's from a small town in Georgia, right? And he went to seminary school, and his background is in Christian religion, and he's a totally different guy. So Stalin, the guy from a small town in Georgia, and Trotsky, the rich kid from Ukraine who spent most of his life living in Berlin and New York City and Vienna and Paris, they fight it out. And the majority of the Soviet people side with Stalin. And Stalin says we should build socialism in one country. We should work to organize the economy of the Soviet Union to raise our people up and build a strong economy, raise people up out of poverty, and build a strong country here. And we shouldn't be focusing on spreading communism all over the world. So permanent revolution, spread communism to Western Europe is rejected. Socialism in one country is adopted. Now, what happens when Stalin takes power in Russia? Well, this is in Moscow, and I've been here. I've seen it. This is Lenin, the founder of the Russian Revolution. And still to this day, you can go to this pyramid, this beautiful pyramid, and you can see Lenin's body. Right? Lenin's body is there on display. It was preserved. You can't touch it, but it's behind glass, and they have this mausoleum, it's called. It's this pyramid, and inside the pyramid is Lenin's body. Now, the pyramid looks very, very much like some kind of religious building, right? It looks almost like a church or a temple. On top of that, the Russian Orthodox Church at the time, one of their beliefs was that if you were a saint, your body did not decompose. All right? That if you were a saint, your body would not decompose. That was a way to prove that somebody was a saint when they died. So Stalin, after Lenin dies, he builds this temple to Lenin, and he preserves Lenin's body so that it doesn't decompose. And he engages in what is a very religious and traditional activity, right? He basically turns Lenin into a saint. But it gets more interesting. In Russia, the Russian Orthodox Church has what's called icons. Saints are people in the Russian Orthodox Church who died. And Russian Orthodox people pray to saints, great people, great people from the Bible, great people from Russian history. When they die, they are saints, and you pray to saints. And you have what are called icons, which are images of the saint, and you pray to those images. You talk to the saint, you pray to the saint. right? Well, this is the poster they make of Lenin after he dies. It's a lot like an icon, right? Lenin is an icon, and they put Lenin everywhere, and he's practically got a halo around his head, right? So in a lot of ways, Stalin is reviving the Russian Orthodox religious traditions. Remember, Stalin went to seminary school. So he builds a church, a mausoleum with Lenin's body in it, and shows that Lenin's body is on display. He then puts icons of Lenin up all over the Soviet Union. And it's very much, these are Russian Orthodox and Christian traditions adjusted to serve the Soviet state ideology, which Stalin calls Marxism-Leninism. Very interesting. So Joseph Stalin is the leader of the Soviet Union. And his nickname is Country Joe. And I don't know if you've ever heard, but there was a rock band in the 1960s called Country Joe and the Fish. And that was for Stalin and Mao. Mao said the revolutionaries are the fish and the masses are the water. So he was the fish. And Country Joe, that was Stalin. He was from a small town in the country in Gori in Georgia. He was Country Joe and the Fish. And Stalin studied in seminary school. He was learning to be a priest, and he learned to read and write, and he got his education from being in seminary school. Stalin then went on to be the linchpin between the two layers in the Bolshevik Party. The Bolsheviks had two types of members. They had rich, wealthy intellectuals who were really well-read intellectuals and writers who wrote books and were really into promoting communism. And then you had labor unions, people who organized labor unions went on strike for better wages. And that was almost the two ranks. You had labor organizers and you had wealthy intellectuals. Stalin was both. He could read and write, so he could read, and he was very familiar with the complicated ideas of the wealthy intellectuals. But he was also from a small town, and he worked in many factories, and he was an organizer. So Stalin was the linchpin between the rank and file of the Bolshevik Party, the labor union organizers, and the wealthy intellectuals like Lenin and Bukharin and Zinoviev and all of that. So at the time, the Bolshevik Party, they had a theoretical magazine called Iskra, which means spark. But they also had a daily newspaper called Pravda, which means truth. And Pravda was edited by Stalin, and it was a daily newspaper, and the main thing that Pravda had in it was worker correspondence, was letters from people describing what they were going through, what they were feeling, letters from their factory about what the conditions were like. It was a place people would talk about their lives, worker correspondence, and Stalin would edit it. And, he would edit the worker correspondence, and he was the editor of this daily newspaper that everybody read called the Pravda, which was mainly just anonymous letters from people describing what the conditions in their factory was like, what their opinion of the news was. And it was just a newspaper, a daily newspaper that came out every day with people's opinions. And it was called The Truth, right? The mainstream media was considered to be fake news. But you could read The Truth by Stalin, which was letters that people wrote about how things really were and what the conditions were like. My boss at our factory is making us work extra hours. Yeah, well, this war that they're going to make us go fight against the Germans is bullshit. It was the truth, as told from the mouths of worker correspondents, everyday people. During World War II, Stalin brought back the Russian Orthodox Church, and now in Russia, many people believe Stalin was a Christian. Now, I am not convinced, right? But you will see, that is a picture from contemporary Russia of a young man there. He's got an icon of Stalin with a halo around his head. He believes Stalin was a Christian. There are many Russian nationalists who are opposed to communism and hate Lenin, who love Stalin, and they believe that he was a Christian, and they believe he was a great czar, and that Stalin was very much the father of the country, right? Stalin, as he's putting Lenin in the mausoleum, as he's putting icons of Lenin everywhere, Stalin is very much appealing not to people's libidinal and Oedipal desires, but rather to parental transference. He's the father of the country. He's making Lenin into a godlike, saint-like figure, right? Stalin is very much appealing to parental transference. Stalin is like the monarchists in France. He's conservative, and he brings the Russian Orthodox Church back, And he makes films glorifying Ivan the Terrible and Alexander Nevsky and the great czars. Stalin, in a way, is appealing to parental transference rather than libidinal feelings. Right? That's Stalin. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. So what happens? Well, after World War II, the Soviet Union greatly expands in huge numbers. Communism is rising all over the world. Eastern European countries join the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc. The Chinese Revolution happens. There's North Korea, and communism is rising. And so the U.S. intelligence agencies are trying to fight back against it. In 1949, the CIA published a book called The God That Failed. The God That Failed. That is the name of a CIA, I've got it somewhere, a CIA anti-communist book published in 1949. And it's written by ex-communists, people who were in the Communist Party, and it didn't go well for them. And so they write their complaint. It's Richard Wright, who's an African-American writer in the United States. There was a guy who was in the German Communist Party. There's a couple other people. And they published this book, The God That Failed. That's the name of the book. It's all about how communism says it's going to create heaven on earth. Communism and the Soviet Union, they say they're going to create a perfect society, but they failed. They're the God that failed. Now think about that language, the God that failed. The God that failed. Now, what does that sound like? The God that failed. Right? What's going on there? Denouncing God, denouncing the Heavenly Father, right? This is appealing to Oedipal impulses, right? Kill your parents, right? Your parents are phonies. Your parents are fraud. The God that failed. Very interesting. So then, after that, George Orwell is a British guy who was kind of a leftist, who fought with Trotskyites in Spain, had been involved in all kinds of labor union struggles. During World War II, he was hired by the British Ministry of Information to run war propaganda. And as World War II was ending, he published a book called Animal Farm. And then a few years later, he wrote a book called 1984. And those books are required reading now in American schools. Everybody reads Animal Farm, and everybody reads 1984. And 1984, I will say, is a little bit more clever. 1984 is kind of a science fiction novel about totalitarianism, but Animal Farm is just crap. Animal Farm is just utter crap. Both of them are anti-communist books. 1984 is a little bit more intense and fun, and it makes some interesting points about propaganda and stuff, so I'll give 1984 a little bit of credit. But Animal Farm is just complete crap. And Animal Farm is this novel about animals, barnyard animals who overthrow the farmer. They kill the farmer, and they start trying to create an egalitarian society in the barnyard. However, it doesn't work. And there's the pigs are the people who started the revolution. They're supposed to be the party. And then it is using barnyard animals as a satire for the Russian Revolution. And there are things in Animal Farm that are evil, that are just downright evil. For example, one character in Animal Farm is Boxer the horse, and he's supposed to be the big, strong workhorse on the farm. And Boxer the horse is portrayed as stupid. He's a stupid horse. And, the pig who is like the Stalin figure is called Napoleon. And Boxer the horse is just so big and stupid. He starts the slogan, Napoleon is always right. Napoleon is always right. That's the slogan. Dumb Boxer the horse does that. Well, Boxer the horse is supposed to represent the industrial working class of Russia. Right? He's supposed to represent the people who saved humanity from fascism. He's supposed to represent the people who mobilized to build their country up into an industrial superpower, the people who invented space travel. And the way George Orwell portrays Boxer the horse is so vulgar. It's this dumb, true-believing horse who says, Napoleon is always right. It is the most vile elitism that you could ever see. But then it gets worse. So Boxer the horse gets old, and he can't work anymore because he's old. So the pigs, the party, they send him to the glue factory, and he gets turned into glue. They kill him, and they turn him into glue. Now, the idea is supposed to be the evil communist leaders, they worked the Russian working class to death and then they killed them. That's not what happened. And in fact, in the Soviet Union, they took very good care of elderly people. They had a much earlier retirement age than Western countries did. They got paid vacation and a really nice pension. They didn't kill all the older people. The way older people were treated in the Soviet Union was actually pretty good. But that's not what it is. Apparently, the Russian working class were just stupid true believers. Napoleon's always right. And then the evil communist leaders sent them to the glue factory. And that just shows you how vile the propaganda is. It's hatred for the Russian people and the Russian working class, but also just lying. The life expectancy of the Russian people went up. The elderly people had amazing retirement and treatment. I mean, it just completely misrepresents the experience, right? But regardless, that's Animal Farm. And this is starting to show you that long before Stalin died, anti-communist propaganda was starting to refine itself, right? You had something called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was the CIA hiring leftists, communists, socialists, Trotskyites, and paying them to write leftist stuff that was against American imperialism, but also against the Soviet Union. And we'll see that. But anyway, long story short, 1956, Stalin died. Well, Stalin died in 1953, but 3 years later, they have the 20th Party Congress. And at the 20th Party Congress, Khrushchev gives the infamous secret speech. The secret speech. And the secret speech is the leader of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, gets up and gives a tirade against Stalin. And he says everything they said about Stalin was totally true. Stalin was a dictator. Stalin was a murderer. Stalin was a selfish, tyrant, authoritarian, awful person. Now, a lot of people dispute the secret speech, and some of the contents of the secret speech are ridiculous. For example, it claims that Stalin was so scared when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union that he started crying and hid under his desk in fear. Stalin was a bank robber at one point in his life. Did you know that? Stalin would literally walk into banks with a gun. The idea that Stalin, the man of steel, was so scared when the Nazis invaded that he just started crying, that didn't happen. That was just a lie. They were trying to denigrate Stalin but here's the thing. The secret speech was very much Oedipal. Stalin had been the father of the country. Stalin had been the guy who had led them through World War II. He brought back the Russian Orthodox Church. Stalin had this parental transference role. So Khrushchev got up in front of the whole Soviet Communist Party and he killed their father. He engaged in an Oedipal murder and he killed the father of the country. Right? That has psychological value. And in the secret speech, Khrushchev introduced the phrase cult of personality. And that's what he accused Stalin of, building a cult of personality. And the speech, the secret speech, the actual name of it is On the Cult of Personality and Its Consequences. And it's all about how you should not worship individuals. You should not look up to great leaders like Stalin because that's not scientific and that's not Marxist. And you should be on guard against this deviation called the cult of personality. Right? So he commits this Oedipal act. He murders the father of the country. And then he says, we've got to not have parental transference. We've got to have the cult of personality gotten rid of. We cannot have cult of personality. This is all very, very interesting. Now, a couple years later, right, 1956, so, about 8 years later, there's a TV show in the United States. It's called The Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone. And there's an episode of The Twilight Zone that is really, really memorable. And the reason that it's very memorable is it's called To Serve Man. To Serve Man. And the episode of The Twilight Zone, it's basically these aliens come to the planet Earth and they're really nice. And they're feeding people and they're giving us all these medical secrets. So the human life expectancy expands and they cure cancer and they cure all these diseases. And these aliens are just really, really kind. And they're helping human beings. And they they end all the wars, and they feed us, and they cure us of disease. And so the aliens, they're just so kind, and they're helping people. And they decide that, they want to start taking human beings back to their home planet. And whenever they ask the aliens why they're doing all these nice things for people, they point to this book that they have called To Serve Man. To Serve Man is the name of the book. It's called To Serve Man. It's called To Serve Man. And, and it's an interesting choice of words because the Chinese Communist Party, their slogan was serve the people, right? So, the aliens who come to the planet and are giving everyone health care and feeding everybody and get rid of world hunger and triple the human life expect. They're so nice. And they have a little book, a little book. They have a little red book. I'm just kidding, but there was no red book at the time. But, they have this little book they always point to about why they believe in helping people. And it's called To Serve Man. To Serve Man. So at the end of the episode, the human beings are just so excited to go and visit the home planet of the aliens. They're just so excited to do it. And how does the episode end? I'm sure there's many people in the chat who've seen it before, but I'll just put it on the screen so that we can all see. This is the last 41 seconds of To Serve Man, as the people are getting on the spaceship, excited to go visit the home planet of those really nice aliens who gave everyone free health care, etc. What happens?
Mr. Chambers! Mr. Chambers! Don't get on that ship! The rest of the book, To Serve Man, it's a cookbook!
No! 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 Ah! No!
It's a cookbook! Right? It's a cookbook. Now, that's obviously anti-communist propaganda because the Chinese Communist Party's slogan was serve the people, and the Soviet Union was going around the world giving people health care and education. And the idea is that if somebody is doing nice things, and if someone is offering you care and compassion and kindness, they're a fraud. They're fooling you. They're tricking you. It's a cookbook. It's a cookbook, right? Communism is the god that failed. Right? They sent Boxer the horse to the glue factory. Stalin was an evil man who was building a cult of personality. And, and what is it? What is it?
The rest of the book, To Serve Man, it's a cookbook. It's a cookbook.
So you shouldn't believe in compassion, and you shouldn't believe in kindness, and anyone who comes along trying to make your life better, anyone who's offering you parental transference, anyone who's trying to get you to believe in something, it's a cult of personality, right? It's a cult of personality. It's they're going to send you to the glue factory. It's the god that failed. It's a cookbook. Right? That's anti-communist propaganda. And this is much more effective anti-communist propaganda than has ever existed before. Prior, they just said communists are atheists. They just said communists, they don't believe in God or whatever. But this is sophisticated anti-communist propaganda. George Orwell in 1984, that stuff very much talks about nonconformity and the need to be an individual and not conform. And The God That Failed, it's written by very dedicated communists who left the movement. And The Secret Speech, that was the head of the Soviet Union, Khrushchev. He was the head of the country, and he's up there denouncing Stalin and talking about cult of personality. All of this is appealing to leftist feelings, libidinal feelings, Oedipal feelings. Right? Your desire to go out and be independent, right? Your desire to kill your parents, your desire to unleash your rage and your sexual desires. And it's appealing to the kind of sentiments that communists appeal to and the left traditionally appeals to. And it's psyching you up against parental transference. This is all very, very interesting. So the new left, comes along in the 1960s, and the new left is fake. It's not communist, and it's from the American power structure. The new left is created by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And the new left is all about, about think for yourself. And, the Congress for Cultural Freedom is all these CIA funded intellectuals and magazines, Partisan Review, the Frankfurt School. You've also got Project MK Ultra. And Project MK Ultra is drugs. They're distributing drugs all over the country. They distributed drugs on college campuses. There were rock concerts where there would be military airplanes that would just airdrop drugs, acid down out of planes for people to take. They would give free drugs away at these concerts. And it's the hippie counterculture. They equate the USSR with Nazi Germany. And that's a really big part of New Left propaganda. That Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union are both examples of excessive democracy. That if there's the people, if average people get out of control, if the masses of people get out of control, they'll form a mob that will threaten the freedom of intellectuals, right? And that Nazi Germany and the USSR are both totalitarian, and it's an example of the mob. It's an example of mob mentality of average people getting out of control. A big part of the new left is the generation gap. The idea that young people are superior to old people, right? And youth culture, right? The new left, the hippies used to say, don't trust anyone over 30. And it's about our generation is going to save the world. The young people, the youth fight against the old people. Rock and roll music that is very sexual and libidinal is very much emotional music about, letting your anger and your emotion and your sex drive out. Rock music is everywhere. There's also eco-Malthusianism and the idea that we need to go back to nature. Civilization is bad. We need to go back to nature. The idea that working class Americans, average working class Americans, are pigs. They're the enemy because they benefit from imperialism, because they support the government, they support the military. And then there's this weird white savior complex. The hippies all think they're the good white people that are going to align with the black people against the evil American majority, right? The American majority are a bunch of hard hat pigs, racist, but we're going to team up with an army of black people. We're going to have a race war and we're going to destroy them, right? The Weather Underground, Charles Manson, the new left is very, very much, it is all these libidinal drives, the anger of young people at their parents, the anger of the desire to unleash your sexual impulses, the idea to unleash your anger, and it's contempt for the working class, contempt for the bulk of society, celebration of individualism. The new left is this libidinal, Oedipal stuff on steroids, and the new left is a war against parental transference. In fact, Jerry Rubin, who is one of the main thinkers of the new left, is the Youth International Party, the Yippies. He would begin his speeches at college campuses. I kid you not. He would get up in front of the microphone and he would shout, "Kill your parents! Kill your parents!" Right? And I mean, it was very blatant what they were doing. It was very much unleashing people's Oedipal impulses, unleashing people's libidinal impulses, and psyching them up against parental transference. So now we live in a society where basically, as a mechanism of social control, they have amped up all of our libidinal and Oedipal desires. And the lockdowns were very useful for doing so, because during the lockdowns, we couldn't get together with other people. We were isolated from each other, right? And so it was very, very hard to have a collective sense. We were all at home and isolated. And while we were at home and isolated, what were we doing during the pandemic? We were looking at social media. Social media became the medium through which we all connected with each other. And so the algorithms that are very carefully controlled got to dictate how we interact with each other. They became the middleman to define our social interactions. And the big tech monopolies, through their control of the algorithms, decided what went viral and what didn't. And they got to regulate how we interacted with each other. And so now the Oedipal desire to destroy and rebel is amped up. Meanwhile, due to our economy and the lack of good paying jobs, the gig economy, the service sector economy, many adults are stuck living as permanent teenagers. They don't have the dignity of adulthood, of going out and having their own home and paying their own bills and having children of their own and getting married. They're stuck living with their parents as semi-permanent teens, right? And so obviously, if you're still living with your parents as an adult, you're going to have Oedipal feelings, right? Meanwhile, television and media has amped up our libidinal desires. TV and media is all about sex and it's all about violence. Lots of violent movies, lots of pornography. You can get pornography on your phone. Every ad has naked bodies on it. You know, they are pumping you with sex and violence and libido all the time. Meanwhile, many young people are stuck living with their parents. They're telling you to never trust any leader, never trust any movement, because if you do, you're in a cult, you're brainwashed, you got to be on guard against parental transference. So we live in a society where basically we are being pumped full of libidinal sex and violence all the time. And we're also having our suspicion and fear of authority and our resentment toward our parents and our resentment toward anyone who would tell us what's right and wrong amped up at all times. We are taught to have very short attention spans, not to learn political concepts, but to just have our emotions appealed to, right? So is it any surprise that we're having a widespread mental health crisis? Of course not. Anybody in this circumstance, if you're having your natural attraction to sex and violence amped up constantly, if you're constantly being told to rebel and to be suspicious of any institution that would tell you right and wrong exists and anything that seems like a parental figure, you're going to lose your mind, right? That they have tapped into our Oedipal and our libidinal impulses, and they have amped them up to a level that is causing society-wide insanity. And that's why the suicide rate is massive. That's why the drug addiction rate is massive. That's why many people are isolated and atomized. They talked about there was a trend in Japan of these young guys who never went outside, right? They never went outside, and they didn't know how to have real connections with other people. And that we have really developed a society where people are atomized, isolated individuals who are being constantly manipulated by social media, who are constantly having their Oedipal and libidinal desires amped up, who have short attention spans. This is like a perfect recipe for a suicide epidemic, for a mental health epidemic, for a drug epidemic. I mean, we have been mind fucked. Okay. So if you have a mental health issue, you should not feel ashamed. Okay. And I will just say that, right? If you have a mental health issue, you shouldn't feel ashamed, because how could you not go insane in a society like this? Anyone who is subject to this level of social atomization, to this level of pornographication, etc., is going to go crazy. And I mean, it makes sense that our young people are going crazy, because everything is being done to psychologically manipulate them to lose their minds. And mental illness is being used as a form of social control. And this is what I talked about, the Atlanticist pathology. So anyway, that leads me to demagogy. All right. What is demagogy? Demagogy is political. This is the definition, the dictionary.com definition. Demagogy is political activity or practices that seek support by appealing to the desires and prejudices of ordinary people rather than using rational argument. And basically, demagogy is where they don't teach you anything. They just appeal to your emotions. Right? And demagogy is not helpful because you don't learn anything. Demagogues just tap into how you already feel, prejudices that you already have, desires or feelings that you already have, and they just amp them up for their own gain. And the best example of demagogy that I've been able to come across recently is the definitions of capitalism. What is capitalism? Well, every example, every definition that you will get from people is not a definition. It is simply an appeal to their emotions. If you talk to people on the right, you ask conservatives, what is capitalism? They'll say, capitalism is when I own my own business and I get to do things without the government taxing me. That's not what capitalism is. right? You ask leftists what capitalism is. Capitalism is when rich people have all the money and poor people get screwed. That's not what capitalism is, right? What is capitalism? Capitalism is when the government works for private corporations. That is not what capitalism is. Capitalism is when I get to have a lot of money and go shopping at the store. That is not what capitalism is. Whether you're on the left who think capitalism is good, or whether you're on the right that thinks capitalism is good and thinks capitalism is everything they like having money, like having their own business, like having financial independence, like, not paying taxes. Whether you're on the left and thinks capitalism is bad, it's inequality, it's injustice, it's greed. None of those are a definition of capitalism, because the people telling them what capitalism is are demagogues. They're not teaching them anything. They're just appealing to their emotions. And if you want to like capitalism, capitalism is everything you like. If you want to hate capitalism, it's everything you don't like. But no one's actually teaching what capitalism is. What is capitalism? Capitalism is when the means of production function according to profit. Capitalism is the anarchy of production. It is the chaos of the market. It is profits in command. That's what capitalism is. Capitalism is a system where the banks and the factories and the industries are privately owned and operated to maximize profits for those who own them. That's an actual definition, and I'm teaching you something. Capitalism is not feudalism. Capitalism is not socialism. Capitalism is not hunter-gatherer civilization. Capitalism is a system where the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. I'm teaching you something. I'm awakening you. I'm teaching you. I'm helping you to learn to think. Right? Whereas everyone else who says capitalism is not paying taxes, capitalism is having money, capitalism is income inequality, capitalism is greed, everyone else is just demagoguing to you. Whereas I'm actually teaching you what capitalism is. I'm teaching you to think. I'm helping you to understand the nature of reality, and everyone else is just appealing to your emotions. And that is the difference between demagogy and real politics. We engage in real politics at the Center for Political Innovation. Now, Wallace Wattles, who was a socialist, who was a friend of Eugene Debs, he said this, and I'm going to read this as a long quote, but it's very, very important about what it means to be a revolutionary activist. He said, "The more you talk and think about your hard times, the more you will be inclined to seek some mental narcotic to dull the keen edge of your suffering, and the longer you will suffer. No surer way to keep the masses poor can be devised than to continually write and talk about their poverty. Talk about the good time coming. The good time is coming, and the rapidity of its coming is the exact proportion to the number of people who think about it and talk about it. Instead of going about showing horrible pictures of the conditions of those who live in tenements, go about showing beautiful pictures of the conditions of those who will live in the coming city. If you can inspire one person to go out and work for the coming city, you have done more good than you can by sending out 10 people with slaves and plasterers to relieve existing distress. Instead of crusading against child labor and bad factory conditions, tell the working people what splendid conditions they will have when they wake up and begin to operate the industries for themselves. The masses are not in bondage to anything but ignorance and intellectual laziness, and they can have what they will if they will begin to think. Our job is not to go out and get everyone mad about how much the world sucks. Not our job. Our job is not to go out and get everyone sad about how unfair the world is. Our job is to go out and inspire people to be creative, to understand that with their creativity, they could improve the world. And that if we awakened and if we stopped living biologically and we rationally organized our economy, we could make the world a better place. We could stamp our will upon nature, the very definition of what it means to be a human being. Our job is to get people to think, not to feel, but to think. Our job is to awaken people to think and understand how, if we asserted our willpower, if we stopped just going through life following whatever the algorithm says, if we asserted our willpower, we could make the world a better place. Our job as revolutionaries is to inspire people to think. To think. That is what our job is. Our job is to inspire people to think. If you're going to be a revolutionary activist, you must stay engaged. The first thing you must do is you must examine your own motivations and your own subconscious. You need to know what drives you. Furthermore, you cannot be atomized. You need to connect with other people. You need to be in a revolutionary organization. And I know that doesn't make me popular. That's one of the main reasons that I think people don't watch this channel, is I am not here to just entertain you. I am here to tell you, you got to get involved. You need to join the Center for Political Innovation. You need to join the movement, right? And you need to get involved in the struggle to build a better world, and that you will not be happy just passively watching and consuming content. You need to get involved. You must stay engaged and not withdraw. Often when people are feeling in a negative way, when things don't go their way, their response is to just pull back, to quit, to isolate. And if you do that, it's only going to get worse. You need to stay engaged. You need to resist gangster aesthetics. Right? Our culture is Oedipal and libidinal, and we need rational thinking, and we also need parental transference. There's an urgent need for parental transference in our society. But anyhow, these are ways you can combat the Atlanticist pathology in daily life. First, you can do regular outreach to strangers, right? Penny is a great example of that. Penny, in the lead up to the Minneapolis workshop, she talked to her coworkers about it. She talked to people in her neighborhood about it. She's constantly going out and talking to people that aren't in our political circles about what we believe, and engaging with them and asking them what they think and what their opinion is. Don't live in a bubble. Don't let your phone decide who it is that you get to listen to. Don't let them convince you that you can only speak to people that are in your circles, right? You very much need to speak to average people, speak to people in your neighborhood, speak to your coworkers, speak to people you don't know. Don't live in a bubble. Next, this is a weird one, but it's done wonders for me. Listen before you go to sleep at night, every night, to classical music. And when you wake up in the morning, before you go about your day, listen to classical music. Start your day every day with classical music. Why? Because classical music has a less emotional appeal. If you listen to Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, if you listen to a lot of music, traditional music from Asia, traditional music from different parts of the world, it's not inspiring you in a libidinal way. It is rather appealing to rationality. Your mind is paying attention to patterns in the music rather than just getting amped up emotionally. A lot of our music nowadays amps you up emotionally, right? It amps you up, gets you fired up, it's passionate. But if you listen to Bach, right? If you listen to Beethoven, Mozart, it does the opposite. Your mind starts paying attention to patterns, and that is a much healthier way to think. And it helps you kind of get control and kind of smooth over the crazy libidinal culture that we have. In addition to that, get some icons, right? I told you that, in the Russian Orthodox Church, they had icons of saints that they looked up to. Well, find people from history that you look up to, great revolutionary leaders, great people, and get a picture of them and have that picture on display and talk to that person and imagine that person in your life. Explain to that person what you are trying to do. Consult that person in your mind, right? Help that person become your super ego, right? That's a really, really important thing to do. Get a picture. If you like Hugo Chavez, get a picture of Hugo Chavez. If you like Stalin, get a picture of Stalin. If you like Roosevelt or Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X, get a picture of them, right? If you like Rosa Luxemburg, get a picture of her and put that icon in your bedroom, put that icon in your living room and talk to it. And imagine talking to that person and explaining to that person what you're doing, and tell that person about the revolutionary activities that you're engaging in. Tell them what you're doing. Put that person into your mind. Have that person become your superego, become your conscience, become the voice that you consult. Think, what would I do, right? If your hero is Martin Luther King, think, well, what would Martin Luther King think? And have a picture of Martin Luther King in your home, and imagine explaining to Martin Luther King what it is that you're doing and what he might say about it, right? You want to actively develop a superego, and having icons is a great way to do it. Another thing to do is to keep a dream journal, because in dreams, your subconscious and suppressed feelings can come across. You may have anger you're not aware of. You may have sadness or painful feelings you're not aware of. And in your dreams, you can catch, subconscious feelings. They kind of drip through in your dreams. Another thing to do is to memorize. Memorize phrases and mantras and chant them. On these streams, we have certain phrases that we say over and over again. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. Say whatever your mantra is over and over and over again. Have certain phrases that you repeat to yourself until you know them, right? Until they become part of you. Phrases that can give you power. Phrases that can draw strength. Maybe long ones that you memorize and recite to yourself over and over and over again, right? Revolution is the main trend in the world today. A new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression, but the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today. There you go. I can do it one more time. A new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression, but the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today. That's a mantra, and it gives you strength. The other thing is keep your word. If you decide to do something, do it. Keep your word to others and keep your word to yourself. If you promise yourself that you are going to go to the gym, go to the gym. If you promise yourself that you are going to vacuum the living room, vacuum the living room. If you promise your friend that you're going to go visit their grandma with them on Friday night, go and visit their grandma with them on Friday night. Because every time you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, you disappoint yourself. And you may not be aware of it, right? You may think, I didn't feel like getting up today and going to the gym. I didn't feel like vacuuming the living room. But every time you say that you're going to do something to a friend or to yourself and you don't do it, you hate yourself. Part of you becomes disappointed in yourself. You let yourself down and your self-esteem decreases. I am being dead honest with you. And you have less confidence and it gets you closer to living biologically, right? When you say, I am going to vacuum the living room, when you make that decision and then you go out and vacuum the living room, you are asserting your will onto reality. You're asserting your humanity. And when you don't, you've disappointed yourself. When you say to your friend, I am going to go visit your grandma with you on Friday, and you, on Friday, you get up and you go and visit your grandma with them on Friday, you are asserting your humanity. You are asserting your will. You're not living biologically. So if you say you're going to do something, do it. I'm dead serious. And if you don't, If you don't, you are disappointing yourself. Now, we can't help it. Obviously, we don't do what we say we're going to do. But you should make a conscious effort that if you decide I am going to do something, unless something really big happens or unless it's just not possible, you do it. You want to live true to your word, not just so that you're reliable, right? So that people who work with you know that you mean what you say and you say what you mean. You earn their respect, but you earn your own respect. You remind yourself of your own power, right? Every time you make a commitment to do something and you do it, you are saying to yourself, I am powerful. You are empowering yourself, right? And you become stronger and you become more aware of your humanity. You become less of a living biologically entity. You become less of a plant. You become less of a dog or a rat. You become more of a human. So it's really, really important that you do what you say you're going to do. And on top of that, you've got to stay engaged. You must make every effort not to isolate. When something doesn't go well, when you feel like the world sucks, reach out, talk to people, connect with other people. Because if you isolate, it will only get worse. You must stay engaged and you must connect with other people. And this is a daily battle. It is very hard. It is very hard to stay on the revolutionary road, and it is not easy. It is not easy to go back to stay away from just living biologically. It is a daily battle. But if you're going to be a revolutionary, you need to do it. But you need other people. You need other people who can be with you, because it's a lot easier when you're in an organization. It is a lot easier when you have comrades and friends and people you can trust and people who you can look up to and people who will be patient with you if you make a mistake and people who will forgive you if you do something wrong and people who will teach you things you didn't hear or didn't know or will show you things from a different perspective. It's very, very important to stay engaged and connected even when it's difficult, because they are doing everything they can in our society to make us isolated and atomized individuals. And it is a daily, constant battle to stay on the revolutionary road and not be reduced to living biologically. And it's not easy, and it's difficult, and they are using insanity as a mechanism of social control. They want us all to be insane, right? They want us all to be insane so they can control us. And you have to assert your humanity. You have to think, you have to awaken, and you have to connect with others so that we can change the world and fight to defeat globalism, imperialism.
And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
We just got to the Libertarian Party's National Convention. Look at that. Look at that. Here at the Washington Hilton. What do you think, Peter? This is pretty slow.
So far, it's been pretty awesome. Met a lot of great libertarians. Trying to find a home here, seeing if there's a place in this party for me. If a guy like myself who's kind of like a libertarian socialist of sorts, who believes in central planning, that it can work, who believes that Medicare for all is a human right, where do we have a home here? Do we have a place here? And there are some people in the old guard who don't like me, don't like my ideology. They still say that stupid stuff like, you want to kill us. Like, no, we don't. I got a lot of friends, you'll meet them. My good friend Caleb will be by. We don't want to kill you. We just want to find a way we can come together to fight back against this machine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nick, and I am a libertarian because I am pro-peace. I am pro-whistleblower. That is people like Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, the Boeing whistleblowers.
Julian Assange should be freed, being locked up for heinous reasons. He has released information that has led to the discovery of atrocities in the Middle East and corruption all over the world. If we can't have good, actual information like that, there's no reason that we should have any free speech in the first place.
Free speech is under attack. He did nothing wrong. Reporting shouldn't be a crime.
Free Assange.
Free Assange.
So your button says abolish the FBI.
abolish the CIA. Tell me about that.
Well, I just think we need less federal government and less federal agencies.
They're driving for World War III. They're attacking our civil liberties. They're allowing the United States to crumble economically. They're January 6th, they should all be free. Blanket amnesty at this point. The FBI made that happen. Sure, a lot of them may have done things they shouldn't have done or whatever, but when we know the government set that up, at that point there should be a blanket amnesty for all January 6th people.
So your buttons say abolish NATO and abolish the UN. Tell me about that.
Well, both NATO and the UN work for the military-industrial complex. They're both about spreading wars. They were established and they lie and say that it's about keeping peace, but have we seen peace? We have. There's not been a year of my life where the United States has not been at war.
I agree with the libertarians. Our freedoms are being taken away, right? I mean, the government is tapping our phones and reading our emails and violating our freedoms left and right. They had stop and frisk in New York City. That was a gun control policy. Yeah, right. Now they have these no-knock raids and all of that.
No kids in cages. They have abolished the NIAID, which you know a lot about, all these CIA covert wars. They even had a pin that said, no human is illegal. So there are leftist libertarians here, and it's kind of awesome being there, and this thing is just growing over here. This is the third party.
What are the disagreements within the Libertarian Party? Because I know there's a lot of internal strife and stuff. What's going on?
It's whether to embrace Donald Trump or not. Some lots of people don't like Donald Trump. Fine. Some people like Donald Trump. That's fine. It's on a high level. It's a strategic difference. Lots of people say that Donald Trump, his brand is eventually it's going to crash and burn. And where does that leave the Libertarian Party?
So we're in the hall where Donald Trump is going to be speaking in a few minutes. He's going to give his speech in a few minutes. So big crowd of people here. Not all of them Trump supporters, I'll tell you that much. It's going to be interesting to see how the crowd reacts to Trump.
Trump has done a lot for the United States. I think he's probably the best president we've had, in my opinion, since Ronald Reagan.
Do you think he can stop World War III?
I think he could stop World War III. And I think when he was in there, I mean, you saw other countries respect the United States. Now the United States is a laughingstock.
Angela McArdle, chair of the Libertarian National Convention. Loud.
What a beautiful crowd. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I also invited Joe Biden, and he did not attend. We have an incredible opportunity tonight, and I'm really grateful for it. Never in the history of the Libertarian Party has a former president and front-runner candidate for the presidency come to speak specifically to our concerns. Thank you all for making history with us. I want to continue this trend, so let's work towards that. I really appreciate you all. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Angela, for that introduction. And I am truly honored to be invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars. Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail if you post a meme they don't like. They want to throw you in jail if you do something that isn't quite to their liking. And I am proud to be the only president in 70 years who started no new wars. I took on the military-industrial complex. I broke the stranglehold on neocons and warmongers on the Republican Party. And instead of war, I made peace in the Middle East, something nobody thought was possible, and dealt with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, where a nuclear war was guaranteed to start in a very short period of time if Hillary Clinton became president. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, so we quit spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fight other people's wars, and so that we start immediately saving thousands and thousands of lives. And I am committed to restoring peace and restoring stability. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
Ross is a campaign to pardon Ross Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht is serving, I believe, 2 consecutive life sentences for creating a website where people happen to sell drugs and guns and things like that. But frankly, given the way that Facebook is treated or anything like that, wouldn't Zuckerberg be in prison for the same damn thing? Anyway, the campaign to free Ross Ulbricht is about the fact that he created a website. What people chose to do with that website is their own business, and he should not have been in prison for it. FreeRoss.org, check it out.
Right, and economic growth is what it means to be human, right? We were hunter-gatherers in the woods, and now, just 8,000 years later, we've invented space travel and iPhones, and we've done amazing things. And we, at this point, the problem is not growth, as some people would say. The problem is that we have a system where abundance creates poverty.
Yeah.
Poverty is created by abundance. You know, people are homeless because there's too many houses. People are hungry because there's too much food. Self-driving cars should be a great thing. In a rational society, it'd be great if no one ever had to drive. That human labor was no longer necessary. But in our system, that would lead to mass unemployment, etc. This is not rational. We need to do what they've done in China and in Nicaragua and other countries, rationally organize the economy so that small businesses can flourish, so that working people can have economic security, so people can start their own enterprises. You know, I've heard a lot of libertarians who think China is good, who think Russia is good. Like, is that a common view?
Yes, it's like these are not our enemies. Maybe it's governments are the enemy and oppression is the enemy, and it is very much individuals unite.
What do you think of high-speed railway?
Oh, I love it. I love high-speed railway. I would love to ride a high-speed rail from LA to Las Vegas.
Very good. Yeah.
All right.
It's good for our economy, right?
Yeah. Amen.
You like fusion energy?
Yeah, I love it as well. I've dipped my hand in the cooling tower reactor of 3 Mile Island.
It's interesting because, years ago I wrote an article really criticizing libertarians. And I said, how can libertarians like Russia and China so much when both those countries have a very state-run economy? And I got a very astute response from a libertarian. And they said, well, Caleb, yes, Russia, their economy is centered around state-controlled oil and gas. China has 5-year plans and state-run industries. But you have to admit, both Russia and China have a way bigger middle class and way more small business owners than America does. And they treat their middle class and their small business owners way better than America does. And I thought that's actually a really good point. All right, so we're out of all the pamphlets we have. We got the last stack of them in the car. It's been going really, really well out there. A lot of sympathy. What did you guys hear?
Really great things. I mean, people are very interested. I thought people were really enthusiastic about this idea that growth is good, that we need to stop spending so much damn money fueling this forever war that rages all across the world.
The response to the leaflets and the pamphlets has been phenomenal. I have never talked to so many people who support Julian Assange, who want to end the wars. This is the place to be.
Yeah. Actually, that's one indication. That's one. They're pretty good. I mean, they're very interested. A lot of them like growth.
And then a lot of people that are libertarian, they see the government as a tool of the big monopolies to crush small business owners, right? And so I don't blame them for wanting to get the government off our backs, right? unfortunately, I think that they're going to have to come to the conclusion that just kind of getting the government out is not going to cut it. They need a government that punches up, right? A government of action that will fight for working families. That's ultimately what they're going to need, and they're going to have to learn that through the course of seeing, you know, what's in store and as the crisis intensifies. But I think the road out of the crisis we're in right now is an anti-monopoly coalition.
And I think that a lot of leftists who believe in freedom of speech, freedom of press, and they're non-interventionists, they can find a home here in this party here. This is the third party, and this is the party of nuance, is at least what I say.
Angela, you know, I think that these are the people that are worthy of a certain level of, hey, can we allow ourselves to give these folks that are working very, very diligently a little bit more grace, empathy, energy, and support. You know, I mean, like I want to run that back. You're an adult male that is grabbing the mic and telling a woman in a public space, like, that's just low class shit. And I'm not saying like you can't think it, and I'm not saying you can't even say it, but I can say, if you're gonna say that, it's art. You're putting your art up, and the world can critique your art, and we're gonna critique your art, and you may not like the outcome. So those people are kind of special to me.
It does kind of confound me that you consider yourself a communist, and I really want to try to understand you, and I'm going to do my best not to put words in your mouth. I really want us to be an example for other people on how to have a productive dialogue, and I hope, you know, that if the communist revolution ever happens, you'll remember that, and I'll be one of the last ones up against the wall.
Sure.
But why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself and your background, and let's kind of like dig into just like kind of the basics.
Well, I guess I'll start out by saying I don't think it's just opposing war that we agree on. I'm also against the vaccine mandates. I'm also against tech censorship. I'm against the surveillance that's going on and the violation of our civil liberties. I'm against the emerging police state. I'm against a lot of these trade deals that hurt American jobs, et cetera. So I think that there is quite a bit of overlap beyond simply the issue of anti-war. But I'm an Irish American. I'm from a small town in Ohio. Are you Irish as well?
I am.
Yeah, I years ago, I met an Irish cop in Cleveland, and he said that he heard an expression that when an Irishman gets off the boat in a new country, the first question he asks is, does this country have a government? And if the answer is yes, he says, well, I'm against it. So I think we're both true to our heritage in our own way. Sometimes in life, you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. You know, we love our president, Elizabeth Young, who's done so much to hold this organization together this year. And we also love Jetta, and nobody messes with Jetta. Let me just put it that way. Jetta's awesome, and she's also done so much to hold this organization together. And we're also very proud to have the top communist woman in Britain joining us today. So we'll be hearing from her tomorrow. I'm very excited for her presentation about the fight in the global communist movement. But women are so much better than men, men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, I mean, obviously the oppression of women, you know, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, I mean, doesn't compare, but this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, you know, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, you know, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? You know, so many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. You know, we are. I mean, there's no way to deny that. Look at this room, you know? We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in. I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. You know, it was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, who was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television, and she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism, and that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the Supreme Leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it.
You look at the economic crisis. It's a crisis over production. It's a ridiculous society where people go hungry because there's too much food. People have no clothes because there are too many clothes produced. People have no houses because we've got too many houses. There was a time, ladies and gentlemen, when people starved because there wasn't enough food. There was a time when people didn't have houses because there were not enough houses. Under the conditions of capitalism, people starve because there is too much food. The system has outlived its sell-by date. It is time to dispose of it. And the only way working people can begin to live happily, free of destitution, free of deprivation, free of unemployment, is when this system is got rid of. What have we got here? First of all, the crisis of overproduction takes place. The bankers have played their part in bringing it to fruition, whereby you would find that hundreds of millions have been given by each of the imperialist countries to their bankers to rescue them from the very market forces that they claim are the bedrock of our stability, that the market will correct itself. The market does not correct itself. The bankers have been given money. As a result of it, the states are nearing bankruptcy. And what are the bankers doing? Bankers have come back to the merrymaking, they're making lots of money now, and are telling the governments, unless you get rid of the deficits, we are not going to lend you any money. You are going to be without money. So the governments are tightening the screws and imposing cuts in expenditure and increasing taxation. And over the next 4 years, in Britain, 113 million is due to be taken out by the government through taxes and through imposition of cuts. And that means millions of people more will lose jobs on top of the 7.6% who are unemployed already. Ever since 1825, the productive forces have developed to such an extent that they are out of control of the people who run them. Capitalism has the capacity to produce as though there is no tomorrow. But at the same time, whatever is produced, huge amounts of it must go as a tribute to the owners of the means of production and distribution, which means working people are too poor to buy the things that are produced. And that creates, on a regular basis, crisis of capitalism. Capital does not produce unless and until it can make a soft market. When you listen to people like Mr. Marshall, they say they're running a hedge fund. The average person is deluded into thinking they're running some kind of an environmental project. No, they're not. They're racketeers who are out to exploit and screw anybody around. That's what they are after. Under capitalism, the means of production cannot be used to produce unless and until they have first been converted into capital. Which means the capitalist must be able to make some money out of that. And if the working people are poor and they cannot buy the product produced by capitalism, then there is a crisis of capitalism. I actually admire the audacity of these people that at a time when financial giants are collapsing, housing market is slumping, the stock market is plunging, and capitalists have to be bailed out by the government. They have the temerity to come and say here, capitalism can save the world and socialism has nothing to offer. Do not talk to me about what benefits capitalism brings. Do not talk to me about the freedom of the market. No, I'm not accepting any interruption. Being a Stalinist, I do not like interruptions. You are telling me about the freedom of the market. I know you are students, some of you students even of economics at this august university. And the bourgeois professors are constantly telling you about the freedom of the market. Freedom of the market disappeared about 1890 or the turn of the century. Certainly by the year 1900, the freedom market had disappeared. But that is monopoly capitalism. But that's not just because it's monopoly. Monopoly capitalism has certain characteristics. It came on the stage at a time when all the world had already been divided up. Capitalists fight with each other in order to get the maximum share of the world's loot. And if the world is already divided up, it can only be redivided. There are no empty parts as at the time of the scramble of Africa at the end of the 19th century. And that's what caused the ding-dong. We started a serious business when the President of the Union led you to pay homage to those who died in the First World War. I'm surprised that neither my side nor the other side has referred to the question, why did so many millions die in the First and the Second World War? Because the capitalists of the major countries were fighting each other over the loot of the world, and they were prepared to kill 100 million people in the two world wars. That's the price of your freedom of the market. That's what we are paying. It's not delivering in the heartlands of capitalism either. Look at Britain. At the moment, there's 8% of the population, or just under 8%, that's unemployed. A third of the people live in poverty. A third of whom are children. There are 3 million children in this country that live in poverty. It's one of the richest countries where 40,000 people die each year of hypothermia. Look at the United States, the richest country in the world. 42 million people are on food stamps. 40 million people, despite the Obamacare, which has been subject to so much debate, have no health cover. 16% of the households go hungry, according to the Agriculture Department of the US. There are millions of people who are poor, who live in poverty. Millions of people who are having their homes possessed, repossessed. That's the position in a country like the United States. And yet in the United States, there's 1% of the population that owns 25% of the wealth of the United States. Similar figures can be produced for this country and of every other capitalist country. So capitalism really just does not deliver. On top of that, it's involving people in endless wars, not only the First and the Second World War, the war in Vietnam, the war in Korea, the war against Yugoslavia, the war against Syria, the war against Libya, the war against Iraq, which killed over 2 million people, the war against Afghanistan. It's constantly waging war against people abroad, and it's attacking working people at home. So I put it to you that capitalism is imposing too high a price. It's a flawed system. It cannot work.
So we went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine, small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood. Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking and all that, it's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people. On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night, so we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
You're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone in the neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes,
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
No, we expected you like turning the attendees away. This is amazing. It seems like no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, you know, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Hello, Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you on the
Can we see
video.
what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Morning, this is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's. You know, we're inside and, like, laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Robin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb owns the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
Because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant, they must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so it's used to Colt.
Gospels were a joke even to Trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough. No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are gonna have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not gonna violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI, they've told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, you know, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. You know, I screwed up, I did something wrong, and, you know, I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was gonna get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI. Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation or myself or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people that they woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. You know, we were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and yeah, we're gonna do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way.
Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy.
Used the energy revenue to rebuild the industries of Russia, and he made Russia once again a strong economy. And that is why U.S. media demonizes Russia. That is why the U.S. government toppled the government of Ukraine in 2014 with the Euro-Maiden coup and installed a fanatically anti-Russian regime in Kiev. You know, I saw a CNN reporter claim that Ukraine was a peaceful country until now. Well, this is the monument in Donbass to all the children who have died of the shelling and the bombing being carried out by the US-backed regime in Kiev. 14,000 plus people dead, children who have died. It hasn't been a peaceful country. The people of Donbass have been subject to 8 years of bombing, 8 years of shelling, 8 years of a food blockade, and Russia is now moving in to protect them and bring an end to this. The Wall Street money sharks hate Russia. They hate China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and many other countries because they have governments that stand up to the international bankers and their monopolistic corporations.
And it's not a good situation. People are dying and it needs to end. And we need there to be a negotiation. We want there to be peace in Ukraine, and that means that our leaders sit down and negotiate. It doesn't mean that Boris Johnson gets on the phone and wrecks a peace deal just because he wants people to keep dying. Global food crisis spawned by a war. That's right. Russia is not our enemy. 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 Russia was with us in the fight against the Nazis in World War II. At the moments when America shows its true colors and is standing up for justice and truth, you'll notice that we're standing with Russia.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia.
Youth festivals are very, very important to my organization in particular, the Center for Political Innovation. Every meeting that we have, we begin with the pledge. We've changed the word youth for people because we have people of all ages, but we begin, we raise our right hands, we pledge that we shall remember this unity forged at the end of the Second World War, not only today, not only this year, this week, but always, and the pledge goes on. But that is such a beautiful pledge that came out of the World Democratic Youth Federation. And I must say that the youth festivals represent the best, not just of this country, but of America. A time when we stood in solidarity with Russia to defeat fascism. And they're trying to erase that from American history.
I'm Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival, set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. I'm the leader of the United States delegation. I'm representing the Center for Political Innovation. And I would like to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for that dynamic interview you gave to Tucker Carlson, in which you showed many, many young Americans a different kind of leadership, because our politicians and our leaders in the United States, they speak in sound bites, they speak in terms of scandal and gossip, but you presented a long-term vision, a scientific view of statecraft, and by getting through to young Americans, you made a difference. Many people who would never have listened to anything you had to say or heard another perspective heard you because of that interview. Now, getting to my question, things between our two countries are not good at this point. You know, before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace. And what I have seen at this festival has blown my mind. The amount of young volunteers that you have here, people who have stepped up, who love their country and want to just come forward and put together dynamic events like this. What kind of role can events like this and young diplomacy activities like this play in helping set the stage for maybe changing the dangerous direction our leaders in the United States are taking things against the majority of the wishes of the majority of the people of our country? Thank you.
The United States of America is a huge and unique country. In its own way, over 300 years, in just 300 years, which is a small period of time compared to our history, but thanks to the talents of the Americans, it became a superpower, which is an obvious fact. We know outstanding American politicians, we know outstanding American business people, cultural activists, which is an obvious fact. We used to be allies during 2 world wars as we fought Nazism and fascism. What happened recently? After the war, after the alliance, the United States and the Soviet Union started dividing the world, and they did so successfully. And based on this balance of powers, they created international relations and created the modern system of international law. Then the Soviet Union ceased to exist for a number of reasons. I will not go into detail, but they were mainly internal reasons. There is one superpower remaining, represented by your country. The way your elites use this monopoly to global domination is dubious. In my opinion, the United States failed to bear this burden of responsibility that they happen to bear. They created a monopoly, strengthened it. I don't mean the American people, I mean the ruling elites. While strengthening their monopoly, they soon faced a situation where the overwhelming majority of countries disliked it. And step by step, it became obvious to everyone that there is resistance to the forming global order.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower.
They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No.
Great again. This was a great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America.
Big crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, we set up here and over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great. Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
We're here in front of the Spoon Bridge in Minneapolis to support peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. We have confronted our government multiple times.
We don't need this war. You know, we might not agree everything what Trump is doing, but we need peace. I don't want my child to be going in a war that's not ours. Our tax dollars not coming in our country. You know, the infrastructure is crappy. There's holes all over Chicago. You know,
A few people walking by, they look at the banner and they're trying to figure out if we're on the red team or the blue team, and they can't quite figure it out. Well, we're not on any team. We're on the team of the American working families. We're on the team of the American people. We're on the peace team. That's what team we're on.
Talks between Trump and Putin are the most important thing in the world right now. Way more important than anything these stupid rallies have been demanding. Hands off this, hands off that. We need hands off the thermonuclear button.
People have been very excited to hear something that isn't directly partisan, but rather demanding things that they need and want as people. It seems to me like people are very receptive of a message that is less oriented towards telling them which team to vote for.
Hands off the button. Hands off the button. Peace with Russia, no war with Iran. Peace with Russia, no war with Iran. Peace with Russia, no war with Iran. Hands off the button.
Okay, books by Marxists of color. One of the most educational books I ever read on the history of communism in the United States was Black Radical by Nelson Peary. Nelson Peary is an amazing writer. African-American man, was in the Communist Party USA. He fought in World War II. After World War II, he came home and he joined the Communist Party. He was kicked out of the Communist Party because he refused to abandon the Black Belt thesis. And so he eventually ended up starting a Maoist group called the Communist Labor Party. Nelson Peary is one of my favorite writers. Nelson Peary wrote a very good book called The Future is Up to Us, which is about the computer revolution and the implications of the computer revolution for socialism. Amazing guy. So if you're looking for an amazing African-American writer from a communist perspective, Nelson Peary is very good. Now, there's another writer, a little bit older than Nelson Peary, but from a similar background. It's a guy named Harry Haywood. And Harry Haywood was a leader of something called the African Blood Brotherhood. And this was an armed self-defense group during the 1920s of African Americans who fought against the Klan. And the African Blood Brotherhood eventually merged into the Communist Party. And so Harry Haywood published an autobiography. It's called Black Bolshevik. And it is his memoir of being a leader of the Communist Party in the 1930s, eventually getting kicked out of the Communist Party and becoming a Maoist in the 1970s. It's very good. It's a very, very good memoir. Also, there's a very good book by, Ben Davis. Benjamin Davis was a Communist Party member who was on the New York City Council in the 1940s. He was on the New York City Council, Benjamin Davis, and after he was on the New York City Council, he went to federal prison for being a communist. They put him in prison for being a member of the Communist Party. And he wrote a very, very good autobiography called Communist Councilman from Harlem. So I would check that out as well. There are a number of great African-American communist writers. There are many, many. I mean, William L. Patterson, who was the man who wrote We Charge Genocide, which was a document presented at the United Nations accusing the United States of committing genocide against the African-American community. The Soviet Union gave a platform to this American communist writer to charge the United States with genocide. We Charge Genocide. And I knew old communists who would sell We Charge Genocide, this pamphlet. It was like a pamphlet written by William L. Patterson, a leader of the Communist Party, presented at the UN, would sell it on street corners. And all over the United States, Communist Party members walked up and down the streets of black neighborhoods selling this pamphlet, We Charge Genocide. And they would sell it for a nickel or a dime. And it was all over the United States. This document presented at the United Nations, written by an African-American communist accusing the U.S. government of genocide. Amazing stuff. I love the speeches of Kwame Ture, right? Kwame Ture is very ideological, very ideological. He was Stokely Carmichael, later joined the Black Panthers, became Kwame Ture, started the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. Kwame Ture, the scientific socialist, I really have a lot of admiration for him. Very much a critic of imperialism, an anti-Zionist, a critic of Israel. I have a lot of admiration. I've learned a lot from Kwame Ture. Huey Newton's writings are very, very good, especially his theoretical writings. So there are many African-American communist leaders who've done amazing writing that I've learned from over the years. So thank you for asking. Very good stuff. I mean, there's actually a very interesting historian who writes on the history of American communism, Robin D.G. Kelly. And he wrote a book called Hammer and Hoe. And it was about the Communist Party of Alabama in the 1930s and how the Communist Party recruited very heavily among African Americans in the 1930s. And this book, Hammer and Hoe, is very, very good. And it's a very detailed academic history of the Communist Party's role in the black community in the 1930s in Alabama. Very good stuff. There's a very important leader of the Communist Party in the 1930s. He has one very good pamphlet that's available, You Cannot Kill the Working Class. He was actually sentenced to death for preaching communism to the black community. Angelo Herndon was his name, Angelo Herndon. He wrote a very beautiful pamphlet called You Cannot Kill the Working Class, which was about how he became a communist, why he was put on death row. And the Supreme Court eventually freed him. But he was on death row because in Alabama they had a law that you could not incite black people to revolution, and that was punishable by the death penalty. So he was handing out leaflets for the Communist Party, and they tried to give him the death penalty. And it talks about how the Communist Party organized to bring white workers and black workers together. Black and white, unite and fight. It's really powerful stuff. So Angelo Herndon is very amazing, too.
The Americans failed with all their capabilities at the beginning of the aggression against Yemen, and today they will fail even more and faster. Marches are taking place worldwide.
A sea of demonstrators, you can see for yourself, with many carrying Palestinian flags. A representative of the Houthi movement addressed the crowd, saying that its forces were ready to fight against both Israel and the US.
We will support our brothers in Palestine. We tell them they are not alone. God is supporting him, and we are with him too.
Today is part of an international mobilization in support of the Houthis.
We're here at this rally to support the Yemeni people. The people of Yemen are the heroes of the entire world for what they are doing right now.
We're out here, we got a leaflet, we got signs.
We realize the aggression on Gaza and all these crimes are a joint American-British-Israeli action. Whoever stands with them bears responsibility for what happens in Gaza.
20,000 plus people killed in Gaza as Israel unleashes its horrendous crimes.
But the Houthis in Yemen, the poorest country on the planet, they're actually doing something about it. They're turning the ships around. They're saying, No ships to Israel until the bombing stops. No ships until there's no more bombing.
Enforcing a naval blockade against Israel in solidarity with the people of Gaza.
Yemen, make us proud. Turn another ship around.
This is a picket line in the Red Sea. Do not cross. They are standing against Israeli atrocities. They are stopping those scab ships that are cooperating with Israel. And this is a heroic act of solidarity.
Thanks to heroes in Red Sea, Palestine will be free. Thanks to heroes in Red Sea, Palestine will be free.
And if you think about that, I see America in Ansar Allah. This is a group of people that call themselves supporters of God, that believe in economic development.
Because they're doing the same thing that the people in the American Revolution did. They're standing up against an international colonial system.
And I really want everyone watching now to think about what it means to be an American. What does it mean to be somebody here in the United States of America? Because this is a country that was founded by people from all different corners of the world, endured all kinds of hardship, people from all over the planet who come to the United States of America because they believe that they can get a better life for their family, because they can survive horrendous conditions. Many of them motivated by belief in God and belief that there is a higher purpose and they can build a better life. I have actually here these buttons with the symbol, the official symbol of Ansar Allah on them. And as you can see, you know, one of the things that's very prominently featured on their symbol is a gun. Because part of the Ansar Allah religion, part of the teachings of Zaydi Shia Islam is that every man must have a gun to protect his household. They believe in the right to bear arms. What could be more American than that? In addition, they have a shaft of wheat. There's a shaft of wheat that is perpendicular to the gun. That stands for economic development, meaning that they don't believe in this degrowth environmentalism that's being pushed by the fake left. They believe that they can make a better life for their children, make a better life. They want to use Yemen's oil resources to build up their economy and raise their people up from poverty.
No war with Yemen! No war with Yemen! No war with Yemen!
People in one of the poorest countries in the world, in the mountains of northern Yemen, the Ansar Allah movement, the followers of Hussein al-Houthi, the poorest people in the world are standing up and fighting back. They have picked up a gun and they are fighting for their people.
The Yemeni people will not tolerate any American intervention or guardianship. We are ready for confrontation.
The aggression against Yemen has been US-led from the beginning. We are prepared for everything. We realize that if we do not make a sacrifice now, we will later when we are oppressed and defeated.
You know, the Bible says that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And if you think about it, if you think about what's happening in the world now, Yemen, one of the poorest countries in the world, is making itself heard all over the planet.
The Houthis are heroes. If the American people knew what they were doing, right, they would be supporting it.
You know, Mao Zedong, the founder of the Chinese Revolution, he said, the people of a small country can surely defeat aggression by a big country, but only if they dare to rise and struggle, only if they dare to take up arms and grasp into their own hands the destiny of their country. And the people of Yemen have done that.
If the American forces present in the Red Sea commit foolish acts against the Yemeni people, whether against the Navy, against Yemen in general, or against Yemen's interest, the Yemeni people will not stand idly by, and the armed forces will not stand idly either. American naval units will become targets, along with those who support and back them.
What we're looking at today is another miracle in the Red Sea. Pharaoh didn't learn his lesson the last time, and if Pharaoh Biden sends American troops to try to fight in the Red Sea, he's going to meet the same fate as the hero in the Old Testament did.
If you truly love America, if you truly love everything this country was meant to stand for, when it emerged as a revolution against the British Empire, you should love the Houthis right now. You should love the people of Yemen and admire them. They are standing against the Atlanticist system, this global system of free trade. They are stopping that free trade. They are stopping the ships. They are standing for economic development. They are shutting it down. They are the heroes of the people of the world. They stand for economic development. They stand for the rights of people, the rights of justice and truth against the system that puts profit and monopoly, big banks and corporations over human lives. We admire the Houthis. The Houthis are the hero of the whole world. We stand with you from Bronx to Chicago. Chicago to Portland, to every corner of this country, there are Americans that hear your call and stand with you. Shut it down. Solidarity with Ansar Allah, solidarity with Yemen, solidarity with Gaza, free Palestine, down with U.S. imperialism.
The poorest nation on the planet is doing more than all the richest nations put together to defend decency and oppose genocide. They're doing what America should be doing, and we at the Center for Political Innovation support them.
And then we crossed that bridge into China, saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world.
The government of Sana'a, because it makes its own decisions, isn't hostage to the American colonial project and has witnessed the atrocities of the American Zionist colonial project. The world, if it continues to watch the heinous crimes in Gaza and Palestine, will pay a high price in the future. Because this is the message of the new colonial project. Whoever stands against it will face a fate similar to that of the people of Gaza. China, Russia, and India and other countries won't accept American, British, Israeli dominance.
The Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
Shall never more be wasted on war.
Shall never more be wasted on war.
Thank you. Now, if you can all please remain standing, please. We're going to do an opening ceremony, our flag ceremony. Peace with Iran. 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 Iran. Peace with 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 Iran. Dare to struggle. Dare to win. 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 Thank you. Thank you. You may all be seated. Thank you. Now, before we continue, I would love your attention. I would like to introduce the ideological leader of the Center for Political Innovation, Kelly Maupin. Let's give him a round of applause, everyone.
All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday morning. Glad to see you all here. Should be a great day. We're going to have an opening session here honoring some very important voices for peace that we've brought with us, some very special guests. I wanted to start out by quoting from the Book of Rights, which is one of the main texts of Confucianism. The Book of Rights tells us that once Confucius was taking part in the winter sacrifice, and after the ceremony was over, he went for a stroll along the top of the city gate, and he sighed mournfully. And his disciple, who was by his side, asked, "Why do you sigh?" And Confucius replied, "I shall never see in person when the great way is practiced, when the world is shared by all alike, when worthy and able are promoted to office, and men and women practice good faith and live in affection. They do not regard as parents only their own parents, or as children only their own children. The elderly find a fitting close to their lives, and the able bodies all have proper fulfilling work, and the young are provided with an education, and the widows, the orphans, and the sick are all properly cared for. In this age, people hate to see goods lying about in waste, but they don't hoard them for themselves. And they dislike the thought that their energy and ability is not fully used, but they use their strength not for personal selfish gain. In this age, evil plotting does not exist, and thieves and rebels do not arise, so that people can leave their doors unlocked. And this will be the age of great unity." And those are the words of Confucius. But in 1875, Karl Marx wrote, "Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished. After labor has become life's prime want, not only a means of life, after the productive forces have increased with the all-around development of the individual, and the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs." And that last phrase there, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, many people don't realize this, but that's actually a biblical allusion. Marx was referring to the book of Acts. And the book of Acts, chapter 2, 44, verse 44 through 47, says that all that believed were together and had all things in common, and sold their possessions and goods and parted them to all men, as every man had need. And they continued daily with one accord in the temple, breaking bread from house to house, singing of heart and praising God, and having favor with all the people. And the Lord added to the church daily the number that should be saved. The book of Revelations talks of how God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, nor any more pain, for all the former things have passed away. And Jesus told his followers, the kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which is indeed the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among the herbs, and becometh a tree, so that birds of the air can come and lodge in its branches thereof. Now, what I'm saying here is that there's always been an understanding within human beings that we have it within us to build a world free from so much of the suffering and oppression and degradation that we see around us. We have it within us to build beautiful things. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Bees have been making their beehives the same way for thousands of years. But just 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. No other species has the ability to reinvent its relationship with nature the way human beings do. But yet, we live in a time where human progress is being held back. Human progress is being restrained because a small group of bankers and billionaires in Wall Street and in London want to stay at the top of the world. And we need to be very clear that they are keeping the world poor and sowing chaos and instability around the world and fomenting wars and injustice so that they can keep themselves at the top, so that they can stay rich. And this system, the founders of the country fought against the British Empire, and they referred to it as the English system. Henry Charles Carey, who was an advisor to Abraham Lincoln, called it the English system. And Vladimir Lenin called it imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And in addition to that, now in Russia and in China, they're talking a lot about geopolitics and civilizations of the land and empires of the sea and thalassocracy and these empires based on controlling trade routes and keeping countries impoverished, holding back development. Whatever you want to call it, that system, globalism, imperialism, that system is the main barrier to human progress. It is the main thing preventing us from building the beautiful world that human innovation and human creativity is capable of building. And the Center for Political Innovation is an organization dedicated to trying to build a movement here in the United States to oppose globalism, imperialism. We need a government of action to fight for working families. And we see what's happening in the world today. And I know, as a patriotic American, that the only future my country has is to join the new economy that is rising around the world. As a result of anti-colonial revolutions in the 20th century, a number of countries have begun an independent course of development. And the BRICS economy is very exciting, and the Belt and Road Initiative is very exciting, and the Eurasian Economic Union is very exciting. And people are being lifted from poverty all across the planet. And instead of joining with this new, innovative, exciting economy, our leaders have decided that they're going to try and go to war with it and destroy it. And at the same time, our country is falling apart internally. Our bridges and our highways are decaying. We're having wildfires because our electrical systems are not in proper order. We've got an opioid addiction crisis. We've got water not being properly purified. America's crumbling from within. And this is the logical trajectory of a system where a small, wealthy elite are able to dominate and make decisions. And there's a widespread understanding in this country that the people that run the country are not working in the interests of humanity, and they're certainly not working in the interests of the people in this country. They're working in the interests of an international system. People are not being sent to get shot in the Middle East to help people in Illinois or Pennsylvania or Texas or New Jersey. They're getting shot to serve the profits of a wealthy elite. And that's something that people in the red states understand. That's something that people in the blue states understand. That's something that people that are woke understand. That's something that people that are MAGA understand. People in America know something's not right. Our freedoms are being taken away. Our leaders are pushing us into more and more international confrontations and wars, and the living standard is going down. And what we need is a movement to fight for working families, and align and restructure the United States so that we can be part of the exciting growth-based economy around the world, an economy based on physical economy and real economic growth, not speculation and derivative rip-off schemes and the profits of billionaire monopolists. And our organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we have worked very, very hard to try and bring this consciousness. And I just want to go over briefly what got us here today, right? Because it was last July, we set the date, July 12, 2025, to be the day that we had our next national convention. And a lot's happened between now and then. 1 year ago, we were in a little bit of a rut organizationally. We decided we were going to set a date. We were going to wait a year and have our convention, do some outreach, etc. And shortly after that happened, something very strange took place. Amazon.com made a pretty big mistake. And a book that the Center for Political Innovation, our organization, published, a book called Kamala Harris and the Future of America, that had been on sale for 4 years, a book criticizing Kamala Harris, talking about her ties to the war makers and how she set up and was a ruthless prosecutor imprisoning people in the state of California. That book had been in print for 4 years with no issue. But on the very day she became the nominee of the Democratic Party for president, Amazon decided to ban the book. On the very day. What a coincidence. And when it became clear that our Center for Political Innovation book about Kamala Harris was banned, and it was pretty obviously a political decision, outrage swarmed. And Jimmy Dore was talking about it, and was discussed by Kim Iverson. It was discussed by InfoWars. It was discussed by all kinds of people, and people on the left and people on the right. All kinds of people wanted to know what was in our book that we published about Kamala Harris and who she really was. Why was it that on the very day she got nominated, they banned it from Amazon.com? And so we put it up on Lulu, we put it up on some other websites, and it started selling, and 7 days later, Amazon backed down and put it back up, and that book sold in huge numbers. And we never quit while we're ahead. And the Democratic National Convention was happening here in Chicago. So what did we do? We decided to use the money from the book sales to print the book in bulk. And we distributed 1,000 copies of the book in the streets of Chicago during the Democratic National Convention. And actually, stand up if I mention your name. Gabby and John, a friend of ours named Phil from New York, they all came to Chicago to distribute this book. And outside the Democratic National Convention, over 1,000 copies of our Kamala Harris book was distributed. We also had another pamphlet called Do You Believe in Growth that we had written for the Libertarian Party convention we distributed. And then at that point, after we'd gotten quite a bit of attention from our book, we decided that we wanted to insert a pro-peace message into the election conversation. And the best thing that Donald Trump did in his first term in office was go and try to make peace with North Korea. Yeah. It was the best thing he did. And so we decided we were going to boost the pro-peace aspect of Trump's campaign. And we had this beautiful banner printed, and Briggy and Noah came down to New York, and we unfurled it in front of Trump Tower. We unfurled this, and we launched what we called our Operation Peace MAGA. And we had this on the streets of New York City all throughout the election cycle. And we actually got a great amount of help from the Manhattan Family Church and Reverend Milhan Stevens. They helped us get the message out. And we were also very proud to be official sponsors of Rage Against the War Machine 2, a pro-peace demonstration in Washington, D.C. that was organized by Angela McCurdle, the Libertarian Party. And then, in the middle of the election cycle, myself and John McCarthy, we decided that we had to go to Florida because there was a very, very important legal case taking place. The People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela had been indicted, not for any crime, but just for their free speech about Russia, just because they had this socialist group in Florida and in Missouri that was advocating peace with Russia. They'd been indicted and charged with being Russian agents. So we went down to Tampa, and we were in the courtroom during the opening of the trial. We were there at the sentencing with other people that were very concerned about the civil liberties implications of this case. They were trying to make it illegal to advocate peace with Russia. The Biden administration was going out of their way to target anti-war activists, and it was really important that people stood with the Uhuru movement. And Tucker Carlson spoke out in support of the Uhuru movement, And we were very happy to say that they are not in prison at this time. They were acquitted on the main charge of being Russian agents, and they received not 1 day in jail and not 1 dime. We expect their conviction to be overturned. Yes. Another great thing happened, which is that we met somebody new, a woman from Minneapolis named Penny. And Penny kind of debuted herself in our organization by confronting Ilhan Omar.
We would like to know, as American people, why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff.
No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
It was great. Yes, it was great. So after Trump won the election, we decided to write a letter to President Trump, and we urged Donald Trump to be the peace president that he had promised to be on the campaign trail. And we said, look, if you want to be a loved president, if you want to be someone who goes down in American history, bring the troops home from around overseas, and spend money on jobs and schools and healthcare in America, and free the political prisoners. And that letter we wrote got quite a bit of circulation, and we decided that this banner had made such an impact, we decided to bring it to the inauguration. So we went to Donald Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C., and we had this banner out in front of the Capital One Arena. And we printed a pamphlet called A New Day for America, calling for Trump to be a peace president. We distributed over 2,000 copies of that pamphlet at the inauguration. After Trump was inaugurated, we got a new intelligence director, Tulsi Gabbard. And I went to her confirmation hearing in Washington, D.C. I sat in the room as she was answering questions from senators who were just outraged that she had said that we should have peace around the world and end the regime change wars. What's interesting is that according to Epoch Times, Trevor Loudon of the Epoch Times says that Tulsi Gabbard is heavily influenced by the Center for Political Innovation.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
So, who am I to argue with the Epoch Times, right? So, we did 2 workshops this spring. We did a workshop in Minneapolis and a workshop in Los Angeles. Our workshop in Los Angeles was organized by Dan. Stand up, Dan. Yeah. And it was a great workshop. Dan is very active with Natural Health First and other community groups. He's been a long-time alternative media figure with local access television, etc., in Los Angeles. And it was a great group of people who would never go looking for this message. People that were not the kind of people that would find us on the internet as a weird niche, but rather people who were very new to it and really liked what we had to say. It was a really great workshop. It was some great time, some great music, some great food. And we also had a workshop in Minneapolis. Penny organized our workshop in Minneapolis, which was great. It was really, really exciting. What was great about it was, it was a small workshop. We had about 20 people there, but there were about 15 protesters outside. I have never felt so important. The local Antifa was outside with signs all about me and talking about how much they hated us and internet memes and all of that. I've never felt so important in my life. It was a great moment. It really went to show how what we do is really important. There are forces out there that are watching us and very worried about our pro-peace message catching on with the American people. The fact that there was a crowd of protesters outside trying to shut down our workshop. And Penny did a great job handling that workshop under pressure. Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Another great thing that happened this spring I guess it wasn't a great thing, but what we did in response, or what was done in response, was great. But NATO had its anniversary celebration in Dayton, Ohio, and we're not thrilled about that. But they decided at the main library in Dayton, Ohio, that they would have a public debate about whether or not the USA should stay in NATO. And the organizers, I guess they made the mistake of picking Jeff Young, our member from Kentucky, to represent the anti-NATO position. And he did a tremendous job. He completely shut down the pro-NATO arguments. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. And many people heard that anti-war message from our member, our founder of the Kentucky Party, etc. Thank you, Jeff. You did a great job. You did a great job. Now, the bombing of Gaza has continued, and one organization has done more to stand with the Palestinians than any other, and that's the Houthis of Yemen. The Ansar Allah movement of Yemen, they were blocking ships, a picket line in the Red Sea to protect the Palestinians, to insist that until Israel stops its bombing of Gaza, they're going to block ships from going to Israel. So in response to that, we decided that we needed to tell people who the Houthis really are. And so we published in bulk a book that we wrote called Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? And we distributed that book in bulk all over the country to tell people about the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen and the history there, and how this movement that is, really the conscience of the whole world standing with the Palestinians, where it came from, their religious origins as Shia Muslims, etc. That was one operation that we carried out. I was recently in Russia. I got to attend the Global Digital Forum, meet with people from many different countries, South Africa and Uganda and Vietnam and China. And there is this whole new economy rising, and it was really an honor to be in Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, to meet people from the New World and kind of be the voice of the side of America that rejects the low-wage police state. One thing we've been making a point of doing lately, in light of very unfortunate events, is standing in solidarity with Iran. And our member Noah Shank has recently started appearing on Press TV as a regular commentator, representing the United States when it comes to Iran. And another thing that we did is a couple weeks ago, we decided to have a demonstration to honor the great African leader Ibrahim Traoré, the leader of Burkina Faso. And this great African leader, he's almost the model of the kind of government we need. He's investing in his people, he's providing education, he's overseeing a farming boom, so much agricultural expansion, providing health care. Every woman who goes to the doctor to have a child in Burkina Faso, it is totally free. He's providing a stipend to students so that they can get their college education and not have to work a job on the side. They're getting a stipend. He's just the hero of the African continent. And when he was demonized by certain figures within the Pentagon, there was a national day of action, and people on every continent, but especially on the African continent, were marching in the streets saying, "Hands off Ibrahim Traoré." It was an amazing expression. We were very proud to join our brothers and sisters in the Uhuru movement in standing with Ibrahim Traoré. And we had a small rally here in Chicago, to support Ibrahim Traoré with our banner. And it went viral in Africa, and it was viewed all over the African continent, on YouTube, on television channels. People who were in chat groups that had nothing to do with our organization or our politics were seeing images of this rally, because Ibrahim Traoré is the kind of leader that many people in Africa are saying is the future. And the Union of Sahel States is very, very important. And that kind of brings us back to a point, what is Ibrahim Traoré? What is he, right? He's a Muslim, right? He's religious, he's a Muslim. He talks about Marxism, but he's not an old school communist. You can call him a Pan-Africanist, you can call him a black nationalist. It doesn't matter what he is, that's the kind of leader we need. And we like to call that kind of leadership that invests in people and human creativity and builds people up and is pro-growth. We call that innovationism. And that's the ideology of the Center for Political Innovation. Now, coming up, we've got a lot of important work to do. We have a couple tasks we're going to be taking on in the coming year. Obviously, after this event, we're going to get together and decide what our focus will be. But one thing we really need to do is to oppose the danger of political violence. Because if there's one thing that will prevent a real mass movement, bringing the country together, it'll be violence and killing. The glorification of the murder of Brian Thompson and the celebration of the alleged crime of Luigi Mangione is extremely dangerous. In Italy, in the 1970s and 80s, they were getting ready to leave NATO, and then they fomented the years of lead, And we know with Operation Gladio, the CIA was funding fascist groups and funding the Red Brigades, and there were kidnappings and killing, and it led to the population being weary and demoralized, and that's why Italy is still in NATO. And a similar thing happened in Jamaica in the 1980s. And if you look at it, creating a situation where people are afraid to get politically active because they might get shot, creating a situation where they reinforce this false polarization of woke versus MAGA, red state versus blue state, religious versus secular. That's not the polarization we need. The polarization we need is the overwhelming majority in this country that oppose the wars, that want economic growth and want to protect our civil liberties. The polarization is that majority in all states, from all backgrounds, coming together and opposing the billionaire monopolies in their drive for World War III. That's the polarization we need. And political violence is one way to make sure that it doesn't happen. And I believe that the celebration and glorification of political violence we're seeing all across social media is not accidental. This is an operation to demoralize, to make the population weary, and to get us to just kind of go along and accept what everyone in this country pretty much doesn't like, the way the country is going. One particular organization that we are certainly critical of is a group called the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And they play a particularly bad role. We, at the same time, we protect their civil liberties. They were recently subpoenaed by the U.S. Congress, and the U.S. Congress shouldn't be looking through their emails, and we would oppose any violation of their privacy rights. We are in favor of civil liberties. But at the same time, they've played quite a negative role. And little known story is that we all remember what happened when Donald Trump was sworn into office the first time, right? There was all kinds of violence on the streets of Washington, D.C. Cars burned, people were, violent, etc. Well, we caught on to what was happening and who was promoting it. And, it was the Party for Socialism and Liberation had reserved the permits, and they were going to organize a demonstration that would have facilitated another, bloodbath in Washington, D.C. When Trump took the oath. And so what did we do? We put out a press release that got widely circulated, and I appeared on George Galloway's television show, and we called on PSL to cancel that demonstration, to not have violence in the streets of Washington, D.C. when Donald Trump took office. Want peace, but I'm very concerned about what the Answer Coalition, led by Brian Becker, is planning. They have staged and got permits for a demonstration that is taking place on that day, and they say it's going to be peaceful, but we saw what happened last time Trump took office. And we know that this demonstration they are planning is going to be utilized by provocateurs, by Antifa elements to try and taint the Trump presidency with violence. The Answer Coalition needs to cancel their demonstration that is taking place on Trump's inauguration. They need to call it off so that they cannot facilitate the provocative actions being planned by the pro-NATO faction of the deep state. So my hope is that the Answer Coalition, which claims to be an anti-war organization, will cancel their demonstration, their rally that is basically going to become a space for provocateurs working on behalf of NATO to destabilize Washington, D.C. If they are truly anti-war, they need to cancel their demonstration. That is my call for the Answer Coalition, for the Palestine activists. They need to call off the provocative demonstration planned for Trump's Inauguration Day. And we raised the alarm, and when Inauguration Day happened, the demonstration that they had was miles away from downtown, and there was not a bloodbath in Washington, D.C., and we think we had something to do with that, and we're very proud of that. The cold weather probably helped too, but there you go. What we need right now is a movement. Podcasts don't cut it. It's great that people like to talk on the internet. It's great that people like to debate the facts. But what we need right now more than anything is a movement. People coming together to spread anti-imperialism, to figure out how to carry out operations like Peace MAGA or getting the Houthi book out there. We need a movement of people who rely on each other and can work together, can learn together, can be patient with each other, and can get things done. And if there's one thing I've learned over the last couple of years, it's that sometimes the people who agree with you can be completely useless. And sometimes people you might not agree with, but you have some common ground around, they can be the most helpful and important people in getting done what needs to be done. And if there's anything I've learned, it's that we don't need more internet niches, and we don't need more obscure politics. You know, nowadays everyone's very specific. You know, you don't just like cars, you like red cars, that are made in this year, you know, and the internet kind of atomizes people. And our plan is to set up shop here in Chicago, in Los Angeles, and around the country. We're planning to figure out how to have a building, an organizing center here in the Chicago area to make sure that we can start organizing in communities and building the anti-imperialist network that is definitely needed to get the United States into the new economy. And it's very exciting. So I guess, I'll be honest, I would like to recruit you to the Center for Political Innovation. I would. But if you say no, if you don't end up joining, I'll understand, because it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody to get involved in this kind of politics. It takes a level of devotion. I don't want to recruit you to listening to a podcast. I don't want to recruit you to a YouTube channel. I want to recruit you to a way of life of struggling alongside your brothers and sisters and standing in solidarity with countries that are under attack. I'm trying to recruit you to a lifestyle, and that lifestyle isn't for everybody, but those who can take it on find it to be very, very rewarding. And if it's right for you, you should join our organization. Dues are $15 a month, and if you become a member, we can connect you with other people around the country. It's very exciting what we're doing. So that's kind of my report about what I had to say here. Now, we are going to hand out some awards, but before we do that, a great dance team from Russia is going to perform. And I guess we're going to have a great dance performance. I think they're called Kalinka USA. And they're going to give us a dance performance. So I guess if they want to make their way up to the stage, we're going to have a dance performance, and then we'll continue with our awards ceremony. So we'll just looking for the dancers. Go ahead. Thank you.
time we did the African with the bullhorn, is I say, do you think I would want to be out there on a Sunday in the hot weather doing things like this? I don't have a choice, you know. I have a son, you know. I bet you guys have family out there, and it's like that affects us personal. I find it personal. Once the politicians do things and move differently like Trump did, now my brother doesn't have a job. You know, he lost his job. Now he's back to zero. And I'm doing it for my family. I'm doing it for them. They think I do this because, because, you know, I want to be an influence to people like me who are poor, you know. I want to guide them. I want to kind of also take care of people too. That's always a gift that I felt like I always had, but I didn't know how to navigate it. But just being part of this made me realize how important you guys are, and just making sure that you guys are well taken care of as best as I can. And like, I think just caring for one another it's a long shot, but it'll benefit all of us at the end. So pretty much that. And then just the depression rate since 2020 is like off the roof. So like I said, ever since it's been 5 years since 2020, I don't think none of us are mentally normal. So we got to just learn to be patient and learn to, you know, I might be mad at somebody or something, but just get over it and like just move along. And I kind of admire all of you guys as well, because you guys do a lot too. So I want to acknowledge that too, and I want to learn like from you guys as well, and then learn you guys. I could teach you guys with what I could. But other than that, I kind of admire all of you guys. So I appreciate you guys. So thank you.
Oh. Well, Gabby, you are the model in so many ways. I remember 3 years ago in Chicago, we had a conference, and you were there with the Z. Do you remember that? Yeah, and you were with the Z, holding up the Z to support Russia and Ukraine. And, you know, this kind of movement is made up of people, and it is about what you said about caring for each other. That is so much of what we are doing. And when you talked about the depression and all of that, there are so many people, and if you're one of these people, don't feel any shame about it. There are so many people that when they start to do something and they start to get involved, there's a voice in the back of their head that says, you're going to fail, you're going to look stupid, everyone's going to judge you. Why are you doing that? Why are you wasting your time? And sometimes that voice is the voice of an abusive parent. Sometimes it's the voice of a bully or an older sibling or a younger sibling maybe that was harsh to you. And that a lot of people are battling against a voice in the back of their own head that is trying to demoralize them, trying to make them more hopeless, trying to make them feel like they're not going to succeed. And they're battling against that voice. And I've got a message for all of you, which is the best way to defeat that voice, the best method for defeating that voice is to be around comrades, to be with other people. They are the best way to fight back against that part of your mind. And the reason they had us all on lockdowns that now we know were medically unnecessary, that killed more people died from the lockdowns and the depression of the lockdowns than from COVID. I mean, the reason they did that is they wanted us all atomized and isolated so that we would have to be fighting that voice all by ourselves, alone, you know, maybe with the demoralizing internet next to us and all of that. That's what they're trying to do. But the best way to find strength and validation is to be in an organization with other people. And that's why in real life events are really important. That's why I do not want CPI to be an online organization. We need to be here for each other. And the atmosphere at the 7-day program and the way whatever disagreements we've had, we've been able to talk them out patiently with each other, and the way we've kind of come together and tried new things and experimented, that's what it means to be human. That is life. So Gabby, we love you. And you have been so amazing. CPI Chicago wouldn't exist without you. So thank you for everything you've done. Thank you. Ice hockey will never be the same, and the streets of Washington, D.C. are jubilant, celebrating the new record holder for career goals. Alex Ovechkin is the pride of the town. Fans are lined up around the block here in Washington, D.C., outside the Capital One Arena. They're hoping for a chance to meet the new record breaker. Do you think there can be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
I hope so. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, you think Obi can make it happen?
I believe in miracles.
Yeah. Well, President Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiations. Have you heard?
I would love that.
Yeah?
I think it should happen.
Trump wants to set up a U.S.-Russia hockey game as part of the negotiations.
Oh, sounds like an exciting game. I think everyone would love to watch.
Yeah, well, you think Obi can help make it happen? He's Russian.
Who knows? I think it's a political game, but, the players have a lot of influence, but it'd be a great game to watch.
Yeah, you'd like to see it, huh?
I'd love to see it. Why not?
Yeah, you think sports can bring Americans and Russians together?
In a peaceful way, yeah.
Now you'll see Ovechkin's jersey number all over the auditorium. He's number 8, and they've decided to make that into a meme for great. Hey, do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
I don't know.
Would you like to see one?
I don't know.
Part of the peace talks, Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd be exciting.
You think it would be a good thing?
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting.
You think Obi can help make it happen?
I'm sure if anybody could, he could.
But right here in the arena, we have on display the actual goal through which the record was broken. This is where goal 895 was scored. You think there might be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
Hopefully.
Yeah, you think Obi can help make it happen?
He can do anything.
Okay. Now, would you like to see that game? Trump wants to set one up as part of the negotiations.
Whatever Obi wants, I guess we'll do.
Yeah. You think things could improve with hockey?
Yeah, hockey's a great way to bring us all together.
Yeah, Obi's Russian, right? I mean, and it's a way of bringing Russians and Americans together with sports.
Yeah, all people across the whole world.
Well, President Trump is talking about a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiation process. So, you think you're optimistic? You think it can happen?
I don't know. You never know. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna be from Obi.
To my mom, my family, my beautiful wife, my beautiful kids, thank you. I love you so much.
Now, the GOAT is not here because Ovechkin is bad. It's here because he is the greatest of all time. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
When?
Well, that Trump wants to have a U.S.-Russia game soon as part of the negotiations.
Okay.
You think that's going to happen?
Anytime soon, probably not. I don't know.
You think Obi could help make it happen?
I have no idea.
Okay. Would you like to see one?
A U.S.-Russia game? Who would play in the Russia game?
Well, the United States would have a team, and the Russians would have a team.
Well, okay.
Would that be something you'd like to see?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, Obi is Russian. You think he could make it happen?
I don't know if we can make it happen. I don't know. It's a complicated geopolitical question right now. So it's not entirely clear whether or not an athlete has the ability to make something like that happen or not.
Well, we did it with ping pong with China.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, Trump wants to do it with hockey.
Trump wants to do a lot of things that don't make sense.
It's going to be a game with Russia. Celebrations continue here in Washington, D.C. now that Alex Ovechkin of the Washington Capitals holds the world record for career goals in ice hockey. Well, we had the opportunity to speak with him and ask him about the global implications of his victory and the potential for talks with Russia and peace. What do you think the possibility of a U.S.-Russia game soon would be?
Answer in English or
English, please.
English? I don't know. It's an interesting thing, but you should ask NHL and KHL about this because the schedule-wise, it's difficult. But how I said, it's interesting. But now it's like I don't know. I don't know all the details, and I don't know how it's going to be.
Would you play in such a game?
Well, I would love to if I'm going to have a spot.
Right, because the history of sports diplomacy, what was done with ping pong in China and other things, I mean, this could be pivotal in changing the course of world events.
Yeah, but how I said, I don't know all the details, and I don't know when it's going to happen, and it's hard to answer.
Hey, can you sign? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia?
Huh?
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia? A better relationship between the United States and Russia?
For sure.
And do you feel like the media, the way they talk about Russia? Many are looking with hope and inspiration at Alex Ovechkin, not just because of what he's accomplished as a record-breaking athlete, but because he's got the potential to help bring the world closer together and ensure peace. Caleb Maupin, Washington, D.C.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
And when Donald Trump met with Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, and moved toward unity on the Korean Peninsula, bringing together the Korean people, that was a great step forward.
We've had already 3 wars going on as we speak. Every morning, someone is dying in parts of the world right now in these 3 wars. The Hamas and Israel, as we know, Ukraine and Russia situation, it's costing over $6 billion in money. Your tax dollars.
What do you think of when you see that banner?
Which we did not have
Yeah.
when Trump
Donald
was
Trump?
in office.
Do you think he could be a peace president?
I'm not sure.
We don't need that.
I don't think that Trump would bring peace in the world at all. I think he would bring total chaos. But it's interesting to know this.
Are you worried about World War III?
Yes and no. Yes, because, well, us, Russia, and would basically destroy most of the world.
Right now, we don't even have federal FEMA money to support in our country, Florida, North Carolina. And people are hungry there. And your private donations, not the government, is being used right now.
We are talking today about making America great through peace. Take a look at this banner. What kind of emotion does it instill in you? At war with North Korea. It's about negotiations. What do you think?
It seems pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we make friends, right? I mean, yeah.
We are out here to say we want Donald Trump to be a peace candidate. We want him to be a peace president. If he wins this election, it will be because the American people are tired of the wars. Too much money is spent on war. Too much money is spent on destruction. But peace can make a prosperous world for all.
I suppose he won the election again.
Yeah. What do you think of the banner? Yeah.
Right. Trump can do a lot of things.
Yeah. Is this what you thought you'd see out in front of the library today?
No.
Surprising, huh?
Yeah. This is serious. You don't know. We'll be World War III again. This is we have to stop North Korea. Kim Jong. We need conversations, peaceful unity of North and South Korea. It has to take place now.
There is enough bloodshed. No child has to be murdered over these things. No family should be killed over these things.
Korea has been divided for too long. We want unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity.
Please take notice. Every day, this morning, tonight, someone is dying over in Israel and Palestine. Someone is starving in Ukraine and right now Russia. This is not fake news.
Because this was the best moment of Trump's presidency. And if he is reelected again, it'll be because the American people want him to be a peace candidate. They want him to make peace, not just in Korea, peace with Russia and Ukraine, peace with the Palestinians and the Israelis. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Too much money is spent on war, but peace can make lots of money. Imagine if we were trading and doing business with all the countries that we have been antagonizing around the world. Imagine if we were trading with Russia, trading with China, trading with North Korea, trading with Iran. If the world could be brought together through trade and diplomacy and business, let's make some deals. Peace can make America great again.
Peace make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
What about China? Do you think we should work with them? You know, they got those really fast, high-speed trains that go 200 miles an hour.
And that means what? What exactly are they doing with their people?
Well, shouldn't we have those over here?
And the world has to know that America, if you're on our side, we have your back.
That's right.
Whatever cost. And we are strong. We never lost a war. We never will lose if we stand on God's side.
Peace in Korea.
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 This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
Brothers and sisters, that was Sister Hortense reading the answer of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to those who accuse him of teaching hate. And our beloved leader and teacher asked me today to please tell you that his aim here in America is not the teaching of hate, but to get food, clothing, and shelter for the so-called Negroes, and to give us freedom, knowledge, to give us freedom, justice, and equality. And the only way that this can be brought about is by you and me coming together in unity as soon as it is possible. Many of you may not know it, but no one is more sorely in need of housing and better housing than the so-called Negroes, and especially those of us who are here in Harlem. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has a program that will bring about a change in these conditions for us. As I said in a moment, we're going to let you go. I hope that you'll be kind enough to be patient and be seated for just a little while longer. I know, and I don't blame any of you for wanting to leave when you know that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is not here, and I thank you for being kind enough today to come out knowing, thinking that he would be here. It shows the white man that despite the propaganda he has turned loose here in Harlem, that he's not making you afraid. And let's understand, the main reason for all of this that you read today against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is to strike fear in your heart. They want you to think that the man is about to round us up, that the man is about to put us in concentration camps. If you're a black man and you were born in America, you were born in a concentration camp. Yes, I will. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has also taught us he's being accused right now of being responsible for the unrest that's in Harlem. Now, as people of Harlem, I would like to know, is what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaching us responsible for the unrest, or is it the police brutality that they're committing every day? Is it the poor housing conditions that we live in? Is it the jobs that we can't find? Is it the discrimination and Jim Crow that we run into right here in New York City? Or is it the Honorable Elijah Muhammad pointing these things out? And rather, the white man would show himself more intelligent. Instead of accusing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of stirring up unrest, he should do something to change the miserable condition that we have to live under. And this shows you if he is not a devil, then he's the closest thing to one that you'll ever find. Do you understand? Please understand. Anytime a man has robbed you deaf, dumb, and blind, deprived you of civil rights, deprived you of everything that a man is supposed to have, and then when someone comes along and starts pulling your coat to what's happening, and that robber, that thief, that kidnapper, that liar has got sense enough to point at the one who's pulling your coat as a hate teacher, that man has got to be a pure devil and nothing else. Mr. Muhammad told me to tell you that he's teaching love. He's teaching black people to love each other. And the only way you and I will ever come together and have unity is first to have love of our own kind. Now, he teaches us that we can't have love of our own kind and love of self until we first have a knowledge of ourselves. So his job also is designed to teach us a knowledge of our culture, a knowledge of our past, a knowledge of our achievements, a knowledge of our accomplishments, and a knowledge of our contributions to civilization. And as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad begins to point out to the black man the greatness of black people, the white man accuses him of teaching black supremacy. The white man taught you and me that Columbus discovered America, George Washington founded, Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death, and Abraham Lincoln was the one who was responsible for the emancipation of the slaves. From the cradle to the grave, you and I are taught to look up at white people. He refers to himself as the great white father. All of the great deeds, he claims that he's the one that did them. Is that right or wrong? Now, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad comes along today and teach you and me that a black man, an African named Hannibal, crossed the Alps and sunk the Italians, and that Muhammad, another black man, set out through Arabia some hundreds of years ago and made the world a righteous world, and that another black man, a man named Moses, went face to face with the slave master 4,000 years ago, and that another black man named Beethoven created some of the best music that exists today. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad begins to point out to you and me the greatness of the black man, since the white man has been pointing out the greatness of the white man, now, and nobody ever accused him of teaching white supremacy, when Mr. Muhammad begins to point out the greatness of the black man, some of your dumb, ignorant, stupid, Negro preachers and politicians who are parrots and puppets for the white man accuse Mr. Muhammad of teaching hate. He wants our own kind to come together. He wants our own kind to love each other. He wants our own kind to be in unity with each other. And he teaches us that Almighty God, Allah, has revealed to him that the only thing will give unity and love of self to the black man in America is the religion of Islam. The same religion that Brother Minister Wallace Muhammad has been teaching us so beautifully about today. I'm not teaching you Islam right now. I'm telling you the hell that you call. Brother Minister Wallace Muhammad was teaching Islam to us here when he was here, to give us a knowledge of the religion, the beauty of the religion. But you and I are in such bad shape, brother, we first have got to be pointed out who it is responsible for putting us in the condition that we're in, and then maybe we'll be dissatisfied and try to rectify that condition. Is that right or wrong? If everyone of our own kind, and even white people, should give credit to what Mr. Muhammad is doing. Did you see what Time magazine said? Time magazine was angry because Mr. Muhammad was making Negroes stop being drunkards. Time magazine was angry because Mr. Muhammad is making Negroes give up narcotics. Time magazine is angry because Mr. Muhammad is teaching Negroes to turn toward Mecca and pray 5 times a day. Time magazine is angry because Mr. Muhammad is teaching our women to dress modestly and not to be left somewhere alone in a room with a man. Time magazine doesn't like that. Time magazine doesn't like it because Mr. Muhammad is reforming the black man and woman in North America. Do you understand? Time magazine is angry because Mr. Muhammad is able to go into the prison and make convicts straighten up and fly right. Do you understand? Let's understand. Here the entire church combined, all of the Negro religious leaders and political leaders combined, can't straighten up the black man that's in the street. And they admit that they can't. Some of them can't handle their own children. And now they're getting on Mr. Muhammad because not only is he straightening them up in the street, but he's going behind prison bars and straightening them up back there too. Do you understand? Time magazine said I was an ex-convict. If I hadn't heard Islam, I was a convict before I went to jail. Every black man, woman, and child in North America was born convicted, if you understand. Please understand. Every black man, woman, and child is born in prison. America is a prison house for the black man and woman in North America. When you're in prison, the warden tells you what to eat. The warden tells you where to eat. The warden tells you when to sleep. And the warden tells you where to sleep. And the black man and woman in North America, your warden is in Washington, D.C. Your warden is in the White House. Let's understand. That man who promised you civil rights, just like the warden promises you, if you be good, you'll get time off for good behavior. There is your warden. And all of you are convicts the same as I am. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad will make you an ex-convict. He'll set you free. And the warden is worried because he knows if all of the prisoners leave his house, he won't have a job anymore. Let's understand. All praise is due to Allah. Please let's understand. The article in Time magazine actually admits that this black man named Muhammad is the greatest reformer the world has ever known since the beginning of time. Don't you know they put an article in the paper last week that Negroes in Harlem alone spend $60 million for juice. Not orange juice, whiskey. Is that right or wrong? $60 million for whiskey. Who benefits from this money that you spend on whiskey? Who gets the $60 million that you spend on whiskey? If you had $60 million, you could build a factory from the Harlem River to the Hudson River and employ every black man in Harlem. Let's understand. The white man knows that if you listen to Mr. Muhammad, the Jew will go broke, the Irishman will go broke, the Italian will go broke. Everyone who's in Harlem robbing you right now will go broke if you listen to Mr. Muhammad, because Mr. Muhammad will reform you so the Italian dope peddler won't have any customer, that Jew merchant won't have any customer, the cop won't have anybody's head to beat, any skulls to crack. Is that right or wrong? Now this is not hate. For me to point this out to you is not hate when your skull has been cracked by the white man. Is that right or wrong? Let's understand. $60 million a year for whiskey. $60 million a year for whiskey. And you have churches all over Harlem. You have preachers all over Harlem. Why don't the preachers get together and find out what they're doing with this $60 million a year that the whiskey merchants are robbing you from, instead of taking time to point the finger at Mr. Muhammad? Why don't the preachers and the politicians attack them? Money is power. Money, M-O-N-E-Y, money is power. When you got some money, you got some voice. But what the white man is doing with you is tricking you out of your money. He does it with cigarettes. He does it with whiskey. He does it with nightclubs. And oh boy, he does it with churches. Churches. Let's understand. Just give me 5 more minutes and you can go. There's a book on sale. Just a moment. Please. All praise is due to Allah. There's a book on sale in Harlem. You can find it at the bookstore. They're on 125th Street and 7th Avenue. The Mishaw's bookstore. The name of that book is $15 billion and 15 million Negroes. Go get it and read it. The book is designed to show that 6 years ago there were 15 million Negroes in America spent $15 billion a year. More than Canada spent. And on that basis right there, Canada is a nation, has purchasing power. has bridges, has factories, has schools, can employ Canadians, can educate Canadians, can protect Canadians with its Canadian Army. Yet 15 million Negroes is 20 million now, and it's $20 billion. $20 billion that is thrown away annually by the 20 million Negroes in America. The Negroes got no bridges, no factories, no schools. You got no highways. You don't even have a path. Yet you throw away $15 billion. You got no bridges, no factories, no schools. You got no highways. You don't even have a path. Yet you throw away $15 billion a year. Where does it go? Where is that $15 billion? You don't lose $15 billion, brother. Someone got to take it. Someone got to trick you out of it. And it's got to be someone whom you trust most dearly. Is that right or wrong? That man that you trust most dearly, brothers and sisters, is the worst enemy of Mr. Muhammad, because Mr. Muhammad is the only black man in America wise enough and bold enough to show you who it is that's robbing you and helping the robber rob you.
There are two men, and they're having a big argument. They're having a really big argument in a marketplace. And they're just shouting at each other, and it's getting really intense, and they're just yelling at each other, just furious with each other. There's a young boy watching, and he turns to his father and he says, they're yelling at each other, and they've just been yelling at each other intensely and having this intense argument for so long. He says, why doesn't one man punch the other man? Why doesn't one man hit the other man? And the father says to the young boy, he says, because the man who throws the first punch will be admitting that the other man's arguments were correct, right? And I want to dedicate this beautiful story about what it means to invoke and engage in violence, what it means to shut down your opponent, what it means to escalate things to force. I want to dedicate that to the New York City Police Department. Because when people came out here at Occupy Wall Street, when people came out here to peacefully demonstrate and demand some accountability for the financial crisis, to demand some accountability from the big banks and corporations that have looted communities throughout this country, they responded with heavy repression. And in doing so, they were admitting that we were right. There you go. And if you look at the United States right now, people know overwhelmingly that we were right. As people are looking at the opioid epidemic and how so many lives have been taken because big pharma corporations push doctors to overprescribe opioid medications, people realize that we were right. When we look at the prison industrial complex and the mass rebellion going on against police brutality as people take to the streets and demand accountability from law enforcement and an end to the prison industrial complex, people realize that we were right. Right now, as polls come out showing that 30 to 40% of the U.S. public has a positive view of socialism and a negative view of capitalism, people know that we were right. People know that we were right. People realize that these big banks and these corporations and these ultra monopolies that have dominated not just the economy of the United States, but the economy of the world, they're not benefiting us. They're not working in the interests of humanity. They're not unleashing us to be the beautiful creatures we are, the inventors, the innovators. Instead, they are bringing out the worst in us. They are creating a culture of selfishness, a culture of greed, a culture of hate, a culture of destruction. They are grinding countries into poverty, and they're creating a world where money comes first and human needs are left behind. That is the reality of what Wall Street is offering us. But now, there is an awakening around the world. People realize that this global system of monopoly capitalism, this system of imperialism centered around big banks and corporations based here on Wall Street or in London, this system isn't benefiting people around the world. The question now is, what are we going to do about it? How is this going to change? What is going to be done? How are we going to demand that our elected officials actually take action? You know, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was president of the United States, he used to talk about do-nothing government. Government that sits on its hands and lets the country fall to shreds. Well, I look at the United States right now, with 27 different states unpaving the roads, with water that's not properly purified,
with so many communities devastated, with wages dropping, with gentrification and the rising costs of housing. And I would say that the government of the United States is in complete dereliction of duty. Complete dereliction of duty. And this idea that we've been told that we shouldn't have the government take action. The government has no obligation or no responsibility to us needs to be gotten rid of. We need the government to step in. We need state and popular power to step in and fight for working families. I've raised the slogan many times. We need a government of action that will fight for working families. It is time for the leaders of the United States to revive the tradition of statecraft. It's time for them to not be in dereliction of duty anymore. It's time for strong leadership that will stand up to Wall Street, not grovel before it and beg for more campaign contributions, but stand up to Wall Street, stand up to the corporations, stand up to the big banks, and demand justice. And you know, Occupy Wall Street was a long time ago, 10 years ago, and while we want to praise the amazing bravery that we saw in the streets, we want to praise the amazing things that were done, we can also be critical. There were mistakes that we made. I really wish that we had done more to protest the bombing of Libya and the fact that while we were out here, the most prosperous country on the African continent was being bombed and destroyed so that Wall Street could sink its fangs into Libya again. We should have done more to stand in solidarity with the people of Libya against the NATO bombing campaign. We shouldn't have let the regime change lobby and the folks that try to destabilize countries and spread chaos, we shouldn't have let them infiltrate us the way they did. We shouldn't have let them hijack our message to serve imperialism. That was a mistake. But I want to tell you the most brave thing that I saw, one of the most exciting things that I saw in Occupy, was there were so many people from across the country. I mean, I'm from Ohio. There were people from Texas. There were people from Idaho. There were people from Hawaii. There were people from all over the country. Young folks who didn't have a job, were struggling to get by, struggling to pay their student debts, struggling to feed themselves, struggling to try and get the dignity of adulthood in this economy that doesn't seem to have a place for the next generation of workers. And so many of them said, you know what, I'm going to leave my old life behind. I'm going to get on a Greyhound bus. I'm going to get on an airplane. I'm going to get on a train. I'm going to drive up here in my pickup truck, and I am going to make my life count for something. I'm going to engage in political action. I am going to take a stand against Wall Street. And they came up here and they slept in tents. They came up here and it was pretty dirty up here sometimes. You know, it wasn't the most fun place to be. They slept on concrete. They slept in a sleeping bag, and they said, I am going to take a stand for something. I am going to believe in something. I am going to sacrifice for something. I'm going to be part of a cause that is bigger than myself. I am going to believe in something. I'm going to sacrifice for something. I'm going to get arrested for something. I'm going to get maced for something. I'm going to get clubbed for something. And that's beautiful, because it's that kind of initiative, that willingness to make sacrifices, that willingness to go out and struggle. That's what's always changed the world. You know, as much as Occupy Wall Street started on this day 10 years ago, I would say Occupy Wall Street really didn't start 10 years ago. Occupy Wall Street had already started when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was marching through the streets of this country, building a campaign against poverty. I would say that Occupy Wall Street started back in the 1930s when workers occupied their factories, demanding jobs and education and union rights. I'd say that Occupy Wall Street started back when the Wobblies and the IWW were taking to the streets and organizing the unemployed. I'd say that Occupy Wall Street, it got started when John Brown and the abolitionists occupied Harper's Ferry. I'd say that Occupy Wall Street, it had been going at the time that people were demonstrating for the rights of women and their right to vote. I'd say that Occupy Wall Street has been around for a very, very long time. You could say Occupy Wall Street, you can go back thousands of years. Some people say maybe the first Occupy Wall Street was when Jesus Christ drove the money changers out of the temple. Occupy Wall Street. But Occupy Wall Street has always been around. It is part of the human spirit. It is part of the drive of human beings to sacrifice, to struggle, to build something better, to believe that they can leave the world better than it was when they came into it, to believe they can make a contribution, they can stand up to the powerful, they can sacrifice for the cause of right. Occupy Wall Street has always been around within the human spirit, and Occupy Wall Street is not dead. Occupy Wall Street is alive. It is very, very alive. People are struggling. People are organizing. People are fighting back. People are resisting. They are refusing to accept the low-wage police state and the high-tech dark ages that Wall Street and Silicon Valley and London are trying to impose on the world. Humanity is rising. Humanity is resisting. And Occupy Wall Street is alive 10 years later. Thank you very much. Now, if you look up at these buildings all around us, before these buildings were constructed, what did the people who built them have? They had a blueprint. They had a blueprint and a plan. And then they went to engineers, and they went to construction workers, and they constructed the building. Well, right now, Wall Street and the banker class, the people who actually run this country, they have a blueprint. And it's written in all of their Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman textbooks. Their blueprint is the destruction of the future of this generation. Their blueprint is the end of free public education. Their blueprint is the end of decent schools. Their blueprint is low wages. Their blueprint is massive unemployment. Their blueprint is massive home foreclosures. Their blueprint is massive destruction of the future and the end of the social programs that keep people alive. That's their blueprint, and they're mobilizing around it. They've got their Democrats and their Republicans mobilizing around it. And if we're going to resist their program, we have to learn from the generations in the past who've done it before. In the 1930s, not far from here in Union Square, there was a demonstration of 10,000 people. And they gathered, and their slogan was "Fight or Starve." And they gathered in Union Square by the hundreds of thousands. And when the police told them they couldn't march, they said no. And they said, "This is our street, and we're going to march." And you know, they had a banner at that march. And you know what the slogan that was on the front banner of that march back in 1932? You know what the slogan was? Remember it. Remember it. Take it with you. If you remember a phrase, remember it. The slogan was class against class. And that's what we're talking about. Class against class. Say it with me. Class against class. Class against class. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about a liberal program or a conservative program. It's about the banker program versus the people's program. That's what's going on. If we're going to resist, we need a blueprint of our own. We need to design our own blueprint, and we need to start implementing it in the streets. We need a program that says equal rights for immigrant workers. We need a program that says end police brutality. We need a program that says stop the cuts in food stamps. We need a program that says hands off our schools and universities. We need a program that includes health care for all, jobs for all, education for all. And we need to step back and think about the real possibility that there could be a time when people like us could actually own and operate the banks and the factories, and there would be no boss class or banker class running society. People like you and I could actually have a say and run society. That would require one thing very simply, and it would require us to abolish capitalism. The capitalist system is the ruthless, evil system of the bankers, and I say if we're going to resist their program and their blueprint for destruction, we're going to have to abolish their system. So let's organize, let's be out there, and let's fight. Thank you.
土砂災害や川の増水、低い土地の浸水に警戒するよう呼びかけています。次です。2011年にアメリカ・ニューヨークの金融街で経済格差の解消を訴える抗議活動が起きてから10年となるのに合わせ、かつての抗議活動の参加者が再び集会を開き、いまだに格差は解消されていないなどと訴えました。10年前、ニューヨークの金融街で金融業界や政府に対する市民の不満から始まった抗議活動。全米各地に広がり、アメリカで経済格差の拡大が深刻な課題となっていることを世界に示す形となりました。抗議活動が始まってから10年となる17日、かつての抗議活動の参加者たちが活動の拠点だった金融街近くの公園で再び集会を開きました。参加した人たちは次々に演説を行い、かつてのスローガンだった「ウォール街を占拠せよ」などと声を上げて、10年が経った今も経済格差は解消されていないと訴えました。
the gap between the rich and poor in the United States has widened, and that is because of the fact that we are in a period where the capitalist system is in decay. So many working people are angry, and they're ready to fight back.
The
point of the article, the reason they published the article, is to attack Vladimir Putin in Russia and to attack the Bolivarian governments. And it's talking about the new rise of authoritarianism around the world, and it gives us this lovely paragraph here, and I'm going to read it to you. In one country after another, elected leaders, do you hear that? Elected leaders. In one country after another, elected leaders gradually attacked deep tissues of democracy. Now, what are these deep tissues? The independence of the courts, the business community, the media, civil society, universities, and sensitive state institutions like the civil service, the intelligence agencies, and the police. Whether the agent of destruction is a right-wing nationalist like Vladimir Putin in Russia or a left-wing Bolivarian socialist like Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, the effect is the same. The structures and norms of democracy are eviscerated one by one until all that is left is a hollow shell. Translation for you. Here's what he's saying, basically. In all these countries, all these institutions that he named, right? The courts, civil society, the universities, sensitive state institutions, intelligence agencies, the police, all of them de facto are supposed to serve Wall Street and London, right? The courts are supposed to rule in favor of Wall Street and London. The business community is supposed to be, submissive so Wall Street and London corporations can come in there and dominate the economy. The police are supposed to, arrest people who go on strike and enforce the will of international corporations. Every institution across the developing world, every institution across the entire world is supposed to serve the United States. And these countries, like Russia, like Venezuela, like Bolivia, like Nicaragua, they elect leaders who go in there and change that. Change that. So, lo and behold, people around the world want their courts and their business community and their civil society institutions and their universities not to serve Wall Street and London anymore. They want them to serve the domestic population. So a leader that they elect comes in there and changes that. That is dictatorship. This is crazy to me, right? They're basically saying that the natural order, the way things are supposed to be, is the USA and Wall Street and London having a global monopoly and running the world, right? And when all these institutions like universities, like police, like courts, like when they stop serving the West, when they stop serving Wall Street and London, they're no longer independent. When they're doing what they're supposed to do, they rule in, anybody let's talk about it, right? What happened in Russia in the 1990s? Was Russia's court system and civil society and all of that independent in the 1990s and now it's not? No. Boris Yeltsin's government was working for Wall Street. It was working for Bill Clinton. And they went in there and they gutted the country like crazy. The population was overwhelmingly against the economic reforms that were forced on Russia in the 1990s. However, the courts and the universities and the civil society all enforced the will of Wall Street. Right? That's back when they were independent. And then, as things changed, as the country moved away from that, as Putin got in there and started restructuring the economy, now those institutions serve Russia. So, they're no longer independent. They're independent when they do what Wall Street wants. Venezuela, same story. In the 1990s in Venezuela, was the Venezuelan court system independent when it blocked people from going on strike? When it put communists in jail? Were the police independent? Were the universities independent when they pushed free market ideology and said that the United States was great and that the communism was evil? Were these universities all independent? They're independent if they do what Wall Street and London say. And they're then all of a sudden becoming dictatorial and authoritarian when they start doing what is in the interests of Venezuelans, right? This is really shocking here. All over the world. What he's saying here is all over the world, the courts, the universities, the policing agencies, they're all supposed to serve Wall Street and London. And when they stop doing that, the country's becoming a dictatorship, even if they do it because of elected leaders. No one disputes that Vladimir Putin won the elections. No one in their right mind can dispute that Hugo Chavez and Bolivarianism won the elections. But when elected leaders get in there and change the nature of the political system so that it doesn't de facto allow the rule of Wall Street in London, that's dictatorship, right? Democracy is dictatorship. That's what he's saying. He's saying that
the will of the people being enacted. In Russia and in Latin America is dictatorship. If the people want the courts and the universities and the policing agencies and civil society and business to change, and they elect a leader who will change it, that's dictatorship. It's democracy as long as the West wins, and it's dictatorship as when people they don't like win. He's saying that, right? Elected leaders. I mean, it can't get more blatant. They're basically admitting here that if you change the nature of the way these institutions work, all of a sudden they're no longer independent. They can't make it more blatant. I'm fired up about this because it's like so many people I know will read this stuff and just digest this garbage. Wow. So if anything good happens, it's dictatorship, right? If the nature of the courts change, if the nature of any of these civil institutions changes, then it becomes a dictatorship. This is blatant. It's blatant. It's a democracy if they like it. It's a dictatorship if they don't. Can they be more blatant about this? Sorry I'm getting fired up here, folks. I'm having a great time. I know there's plenty of people that got things they want to talk about. Now, if Tulsi Gabbard becomes president, media will call her a dictator. Oh, I'm sure that would be the case, right? If somebody got in who did what was against the interests of Wall Street and London, all of a sudden they're a dictatorship, because the way things are supposed to work is the independent tissue of democracy is supposed to serve Wall Street and London. And when it stops doing that, it's becoming a dictatorship, right? That's what he's saying. The highlighted quote: elected leaders are attacking the deep tissue of democracy. That's what he's... Elected leaders are attacking the deep tissue of democracy. It stops being a democracy when it starts eroding the power of Wall Street and London. That's what they're saying. They're blatantly saying that. They're spelling it out in plain English. It becomes a dictatorship when civil society starts to change.
We now turn to electric vehicles, and you might be surprised, but it's really China versus the world. Here to talk is China expert, RT correspondent Caleb Moppet. Caleb, thank you for being with us.
Sure thing.
So let's talk first of all about what's going on in China. They really, you're telling me, going great guns with electric vehicles.
Well, you'll have seen that recently it was announced by Lawrence Kudlow from the White House that they're going to be cutting the subsidies to electric cars that were set up during the Obama administration. They're just going to be cutting those back. But in China, they're speeding forward. There have been billions of dollars spent by the Chinese government in recent years in efforts to really promote electric cars. At this point, a lot of major cities in China are going to all electric buses, all electric taxis, and just trying to phase out fossil fuel vehicles. And it's been a big effort that they've put, and this really points to the fact that China is a little bit vulnerable when it comes to the oil and fossil fuel markets, right? We know they're an oil importing country, and a lot of that oil comes from other countries where there's a lot of question, and part of the reason they're very anxious to control the South China Sea is to make sure that those oil tankers continue to flow in. A lot of the oil that comes into China is very, very vital, and if they didn't have that oil, things would go quite difficult for them. Now, they're also exploring the possibility of starting to produce their own LNG at different rates, higher levels. But this push for alternative energy is quite interesting. It's had an impact on the minerals markets in particular. The demand for the minerals that are used in electric car batteries has vastly gone up.
These things they call earth minerals, and they all involve things like cobalt and things that go into making up these big heavy-duty batteries that end up being a large part of the weight for these electric vehicles, right?
Sure, and a lot of the countries that China is investing heavily in Africa is where you can find these particular minerals that are vital in the electric car markets. But I mean, some of these experts have come forward and said when it comes to electric cars, or what they call new energy vehicles in China, when it comes to that, no one can really compete with China. I mean, we've got them here, but nothing compared to what they've got. They've got some really, really innovative designs. They're producing them at huge amounts. I mean, the record amounts that have been sold just in the year of 2017 was quite high, way up from the previous year. People are kind of blown away at the level of priority that they're giving to that. And part of that is about making sure they're not dependent, right? The fact that they have to import fossil fuels is a weakness that they have.
You know, it reminds me, it's not just the government, as you say, the U.S. government that's pulling back with the tax credits and other incentives for electric vehicles. GM recently announced that they are cutting back on their Chevy Volt, which is one of their more popular vehicles among those who liked electric vehicles. But we've got Tesla out there. You know, it is a public company and making large strides, even though they've had a rough time of it. But when we talk about where you can use these electric vehicles, Lauren Fix, the car coach that we have on the program all the time, says, look, in Iowa, they're not going to have plug-ins. How are they dealing with that? Is it electric vehicles are just going to be in the major cities in China?
Well, they're expanding access all over the country. And actually, it was recently pointed out by one of the executives of the BlackBerry Corporation that not only is China ahead when it comes to new energy vehicles and electric cars, they're also cutting edge when it comes to driverless vehicles. And they're really pioneering that market in particular. And they see that as a huge breakthrough. If they could start transporting things across the country without any drivers, that would be a huge breakthrough. And you know, this executive in BlackBerry, when they looked into it, they said compared to other countries, they're going to be way ahead if we ever cross that threshold.
Exciting stuff. Caleb Maupin, our China expert, RT correspondent. Thank you, Caleb. What a pleasure.
Thank you. Hey, folks. I'm here in Red Square. As you can see behind me is the Kremlin. And I wanted to take this opportunity to make a video. I'm actually on the end of the square. As you can see behind me is the big Russian Orthodox Cathedral, the Red Cathedral that they call it. And I wanted to take this opportunity to make a video because a lot of people on the left, in particular, talk about Russian imperialism or the notion that Russia is somehow an empire rivaling the United States. And I've noticed it's interesting because a lot of people on the right wing in Russia, or in the more traditional or orthodox conservative wing of Russian politics, they also talk about Russian imperialism. They talk about the idea of a Russian empire or Russia or Eurasian empire. So I wanted to talk about why I would reject the concept of Russian imperialism or the notion that Russia is an empire as a leftist or a Marxist. Okay, so we need to get clear on what our terms are, right? A lot of people will use the word imperialism just as a synonym for colonialism or for a country influencing or dominating another country. That's not actually what imperialism is. If you read Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, he describes that, that imperialism is an economic system. Imperialism is a system in which finance, capital, and the state become dominant over industrial capital, and they control the economies of the world. They divide the world up into spheres of influence, which they control, and they hold back the economies of developing countries. They keep developing countries poor in order to maintain a monopoly on the international markets. You know, the British in India, they went to India, they took control, and they forced India to buy products from Britain. They beat down and kept India in a state of underdevelopment. You can look at what you know, the USA has done in Latin America. You can look at what countries like Belgium did in the Congo. You know, all over the world, the Western capitalist countries have basically held back and kept countries around the world in a state of underdevelopment in order to maintain a monopoly. And that's imperialism. It's an economic system. Well, that's not how Russia is set up. At this point, Russia's economy is centered around oil and natural gas, not somebody else's oil and natural gas, their own oil and natural gas, which they export on the international markets. And they don't do it to make profits. They do it under the control of the state sector. Gazprom, Rosneft, these two gigantic corporations, they sell oil and natural gas. And the oil and the natural gas that's sold on the international markets, as well as sold domestically, it you know, all goes into the state budget. And the economy is essentially centered around the state. I mean, they have a lot of private industry, but it's all centered around this government-controlled oil and natural gas. That's not imperialism. You know, imperialism is a relationship in which countries are being beaten down, in which there's captive markets being created, in which countries are deeply impoverished and kept in a state of underdevelopment. And you just don't see that happening. Now, a lot of people will talk about Russia's intervention in Crimea, and they'll say, well, you know, that's imperialism. Well, first of all, that's not the economic and the Marxist understanding of imperialism. And second of all, I mean, Crimea has always been considered part of Russia. The only reason it was part of Ukraine was back in 1956. Khrushchev signed it over to Ukraine as part of a deal And when the Soviet Union fell, there was a treaty that was signed, and the understanding was that Ukraine would get Crimea. However, Russia would maintain their military base. So there has been a big Russian military base in Crimea since the fall of the Soviet Union. And then after a virulently anti-Russian government was installed in Kiev by the United States, the Euromaidan events, the USA backed this, this government, this uprising to overthrow the Ukrainian government and install the elected Ukrainian government was toppled, and a virulently pro-Western and anti-Russian government was installed. After that happened, the people living in Crimea, who most of which speak Russian and consider themselves to be Russian, and most of which are connected somehow to the Russian military base, they did vote for independence, and they voted to join with Russia because they felt threatened by this virulently anti-Russian government. And the vote was like 98%. I mean, it was ridiculous. The people voted, and Russia had already had a military presence. They say Russia invaded Crimea. They didn't invade. The military was already there. There wasn't some big, rolling in of tanks or something like that. So, this notion of Russian imperialism is just kind of a distortion. People talk about their role in Syria. In Syria, they're trying to hold Syria together, and they're trying to keep Syria together in the face of Islamic extremists and terrorists that are supported by the USA and the Western countries in an effort to bring down the Syrian government. So, the notion that Russia is imperialist, it's kind of the opposite, and especially during the Soviet period, Russia was doing the opposite of imperialism. Imperialism is about impoverishing the world in order, to keep a monopoly. Russia was almost bankrupting itself, giving aid and assistance to countries around the world. And even today, if you look at Russia's role in Eastern Europe, if you look at Russia's role in various countries aligned with them, they are giving aid and material assistance. They're doing everything they can to develop these countries because they can then have a bigger trading partner. Russia's part of the new Silk Road and One Belt, One Road initiative in alliance with China. And if you look at the role they're playing in the world, they're trying to maintain their state-controlled economy with the sale of oil and natural gas, and they're trying to develop trading partners and allies who will buy that oil and natural gas from them. So this notion that Russia is imperialist is just false, but it's based on a false understanding. Are there capitalists in Russia who make lots of money? Sure. Does Russia have influence over the world economy? Sure, but that's not what imperialism is, and Russia is not an imperialist country. However,
no entanto,
there's a danger in this.
Existe certo risco nisso.
Because the oil price drop,
porque a queda no preço do petróleo,
it's taking place in the context of a bigger crisis.
Está acontecendo no contexto de preços mais altos.
You'll notice a lot of Walmart stores across the United States and around the world are closing.
Vocês vão notar que várias lojas nos Estados Unidos estão se fechando as portas.
President Obama likes to talk about how cheap gasoline is.
Presidente Obama gosta de falar sobre gasolina barata.
But if you go to any gas station,
mas se você for em qualquer posto de gasolina,
in the Midwestern or southern parts of the United States,
no centro-oeste ou sul dos Estados Unidos,
if you wait there all day and watch,
você fica lá e espera e assiste,
I can guarantee you'll at least once you'll see one occurrence. At least one time you'll see something.
Pelo menos uma vez você vai ver algo estranho.
You'll see a mother with children pull up.
Você vai ver uma mãe com seus filhos estacionando.
She'll very carefully put $2 worth of gasoline into her car.
E com muito cuidado, ela vai colocar só $2 de gasolina no carro.
You can't do much with $2 worth of gasoline.
Não dá para ir muito longe com $2 de gasolina.
But there's an economic crisis in the United States.
Mas existe uma crise econômica nos Estados Unidos.
And it's a global crisis.
E é uma crise global.
It's not just the price of oil that's down.
Não é só o preço do petróleo que caiu.
The price of steel is down.
O preço do aço caiu.
The price of copper is down.
O preço do cobre baixou.
The price of gold is down.
O preço do ouro.
The price of all the commodities are down.
Todos os commodities estão com preços baixos.
What's causing this?
O que está causando isso?
Well, this is a result of the computer revolution.
Isso é um resultado da revolução dos computadores, da revolução informática.
The process of production has become so efficient.
O processo de produção se tornou tão eficiente
that there isn't room for millions of people on the global assembly line any longer.
Que não há mais espaço para milhões de pessoas numa linha de montagem mais.
People are fleeing Africa for Europe.
As pessoas estão fugindo da África e indo para a Europa.
People are fleeing Bangladesh.
Estão saindo de Bangladesh.
People are fleeing the Philippines.
Estão saindo das Filipinas.
People are fleeing Central America.
Estão saindo da América Central.
The global economy has become so efficient.
A economia global se tornou tão eficiente
that they don't have room to employ millions of people.
Que eles não têm mais espaço para empregar milhões e milhões de pessoas.
In the United States,
E os Estados Unidos,
after the Second World War,
depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial,
the working people,
a classe trabalhadora,
at least the white ones,
pelo menos os brancos,
and the wealthy and the rich and powerful,
e os poderosos e ricos,
we had kind of an agreement.
fizeram um certo acordo.
The agreement was that they got to go around the world.
O acordo era que eles podiam ir ao redor do mundo,
They got to carry out their coups.
executar seus golpes de Estado,
They get to murder people in Korea and Vietnam.
assassinar pessoas na Coreia e no Vietnã,
They commit these horrendous crimes,
cometer crimes horrorosos,
and we do nothing about it.
e a gente não faz nada,
And we wave the flag like patriots.
e a gente balança a bandeira do patriotismo,
And in exchange, we get a house
e em troca temos
and
uma
a
casa,
car
um carro,
and a TV set
uma televisão.
and the American dream.
É o sonho americano.
But the Soviet Union is gone.
Mas a União Soviética já era.
They don't need the American dream any
Eles
longer.
não precisam mais do sonho americano.
This agreement has been terminated.
Esse acordo já era, acabou.
At this point, production is so efficient.
Nesse ponto, a produção está tão eficiente.
Let me give you an example.
Deixa eu dar um exemplo.
At one time,
Certa vez,
there were these places called bookbinderies.
existiam encadernadoras de livros.
Hundreds,
Centenas,
sometimes even thousands of people would
às
be
vezes
employed.
milhares de pessoas tinham esse emprego de encadernador de
They would
livros.
spend the whole days just binding books.
Ficavam o dia inteiro encadernando livros.
Well, now they have a machine
Bom, hoje em dia é uma máquina.
where a single book can be published, can be printed,
Um livro inteiro pode ser publicado e impresso.
by simply uploading a computer file
Você coloca o arquivo já no computador
and pushing a button.
e aperta o botão.
As my friend, the brilliant economist,
Como disse um amigo meu, um brilhante economista,
as he explained, the capitalism of the United States,
explicando o capitalismo nos Estados Unidos,
it has moved into a mode that they can call accumulation through destruction.
passou para uma modalidade chamada acumulação por destruição.
Why is it that the U.S. is the center of the world economy?
Por que os Estados Unidos é o centro da economia mundial?
It's because Western Europe and so much of the world was destroyed in the Second World War.
É porque a Europa Ocidental e grande parte do mundo foi completamente destruída na Segunda Guerra Mundial.
And with the rest of the world reduced to rubble,
E com o restante do mundo em ruínas,
the big bankers and billionaires of the U.S.
os grandes banqueiros e bilionários dos Estados Unidos
could get rich selling things to the rest of the world.
podiam enriquecer vendendo coisas para o resto do mundo.
We have militarism in the United
Nós
States.
temos o militarismo americano.
A kind of vulgar Keynesianism.
É um keynesianismo vulgar.
In order to keep the economy going,
Para manter a economia,
we have to constantly be spending on the military.
temos que estar constantemente gastando com os militares.
These bankers,
Esses banqueiros,
they've even turned the prison system in the United States into a way to make profits.
eles conseguiram fazer com que o sistema penitenciário dos Estados Unidos, eles conseguiram lucrar com o sistema penitenciário.
The reason that we have the largest prison population in the entire world
O motivo pelo qual nós temos a maior população penitenciária no mundo
is because a number of our prisons are not owned by the government.
é que as nossas prisões não são operadas pelo governo, não pertencem ao governo.
We have private prisons.
Nós temos prisões penitenciárias privadas.
A corporation gets paid
Uma empresa é paga, é remunerada
for every person that's locked up.
por pessoa,
So they have an incentive.
por penitenciário, né?
They have an incentive to keep crime going.
E isso então é um incentivo à criminalidade.
This is insane capitalism.
Isso é um capitalismo insano.
One of the biggest myths we hear the defenders of neoliberalism and markets
Um dos mitos dos defensores do neoliberalismo e mercados,
they put forward this idea that markets are the only way to have innovation and
e eles
creativity.
defendem a ideia de que a inovação só é possível graças aos mercados.
If you think that the free market and capitalism promotes innovation,
Se você pensa que o mercado livre e o capitalismo promovem a inovação,
tell me, why does Hollywood make the same movie over and over and over again?
me digam o seguinte, por que Hollywood fica fazendo aquele mesmo filme, toda vez o mesmo filme, repetindo o mesmo filme?
Yes, capitalists take risks,
Os capitalistas assumem riscos,
but they'd prefer not to.
mas eles preferem não.
They want to have a secure investment.
Eles querem um investimento seguro,
They want to maximize profits.
querem maximizar os lucros.
When were the first computers created?
Quando foram criados os primeiros computadores?
There's many different debates about this.
Há muito debate em torno disso.
A lot of people trace computers back to the Second World War.
Muitas pessoas acreditam que os primeiros computadores surgiram na Segunda Guerra Mundial.
This wasn't an innovation of the market.
Não foi uma inovação do mercado.
This was when Franklin Roosevelt
Foi quando o Roosevelt
went to the corporations
foi às empresas
and said that if we're going to win this war,
e disse o seguinte: para que a gente possa ganhar essa guerra,
you're not going to be free to do whatever is profitable.
Vocês não vão ficar à vontade para fazer só o que dá lucro.
You're going to do what's in the interest of the country and in the interest of the people.
Vão fazer o que é do interesse do país, o que é do interesse da população.
And that's how the fascists were defeated.
E é assim que os fascistas foram derrotados.
And that's how we got computers.
É assim que os computadores surgiram.
The U.S. Congress released the 28 pages of the 2002 report on 9/11 that have been held from the public for 14 years. They confirm what many have suspected all along, that the 9/11 hijackers most likely had help from high-ranking Saudi Arabian intelligence officers. RT's Caleb Maupin joins me now with more on that. Caleb, it's been 14 years. They've been holding this stuff back. What is in these pages that they needed to keep away?
Well, after 14 years, we now have the report. The 28 pages that were redacted from the report are now available to the public. As you can see, not everything is actually available. There's a lot that's been blocked out and cut even from what's been available. But essentially, the report says that while the hijackers were in the United States, they received support from individuals who may have been working with the Saudi government. And then it goes on to point out that the FBI did not investigate people connected to Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia was considered to be such a close ally of the United States. Furthermore, the report goes on to actually describe specific individuals who were receiving money from Saudi Arabia, suspected to be Saudi intelligence officers who were connected with the 9/11 hijackers. The report goes on to describe Saudi Arabia as not being cooperative with FBI investigations of terrorism, and it really just shows that there was extensive connection and involvement between the Saudi government and the 9/11 hijackers, that these connections do exist.
So what has the reaction been from the State Department?
Well,
anything?
It's interesting. Now, we're hearing from some of the families of the 9/11 victims, and they're saying, why did it take 14 years for this report to be released? And, widely, there has been questioning of the U.S. relationship. We're hearing many voices who are questioning the U.S. government's relationship with Saudi Arabia. We know that Saudi Arabia, the U.S. oil companies buy lots of oil from Saudi Arabia.
Sure.
The major oil companies all are very well connected with the Saudi government, and that a lot of weapons from the United States are sold to the Saudi government.
Absolutely.
Billions and billions of dollars are sold. So as discussions of this go on, now people are questioning also the timing of the report. Many people are wondering
Releasing
why.
it today.
Yeah, why did they release it on a Friday, right before the Republican National Convention? Why?
And
why
the day
now?
after these attacks in Nice.
Yes.
And it is possibly a little suspect. I questioned that too when we heard that it was released this morning. All right, thank you so much for giving us the latest on that. That was RT correspondent Caleb Maupin.
Now, you heard the judge speak about our own labor conditions. As an American, I cannot be proud that such conditions exist. But as an American, I can ask, would any of the striking workers in the North elect to change places with the slaves in the South? Will they not rather say the remedy is in our hands, and still as an American, I can say, thank God we live under a system by which men have the right to strike. I am not preaching rebellion. I don't have to. This country with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. If the Founding Fathers gave us anything, they gave us that. The purpose of the Dred Scott decision is to make property and nothing but property of the Negro in all states of the Union. It is the old issue of human rights versus property rights. It is the eternal struggle between two principles. The one, the common right of humanity. The other, the divine right of kings. It is the same spirit which says, you toil and work and earn bread and I'll eat it. As a nation, we began by declaring all men are created equal. There was no mention of any exception to that rule in the Declaration of Independence. But we now practically read it, all men are created equal except Negroes. If we are to accept this doctrine of race or class discrimination, what is to stop us in future from decreeing all men are created equal except Negroes, foreigners, Catholics, Jews, or just poor people? That is the conclusion towards which the advocates of slavery are driving us. Let each state mind its own business, says Judge Douglas. Why stir up trouble? This is the complacent policy of indifference to evil. And that policy I cannot but hate. I hate it because of the monstrous injustice of slavery itself. I hate it because it deprives our republic of its just influence in the world, enables the enemies of free institutions everywhere to taunt us as hypocrites, causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, and especially because it forces so many good men among ourselves into an open war with the very fundamentals of civil liberty, denying the good faith of the Declaration of Independence and insisting that there is no right principle of action but self-interest. In his final words tonight, the judge said that we can be the terror of the world. I don't think we want to be that. I think we would prefer to be the encouragement of the world, the proof that at last man is worthy to be free. But we shall provide no such encouragement unless we can establish our ability as a nation to live and grow. And we shall surely do neither if these states fail to remain united. There can be no distinction in the definition of liberty as between one section and another, one class and another, one race and another. A house divided against itself cannot stand. This government cannot endure permanently, half slave and half free.
My name is Caleb Maupin. I'm a journalist. I'm originally from Ohio, but I currently live in New York City. I've been involved in a lot of activism and social justice work in the United States, fighting against the system that we live under. And I've come to Iran. This is the third time I've visited Iran. Every time I come here, I find it to be really delightful and charming, and so I'm happy to be here. It's very brilliant, and it's the way it was written. Everything about it had an amazing kind of insightful aspect to it. What I found to be the most inspiring part of the letter was the fact that he did not tell us what to think, but he rather encouraged us to do our own investigation and find out the truths for ourselves. And this showed a real brilliance, because in the United States, we're always told to think of Iran as a dictatorship, think of Iran as totalitarian, repressive. But our leaders are never telling us what the Supreme Leader of Iran told us, which is to do our own research, to learn the facts for ourselves, to do our own investigation. We never get a call to do our own investigation. And I think that his letter was so much stronger because of that. It didn't give us a presentation of facts. It gave us a challenge to find out for ourselves what the truth actually was. And that was very, very inspiring. I gave it to many young people, all of my friends. I sent the letter to all of them. I made copies that I distributed whenever there were a couple times when I got back from Iran, I gave a speech about like what Iran is like, seeing it for myself, and each time I distributed a copy of the letter with my presentations. And when people read it, they were really surprised. They were expecting that the Supreme Leader would just preach at them and tell them exactly what to believe, and instead they found a very insightful, very sensitively and carefully written letter urging them to do their own investigation and do their own research. And that was very unique. It was not like what they were expecting, and it really changed their perception of Iran, and it made them question what they had been told by the leaders of the United States about Iran. The youth of Europe and North America are very frustrated right now and are very unhappy because the economic situation in the Western countries is very much declining. We have been told in the United States that you are worthless. So much of the media, it's not even stories about good and evil, no protagonists. It's just following rich people around and seeing how they live. We're taught to worship wealth. And at the same time that we're given this kind of disgusting, worship of wealth, we're being faced with the reality that the situation, the living standard for young people in the United States is far lower. The good-paying industrial jobs, which were kind of the basis of the U.S. economy, we're talking about auto manufacturing, steel manufacturing, they've been gotten rid of. They don't exist any longer. And the public sector of the U.S. economy, universities, teachers, professors, post offices, people who work in government, that's also being eliminated. Young people in the United States and in Europe are facing a job in what they call service sector jobs, where they're making coffee for people, working in restaurants, making a mere fraction of what their parents made in wages. And they're quite frustrated by it. And at the same time, there is an increase in police repression in the United States. Cameras are everywhere watching everything we do. We hear case after case of the police beating somebody up, murdering somebody, and facing no accountability for their actions. And in those circumstances, there's a rising amount of frustration among the young people in the United States and also in Europe. And based on that, young people are looking for something to believe in, looking for people who have answers. What's wrong with Western society? I myself, I've always known that something's wrong with the society that I live in. There's something not right about it. But I didn't really have anything to put it into words. I didn't have an explanation. And I think young people are looking to documents, things similar to the letter from the Supreme Leader, as they try to find out what's wrong with Western society. One thing that is happening in the U.S. is we're constantly being told now to hate Muslims, hate people of Islamic faith. And I think a lot of young people are questioning the government, and they're questioning that as well. If our leaders, who are lowering our standard of living, destroying the economic situation in the U.S., increasing police repression, are then also telling us to hate Muslims, perhaps that's not the truth. Perhaps this is something we shouldn't believe in. They call it Islamophobia, to be afraid, to be hateful of people of Islamic faith. And I think there are a lot of young people that are questioning that because they see that it's the source of Islamophobia is the same source of the people that are destroying the United States. So maybe they should not believe it, and maybe they should listen to what leaders of the Islamic world are saying. The Israeli lobby in the United States is part of what I call the triangle of evil that has really taken control of Congress, the presidency, the U.S. Supreme Court. First you have the weapons manufacturers, the people in the Pentagon that make money, Boeing, General Electric. These are entities that make money from war. Wherever there's war, they're manufacturing the weapons and all of that. And then you have the oil companies. We're talking about the Rockefellers, the Carnegies. These are the oil manufacturers that have a real interest in this region of the world and controlling it because there's so much oil here. And they have entered an alliance with this third entity, the Zionist lobby, which is, Zionism is an ideology. It says that Jews are superior to all others, and if you're not Jewish, you're not a human being, and that Jews have the right to beat down all the other peoples. Very much a tribal aspect of a tribal belief system is Zionism. These three entities, the weapons manufacturers, the oil companies, and the Israel lobby, have entered an alliance and really have formed the triangle of evil that now controls the United States. And there are many people in the United States who are very unhappy about that situation, and they don't like it. We have the highest prison population in the entire world in the United States, and we actually have contracts signed between the government and these prisons that if the prison population decreases, that then the government will be sued. So the government is obligated to put so many people in prison in order to please these bankers. That's not a healthy thing. Prisons are supposed to prevent crime. right? That's why we have prisons. That's why we have, any punishment in society is to prevent people from breaking the law. Any sense of morality and justice has really been lost as this triangle of evil has seized control of the United States. I believe that the hope for the United States comes from ordinary people. I don't think we can count on people within the power structure to do it. So there is a possibility of ordinary Americans getting more and more involved in their political process, getting involved in demonstrations and protests. That is a very real possibility. And I'm a journalist, and I feel that my work, the focus of my work, is getting young people in the United States to understand that people in Iran, people in Yemen, people in Palestine, people in Venezuela and Cuba, people in China and Russia who are fighting against these bankers, this triangle of evil, that they're their allies. That we should not empathize with our leaders who have destroyed our future and destroyed the economy. Instead, we should want to align with the people around the world who are U.S. realize that their enemy is the same as the enemy of people all over the world. That could be a potential opening. I know that Iran, Syria, and the Palestinian resistance and others have referred to themselves as the axis of resistance. I think there is a global axis of resistance that is emerging around the world. Many different parts of the world, we see a global axis of resistance emerging. I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a wing of this global axis of resistance that emerges within the United States. I think young people in the U.S. who are mad about police brutality, mad about the economic crisis, need to form their own section of this global axis of resistance and fight for justice. Well, I'm optimistic because so many young people are waking up. So many people are realizing the kind of things that I'm saying right here. They don't have to hear it from me, they're seeing it for themselves, they're investigating. They call the young generation of people in the United States, they call us millennials. That's the term they use. And they say we're always looking at our phones, we're always in our phones, and well, what are we doing on our phones? We're investigating. That's just what Khamenei, the supreme leader, told us to do, to investigate, to learn the truth. The reason that young people are always questioning the government and not agreeing is because we're investigating. We've been trained to investigate. And I think as we investigate, we're going to realize that something is very wrong. I have always said that, a war with Russia or a war with China, that's not a war that the U.S. government could fight with drones. They could not just send drones to go fight Russia. That would be a very big war. And if they were going to have such a war, they would have to go to young people my age and younger, and tell them, you need to go fight people in Russia and China. And I think that because we're the generation that's learned to research and to investigate, I think that they would not do so. I think a lot of young people in the U.S. understand that their enemies are not in Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela or Palestine. Their enemies are on Wall Street and in Washington, D.C. And if they are told that they need to go fight in some other country, they may very well fight at home instead. And that could be a very interesting situation. Thank you. I'm glad.
Anti-communism hurts all of us. It's not just about being wrong about communism. It is a poison pill that has destroyed so many lives and has made so many people right here in this country miserable. All kinds of awful things in your life are justified with anti-communism. You don't have health care because of anti-communism. Your wages are low because of anti-communism. Roads aren't being paved because of anti-communism. Drug gangs are coming into this country, and you know why? Because starting in the 1980s, the USA started sending weapons to people called the Contras who murdered people. And you know what the justification for sending them those weapons was? Anti-communism.
The other major issue of the hearings, of course, was the diversion of funds to the Nicaraguan Contras. I believed then, and I believe now, in preventing the Soviets from establishing a beachhead in Central America.
And it's based on a pack of complete lies.
While $30 million had been allocated for the weapons, the CIA funneled a portion of that money to the Contras in Nicaragua, the group Reagan supported in their guerrilla fight against the Sandinista government.
What was China like before the communists came in? What is China like now? What was Cuba like before Fidel? What is Cuba like now? What was Libya like before Gaddafi? What was Libya like under Gaddafi? And what is it like now? I mean, it's obvious. They do everything they can to obscure the obvious. Communism has been a largely successful economic system. That doesn't mean human rights weren't violated. That doesn't mean there were serious shortcomings when it came to the production of consumer goods. That doesn't mean that there weren't, crimes, atrocities committed, innocent people put in gulags or murdered. But the standard line, communism just doesn't work, is bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit. Communists invented space travel. Communists turned the Soviet Union into an industrial superpower. Communists have built the largest telecommunications manufacturer in the world. Communists have built the world's largest hydroelectrical power plants. Communists invented the mobile phone. Communists have done astronomical, amazing things. Communists have lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. These are undisputed facts. And the desperation. Well, there was this famine in like the early 60s in China. There were famines every day before the communists took power. Every year people died of malnutrition. There were all kinds of famines before the communists took power. Oh, yeah, but like Stalin, he killed people. Wow, I can't think of any capitalist government that's ever killed anybody. Oh, well, you didn't have human rights in the socialist countries. Geez, I can't think of any capitalist society that's violated human rights before. It's all just bullshit. Oh, communist countries don't have human rights. Plenty of capitalist countries don't have human rights. Oh, communist countries, there's famines. There were famines every day, and it's the communists who built the agriculture and mechanized agriculture and raised people out of poverty and got rid of that. So that doesn't work. Right? Oh, well, the communists, they jailed and oppressed a bunch of people. Well, the biggest rate of incarceration in the world today is the United States of America. Right? Well, communist economics, they just stifle innovation. Well, it's funny that they invented space travel and mobile phones and satellites and, LED lights and all of that. It's funny they invented all that, it's pretty wild. Anti-communism is just a pack of lies, right? Compare Nicaragua to Honduras, Guatemala, and the surrounding free market countries. Nicaragua, Christianity, socialism, and solidarity, the Sandinistas, people are doing pretty well. Cuba sends literacy volunteers and medical volunteers all over the world. According to Ban Ki-moon and all kinds of sources, they have the best medical school in the world, one of the best medical systems in the world. When Libya was a socialist society under Gaddafi, people from all over Africa were trying to get into Libya to try and get some of the access to the wealth that socialist oil production was creating, the socialist society there. Now that Libya has been bombed into the free market and bombed into capitalism and chaos, people are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of Libya. So it's just a pack of lies, period, right? And you know what infuriates me the most about anti-communism? The arrogance. Right? These anti-communists, they're just like, well, communists want to divide up everything equally, and that wouldn't work because then everyone would be lazy, right? And they think that like the millions of people who died fighting for communism in China, the millions of people who died fighting for communism and defending the Soviet Union, and waving the hammer and sickle, the millions of people who gave their lives for communism, the millions of people who fought and gave their lives to the mission to create a socialist society, to reach that ultimate goal of communism, were just so stupid that we didn't understand that everyone getting paid the exact same wage doesn't work. It makes me angry. They have this simplistic understanding of communism, and it never occurs to them that the millions and millions of people who fought for the Soviet Union, who rallied to the defense of the Soviet Union, all of them were just so stupid that they didn't realize, right, that all the people who built China into a modern country under the leadership of the Communist Party, studying Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, all of them were just so stupid that they couldn't understand, everyone can't be equal, then everyone would be lazy. And that's what's the most infuriating thing about anti-communists. They have no desire to know what communists actually believe. They have no desire to understand what communists stand for. They assume that we're all just like, 3-year-olds going, it's no fair. Some people have more money than others. It's no fair. It's no fair. And then, well, you need to understand those people worked for their money, little Johnny. And they think that solves the argument, right? Anti-communist tropes are the most annoying thing, right? I had a teacher who said communism is if I gave every kid in the class a C, right? And it's like that's the level that anti-communism is. It's stupid, right? It is idiotic. It is insulting, right? And it's arrogant. It's the height of arrogance, right? They don't want to know. They don't want to know what communists actually believe because they're afraid of the social consequences for knowing it. That's all it is, right? They have no idea what communists believe. They have no idea why they believe it, and they're scared to actually learn it because they're afraid they might get in trouble. They might get canceled. People might judge them. Communism is a bad thing to be in America, so I better not know about it. I better just memorize a couple dumb cliches about every kid in the class getting a C or whatever,
Because if I investigate it and I actually learn it and I actually learn that there might be some truth in it, I might not fit in. I might get judged. I might get persecuted. Well, maybe you should take a $1 bill out of your fucking wallet and look at the founders of this country. Do you think they got persecuted? Do you think they got persecuted? Do you think they risked anything? You know, why don't you ask yourself about Martin Luther King Day? Who was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Do you think he took any risks for what he believed? Do you think he just went along with what everyone else said because he didn't want to know, because he might get in trouble? History is not made by cowards, and intellectual cowardice infuriates me. And most anti-communism is nothing but intellectual cowardice. I mean, you know, I'm not a fascist, but I have read fascist literature. I know why fascists believe what they believe. I am not a libertarian, but I have read libertarian literature. I know what libertarians believe. I am not a liberal, but I know what liberals believe. When I was a small, young teenager, I discovered that the Soviet Union had astronomical economic successes. And when I saw that, I got angry because I had been lied to. Because everything I'd been told about communism, well, it just doesn't work. It was a pack of lies. And those utter lies, they don't just cause people to not believe in communism. I was here in New York City in 2011, and there was a bill that was proposed. I wrote an article about it at the time. It's in my compilation of articles, Capitalism Must Be Destroyed. Mayor Bloomberg overturned, there was a bill requiring all cities, all firms that do contracts with the cities to pay their employees $10 an hour. Pretty basic, right? That if you do business with the city, you got to pay a living wage. Mayor Bloomberg vetoed it. And you know why he vetoed it? Well, the Soviet Union, they tried to, give everyone a living wage, and communism failed. So we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. I'm the mayor of New York City, Mayor Bloomberg. We can't pay people a decent wage. Communism, right? Bernie Sanders, every debate Bernie Sanders did, every single one. He'd be up there and say, oh, I think we ought to provide health care. Oh, my God, Pol Pot killed millions, gajillions of people. You want to give people free health care? Anti-communism has led to a situation where our roads are falling apart, where we have private prisons for profit. We have schools for profit and charter schools where our drinking water isn't being properly purified. Our country has been ripped apart to the drumbeat of anti-communism. Anti-communism is the reason that you are stuck in a cycle of low-wage, short-term service sector jobs. You don't have a good-paying industrial job with a union. Anti-communism is the reason that we are spending billions of dollars on this huge military we have to send all over the world, because if not, the communists are going to come and take over. Anti-communism is why they're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. Well, that Putin, he's a KGB guy. He's trying to rebuild the Soviet Union. Anti-communism hurts you. And it's bullshit. The strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines. It wasn't the firing squads. It wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll. 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task: build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How is it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol.
And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants, he wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. The strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America.
Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy.
Used the energy revenue to rebuild the industries of Russia, and he made Russia once again a strong economy. And that is why U.S. media demonizes Russia. That is why the U.S. government toppled the government of Ukraine in 2014 with the Euro-Maiden coup and installed a fanatically anti-Russian regime in Kiev. You know, I saw a CNN reporter claim that Ukraine was a peaceful country until now. Well, this is the monument in Donbass to all the children who have died of the shelling and the bombing being carried out by the U.S.-backed regime in Kiev. 14,000 plus people dead, children who have died. It hasn't been a peaceful country. The people of Donbass have been subject to 8 years of bombing, 8 years of shelling, 8 years of a food blockade, and Russia is now moving in to protect them and bring an end to this. The Wall Street money sharks hate Russia. They hate China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and many other countries because they have governments that stand up to the international bankers and their monopolistic corporations.
And it's not a good situation. People are dying and it needs to end. And we need there to be a negotiation. We want there to be peace in Ukraine, and that means that our leaders sit down and negotiate. It doesn't mean that Boris Johnson gets on the phone and wrecks a peace deal just because he wants people to keep dying. Global food crisis spawned by a war. That's right. Russia is not our enemy. 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 Russia was with us in the fight against the Nazis in World War II. At the moments when America shows its true colors and is standing up for justice and truth, you'll notice that we're standing with Russia. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Youth festivals are very, very important to my organization in particular, the Center for Political Innovation. Every meeting that we have, we begin with the pledge. We've changed the word youth for people because we have people of all ages, but we begin, we raise our right hands, we pledge that we shall remember this unity forged at the end of the Second World War, not only today, not only this year, this week, but always, and the pledge goes on. But that is such a beautiful pledge that came out of the World Democratic Youth Federation. And I must say that the youth festivals represent the best, not just of this country, but of America. A time when we stood in solidarity with Russia to defeat fascism. And they're trying to erase that from American history.
I'm Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival, set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today.
As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. I'm the leader of the United States delegation. I'm representing the Center for Political Innovation. And I would like to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for that dynamic interview you gave to Tucker Carlson, in which you showed many, many young Americans a different kind of leadership, because our politicians and our leaders in the United States, they speak in sound bites, they speak in terms of scandal and gossip, but you presented a long-term vision, a scientific view of statecraft, and by getting through to young Americans, you made a difference. Many people who would never have listened to anything you had to say or heard another perspective heard you because of that interview. Now, getting to my question, things between our two countries are not good at this point. You know, before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace. And what I have seen at this festival has blown my mind. The amount of young volunteers that you have here, people who have stepped up, who love their country and want to just come forward and put together dynamic events like this. What kind of role can events like this and young diplomacy activities like this play in helping set the stage for maybe changing the dangerous direction our leaders in the United States are taking things against the majority of the wishes of the majority of the people of our country? Thank you.
The United States of America is a huge and unique country. In its own way, over 300 years, in just 300 years, which is a small period of time compared to our history, but thanks to the talents of the Americans, it became a superpower, which is an obvious fact. We know outstanding American politicians, we know outstanding American business people, cultural activists, which is an obvious fact. We used to be allies during 2 world wars as we fought Nazism and fascism. What happened recently? After the war, after the alliance, the United States and the Soviet Union started dividing the world, and they did so successfully. And based on this balance of powers, they created international relations and created the modern system of international law. Then the Soviet Union ceased to exist for a number of reasons. I will not go into detail, but they were mainly internal reasons. There is one superpower remaining, represented by your country. The way your elites use this monopoly to global domination is dubious. In my opinion, the United States failed to bear this burden of responsibility that they happen to bear. They created monopoly, strengthened it. I don't mean the American people, I mean the ruling elites. While strengthening their monopoly, they soon faced a situation where the overwhelming majority of countries disliked it. And so, step by step, it became obvious to everyone that there is resistance to the forming global order.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower.
They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No.
Great again. This was a great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America. Big crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, we set up here and over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great. Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.